Laced and some other drivers, guys like Nico Chimin trying to bounce back after rough days, because now with 5 races to go, every single mistake and every single poor finish really seems to be magnified in terms of the championship.
No doubt about that. I think that the laced wreck really was kind of an indication of what can happen in this program. We see guys with momentum. Obviously, Kyle Kaiser's got the point lead. He was perfect yesterday, able to extend his gap on the second-place driver in the championship standings. But I think we were all pointing for Matthias Lace to maybe make a run at this championship. He had been so good, of course, at the Indy Grand Prix, won the Freedom 100. He was able to win as well at Road America. He wins at Iowa. Here's a guy with all this momentum. I thought he was really going to take a shot at it, and of course that minor little issue. And that's what can happen in a championship. One little mistake just blows things wide open. I know Kyle Kaiser probably slept very well last night, knowing he was able to extend his gap. He's got a great race car for today.
Happy to be joined by a couple pit reporters for this qualifying session as well. Dave, first, the weather this weekend's been a little interesting. On Friday, we had super muggy conditions. Yesterday was absolutely gorgeous. What's in store for us today here in the city of Toronto?
Yeah, if we could just bottle up what we had yesterday and push it forward to today, that would have been nice. But I tell you what, right now, this morning, not bad. Barely a cloud in the sky. Air temperature at 73 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 23 degrees Celsius for the Canadian folks up here. Track temperature, it's heating up 80 degrees. Humidity level, though, that's the thing you want to keep an eye on. It's already at 82%. You think some rain's moving this way. If you listen to the forecasters, both here in Canada and on the U.S. side as well, they all say the same thing. It's going to be later this afternoon. Probably will affect what's going on in the Verizon IndyCar series. Will it affect, though, what happens in Indy Lights? Sure. Yeah, Cooper does bring a rain tire. Hopefully we don't bring those out, but you never know. So far, so good, though. Beautiful start on this Sunday here in the streets of Toronto.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Dave, first, and happy to have you down there. Of course, this race, the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires, race number 2. Well, green flag at 12:15. David, we kind of looked at the radar and some forecasts. I'm not sure weather's going to be a factor for these guys, but it is certainly something we're going to be watching later in the afternoon.
Yeah, without a doubt, and it's going to rain today. It shows 100%, but what time's that going to come? But the question is, if it just gets damp, you still have to put rain tires on. It's going to be interesting to find out. I think the Indy Lights race will be safe. I think that we'll get that one in, but then, as Dave said, when it comes to the Verizon IndyCar Series, it's going to be interesting to see if it stays dry or not.
And Rob, it doesn't matter if it's the Indy Lights Series or the Verizon IndyCar Series or the USF 2000 Series. We don't like to see rain because it can sometimes, hurt the experience for all of us that are not in a booth, not with a roof over our head. But it truly is the great equalizer when it comes to motorsports.
And when it comes to USF 2000 or Indy Lights, the drivers who are trying to work their way to the Verizon IndyCar Series, the development ladder, I personally like seeing rain a couple times each year because these drivers need to have that experience, because really that's what it's all about. We talk about wanting them to have as much track time as possible. They've got to drive these cars in the wet because they're going to do it when they get to the Verizon IndyCar Series anyways. And it is the great equalizer. Power goes out the window. It really comes down to the driver's hands and his right foot. You got to modulate that throttle. So if we do get some rain, as Davey said, I don't think we're going to see it for USF 2000 or Indy Lights, maybe for the IndyCar program, but it really is an opportunity for these young drivers to hone their craft.
These 14 drivers getting up to speed. Colton Herta the fastest so far at a minute 7.957. Nico Chimin is second. Dalton Kellett is third. So that's an Andretti Autosport sweep of the top 3 spots. And Rob, that's an organization that, again, that they're in the championship hunt with Herta and Chimin, but it's not like they are the powerhouse that you would think they are, considering all the success they've had over the years in IndyCar.
And come out of the box as well. Remember, Colton Herta was able to win at the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. They split the wins at Barber Motorsports Park. Nico came back with another win at the road course race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They came out of the box strong. And again, we looked at Colton Herta, I think at St. Petersburg, I think we all thought, hey, this kid could roll to the championship. He looks so good here coming out of the box. That's, of course, not happened because everybody's kind of stepped up a little bit. And he's had trouble. He's had some mechanical issues for Colton. He had a puncture at the Indianapolis Grand Prix as well. Just some minor issues for Colton. He needs a good race here to turn around. He knows he'll be back here next year at Indy Lights. He's not able to win the championship, but I think he'd like to swing his fortunes here and try to get a victory.
There are certainly no slouches in the Indy Lights paddock, Jim Murphy. All of these teams are well equipped. A lot of great drivers and great crew members up and down pit lane, and you've got more on the Velarde Auto Racing team here this weekend.
That's right. Good morning, Nick Yeoman. Good morning, everybody. We're watching these guys very carefully today because yesterday afternoon we talked to one of their drivers on the podium, Sanjay Urrutia. Most drivers would be thrilled to be on a podium. He's got his eyes on the championship. He was less than thrilled about how things were going. They were going to have a lot of work overnight to get the car ready. The good news is on a race weekend like this, you get a second chance. You get a mulligan to go out there. Watching the body language and talking with the guys very briefly here, you can tell there's a lot of tension, a lot of interest to see whether their overnight work is going to pay off. So we're watching Sanjay Urrutia as one of the key bellwethers for whether or not this is going to be the beginning of the rise for him or the end of his championship hunt. I think we're going to get the first indications here this morning.
Davey, I never want to be too critical of these Indy Lights drivers because they are, a lot of them, 18, 19, 20, 21 years old. They're all learning. But Sanjay Urrutia is one of those guys, and I know he's got to kind of find that balance. He wants to win every week, but what race car driver doesn't? Boy, he does not handle not finishing on the top step of the podium very well.
And I think that's part of maturity of a racing driver. I mean, you have to have a positive attitude. And I'll just go back to Scott Dixon in the IndyCar series. No matter what happens with Scott, he always is playing offense. He's always looking forward. And he's always very positive about what he's going to get out of his program. So I think Urrutia, he needs to learn that part of the racing game a little bit, to where, you know, because when he pulls himself down, it pulls the entire team down. It just brings a negativity towards the entire program, to where if he hops out of that car, by the way, he finished third yesterday. It's a guys, all right, man, we're third. We got 2 more spots to get tomorrow. Let's do this to the car. Let's be fired up. He gets out very disappointed and kind of a Debbie Downer, you know, to be honest with you. We've seen that when he got second in Iowa, and just he keeps focusing on the championship. And at this point, what he needs to focus on is race wins, because that's when the championships come. So that's just part of the learning curve that these guys go through.
And one thing we do know, though, Rob Houghton, I mean, whether he likes not finishing on the top step of the podium or not, he is immensely talented. And there is not a guy in this series that is going to push that car to the limit more than Sanjay.
We always know that if there's a gap there, he's going to go there. And I think there's 2 points to talk about. We're talking about Sanjay Urrutia. Number one, here's a guy that is used to winning. He came in here expecting to win the championship. He won races last year, runner-up in the championship, as we know, with a long story, narrowly missed winning that title when Ed Jones was able to get it last year. But I think one of the key things here, and we all wondered about this in the media, what was going to happen with Velarde Auto Racing when they brought Santi and Tim Neff in. There's that Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports mentality, their thought process of putting setups together. These guys won races last year, so they bring their book of knowledge in. And, of course, then you get the book of knowledge from Velarde, who won a bunch of races with Zach Veach and Felix Rosenquist last year. What's going to happen? Where do those setups mesh? Sometimes you can't do that, Davey. You know that. If you bring 2 different thought processes in and try to, hey, we did this, that's not always going to be a positive when you do that. Sometimes it goes in the other direction.
Well, and I think we've seen that a little bit with Simon Pagenaud and Ben Bressman going to Penske last year. They didn't just, 2 years ago, I'm sorry, and they didn't really look that impressive. I mean, they had good runs, but it took them a while to really merge and get the 2 Penske program and the Bressman-Simon program together. And then the second year they figured it out, and guess what happens? They come and win the championship. So you're exactly right. You have to baby step it, because the 2, you know, Velarde and Schmidt and Tim Neff and those guys, they'll make it better for sure, but it may take just a while.
Just saw a couple cars go off track. One was Colton Herta. He got off in turn number 1 and used that exit lane to get back on the racetrack. We also saw Matthias Lace get off in turn number 3. There's plenty of runoff area down in that corner. He got that car spun back around and back out onto the racetrack. Dave, first top 5 here in qualifying, 10 minutes in. It's Colton Herta, Kyle Kaiser, Nico Jimenez, Neil Alberico, and Zachary Clement de Mello, as you've started to see some action down there on pit road.
Yeah, it's time to come in and throw on some sets of sticker Cooper tires here on pit road. We've already seen Zachary Clement de Mello, who finished second here yesterday. He's made his way back onto pit road, as has the number 9 of Aaron Thielitz. We just see the number 18 of Kyle Kaiser making his way back as well. I'm going to guess they're going to make a couple of adjustments, just hearing what Ricardo Juncos was saying over the radio. They needed to make a couple of adjustments, because right now Kyle Kaiser, let's see, he's second quick. Did rip off pretty good one the last time around, but Kaiser's second quick, Nick DePero 13th quick. So 'tis the season, if you will. A lot of these guys are going to be coming in and making some adjustments.
Let's go to Jim Murphy.
Yeah, Aaron Telitz is in here, and they're doing some very serious look at the rear suspension of that vehicle. Obviously, might have taken a tack of the wall out there. They literally were standing on it with one of the crewmen standing on another one, wedging it with a piece of a pry bar to see if there was movement in that arm, and they are actually looking at it now. They're going to take the wheel off. So some concern about the rear suspension on the 9 machine of Aaron Telitz.
And Rob, we got a report that Telitz might have actually caught the wall on this race course here.
Yeah, one of our spotters on the racetrack texting in that Aaron got into the wall a little bit, light tap, and that's going to happen here, Davey Hamilton. These guys are pushing so hard. They know how important it is. We're into the stretch run of this championship. A guy like Aaron Telitz finding himself in 5th yesterday. He's watching his championship aspirations kind of go out the door unless he can have a big run. He needs to qualify well here today.
Yeah, without, and this track is so non-forgiving, as you say, because of several things. Walls on both sides the entire way around, but super bumpy. I mean, you can make mistakes so easily here just by missing your line a little bit and hitting a bump off and just tagging the wall. Not hurting a lot, but enough to put you out of the game. So it's important to keep it straight.
You know, Nick, a lot of stress, of course, at Velarde Auto Racing. We had talked in the first session on Friday. If they unloaded well, they were going to be strong. They did make a move in the wrong direction for qualifying. They were not happy with the way the cars were. And they were actually surprised as well when they went into the race. They had good cars. They said they went forward, but they were surprised by how much grip there was actually on the racetrack. The cars were a little too overstuck at that point. And again, as we said, you know they're going to sit down. All the engineers are going to get together. They're going to try to come out with a car here today. Telitz obviously pushing very hard, but Santi Urrutia has worked his way back to the top of the charts.
Yeah, talk about finding some grip. Santi Urrutia has just ripped off a pair of quick laps. He jumped to P1 with a lap just over 1:06, and then moments ago has kept that car at P1 with a fast lap of 1:05.776 to take that number 5 machine to the top of the charts. Colton Herta currently sits on pit lane. He is second quick at 1:06.356. Shelby Blackstock, another one of those Velarde Auto Racing cars, sits in third. Neil Alberico is fourth, and Kyle Kaiser, our points leader and the winner yesterday, he also sits on pit lane. He is fifth quick. Shelby Blackstock, that's a nice sign, Rob, to see some speed out of him. We'd love to see Shelby keep that car up there and have a nice start in this race today.
He's got a number of Mazda Road to Indy podiums. He's got race wins as well. He's obviously been in the podium in Indy Lights here as well last year. That was 2 years ago, I believe, at Mid-Ohio. Had a great run. But again, yeah, Shelby Blackstock's been super racy this year. Very impressed with what he's been able to do. And to see those guys up there, Velarde obviously made the right moves, Davey. They're sitting first and second. Shelby just laid down a 1:06.339, 6/10 behind his teammate. But Velarde Auto Racing sitting here right now, P1 and P2. Impressive late night work for them.
Yeah, and one great thing about a doubleheader weekend, I love it for these guys because they know what was wrong the first day. They qualified. They had a full race in. They know what the car did over the stint of the run, and they know what they need to do to make it better. So now it's up to these teams to make the changes to make it properly. And obviously, we're looking right there at Velarde. They made some good changes. Looks like.
And Davey, it's quite a challenge for these Indy Lights teams on a street course weekend like this because all these guys got in terms of a practice session was one 30-minute session on Friday. Next time they were on the racetrack was yesterday morning for qualifying. So you're kind of always guessing and learning as you go, as I would assume. And for young drivers, that's got to be quite a task.
You know, every time you're on the racetrack on a weekend, it's practice session until the final race, and this is the final race coming. This is just like yesterday, even though it was a race, it's a bit of a practice session because they're having to really take all that data and put it into today's efforts. So today's another practice. Right now is a practice day until the race this afternoon.
And that's what, of course, Shelby Blackstock did yesterday. They broke the half shaft when he tried to leave. He was 7 laps down, but get him back out there, Davey, like you said. Get out there, practice, get comfortable with this car. Let's change the car a little bit so we're better for tomorrow's race. Again, Blackstock completely using the laps he was still able to turn in race number 1.
You know, and this track, too, is so difficult through that bumpy section of 9, 8, 9, 10, 11. And the more you go through that thing and try to find the best route through there without making a mistake, that you gain a lot of speed, a lot of time through that area.
You did get a chance to get in the 2-seater yesterday, correct?
Yeah.
Thoughts and impressions of some of the new repaved portions of this race?
Well, the repaved is absolutely fabulous. There's good grip there, and it's very smooth, and it's very racy. The part they need to work at is really that 8, 9, 10, 11, and 1. Turn 1 right now, it's challenging. It's very challenging. And under braking, the car's hopping up and down and wants to lock the brakes up, and that happens in every series. So, and I think that's where some of these guys, I think it's a dampener thing, getting those shocks just right to ride these bumps, because the smooth part is going to still be good, but those bumps are very, very difficult. And I hear that's what they're going to work on next year, and I think that's something that definitely needs to be done.
Saw Colton Herta lock up his front tires getting into turn number 3. His teammate Ryan Norman has had an issue in turn number 2 that has brought out a local yellow flag. And Rob, we talk about the track conditions and the bumpy nature of this racetrack. Yes, it's some character, but a lot of these drivers and these teams talk about how much they like street course racing because these tracks have character, even if they are bouncing like basketballs into turn number 1.
It's a rough ride out there, but these guys are all telling how much they love being here in Toronto. They're having a great time. And the funny thing, I know during IndyCar qualifying yesterday, I had a chance to talk to Charlie Kimball, who was able to be outside the car and looking at the drivers coming through turn number 10. Yeah, that off-camber corner coming through turn number 10, that 8, 9, 10, or 9, 10, 11 combination, off-camber, back on the throttle. The car's just dancing left and right, and it was awesome. Charlie's looking out, couldn't believe what the cars are doing coming through there. I had to say to him, hey, dude, you were just out there on that racetrack. It's wild coming to that part of the racetrack.
You know, and that's one thing, too, is when he mentioned that, the first thing I thought to myself, he goes, but look at the Penske cars, right? He pointed those guys out. Well, that's purely handling. That has nothing to do with the Honda, the Chevrolet fight. That's purely handling. That tells you how good those Penske cars are and how much work they've done. And I think their shock program, you look at the bumpy tracks, Iowa, super bumpy on the oval there, super bumpy here. Detroit, super bumpy. Everywhere, they really master these bumpy racetracks, and I just think that they have a shock package. It's really second to none. And I think Graham Rahal is another one that has a good program in that area.
Well, that local yellow for Ryan Norman apparently has turned into a red flag based on what we can see on our multi-screen monitor. Not exactly sure what happened, so we'll have to wait to see a shot of that car being brought back to pit lane or a replay. While we've got a chance here in qualifying, let's hear from the car owner who got to celebrate a race win yesterday. Kyle Kaiser took Ricardo Juncos' car to victory lane, and Ricardo is standing by on pit lane with Dave First.
Yeah, so far so good this weekend. A first and a 7th yesterday. How different can things change, though, in 24 hours, Ricardo?
Changed a little bit now, but unfortunately we couldn't make a lap yet, and now we just put the second set of tires and we get caught by the red, but still 12 minutes to go. Hopefully we can go back out and see what happens. We make some changes now for the second set of tires.
Let's talk about each driver. Obviously Kyle had a magnificent race yesterday. Can he get pole again and finish that way? I mean, what it's been 24 hours. You had such a dominant day yesterday, but can that change here on a Sunday?
It's difficult to say. I mean, the conditions change every time here. Even you go one year to another year, you got to adapt every time to the particular conditions, and whoever is able to target, you get the benefit. So we're going to try our best. It's always difficult. This is a very competitive class, so I don't know really that answer, but we're going to try to do pole again. That's the goal.
Here's the thing. Kyle looks so comfortable inside that car.
He's comfortable. We've been working together almost 5 years already with the team, so that's obviously getting confident for both ways, and I think he's doing an excellent job this year.
Tell me about Nico DePero quickly. 7th yesterday, his best so far this season.
Yeah, I mean, he did an excellent job. Unfortunately, he crashed on practice, and that put him a little bit, a difficult condition, a little bit pain on the hand for qualifying yesterday, but he did an excellent job on the race. So now we need to keep improving with him. I think he's confident too, and I can see Nico being in really good pace now from the rest of the season.
Let you get back to work. Thanks for the time.
All right, thank you, guys.
Ricardo Juncos thinking championship this year, maybe even Verizon IndyCar Series next year, but first things first, worried about a busy day today here in the streets of Toronto.
Appreciate that, Dave. First, still have not had a chance to really ID and lay eyes on the 48 of Ryan Norman, as the accident that we heard happened in turn number 2. That's one of the more blind spot corners on the racetrack where there's not a lot of grandstands and not a lot of cameras set up, but we have heard from race control that 48 car is on the hook, so must have had some sort of issue into the wall. That is a tricky portion. That's a fast part of the racetrack, Davey, where you're accelerating after exiting turn 1, and you really want to be on that accelerator to get that great run down to turn 3.
It's really so key to come off of turn 1 and 2, like you say, to get down that long back straightaway. But it is, first you're dealing with the bumps and under Branky getting into turn 1. And then when you turn into turn 1, there is a wall right there. And we see now the car definitely has some left front damage, and more than likely he came through that right-hander and just clipped that wall on the left side of him and did some damage. But yeah, they'll get it fixed for the race for sure. But that area, you want to be wide open on throttle, but it's a gradual right-hand radius all the way on that back straightaway through turn 2, and it's easy. And we've seen a lot of guys yesterday getting sideways through there. To get the power down is not that easy, so tricky part.
So Ryan Norman's session is done. The driver from Cleveland, Ohio, Aurora, Ohio is where he resides now. The driver for Andretti Autosport, the flip side Mazda aggressive sound Mazda for Andretti Autosport as his qualifying session again ends a little bit early. He'll start more than likely from the tail of the field as this qualifying session, Rob Howden, has been red flagged. A chance for these teams to really get their heads on straight and think of any last-second adjustments that they want to make on these race cars before sending them out here for the home stretch of this qualifying run.
Getting reports as well that they were able to repair the suspension damage on the car of Aaron Telitz, number 9, so he'll be able to come back out. Telitz currently sitting in that 10th position. His teammates first and second. It'll be quick work here for Telitz if he can get himself back up here. The driver who, of course, won on the streets of St. Petersburg, won the opening round of the series, has not yet been able to get back to that position since. We've had, 6 winners this year, potentially a 7th winner this year. If we see one of these, whether maybe Blackstock or Urrutia be able to find a win. Could be interesting as Bilardi has definitely made some adjustments that have proved it successful.
That red flag, of course, stopped track activity. It did not stop the clock. So with 8 minutes to go, as we go back to green flag action here on the streets of Exhibition Place, it was busy, David. We just saw, it looked like nearly the entire field go back out of the racetrack because you only got a little bit of time to get those tires up to speed, make sure those adjustments are in line, and start clicking off the big ones.
Yeah, and right now we're on board with Kellett, and he had some problems yesterday under restarts. Actually, he got into the back of a car down there in turn 10 and damaged his nose piece, and was like a parachute after that going around, and he had to come in and do some changes. But you could just see on the in-car just how many bumps there are and how he's fighting that steering wheel. And right now he finds himself in that 9th position. And yesterday he was running towards the top 5, so we know he'd be a little quicker than he is right now.
Yeah, had a really good qualifying effort yesterday to start up towards the front of the field. And I know, Rob, he had to have just been gutted for the incident to happen. It really was no fault of his own. You can't really place the blame on I think Zachary Clement was the one that got run into. Neil Alberico was involved. Santi Urrutia. It was just one of those stacked up situations where it's hard to find fault with anyone.
Yeah, they're coming through turns number 9 and 10 there. You want to get on the throttle. You don't want to get left behind. You don't want the guy in front of you to punch off. You know how important it is. A restart, one of the best opportunity to pass someone heading down to turn number 1 if you get on the throttle quickly. And again, the according effect ended up tagging him a bit. He was so confident going into the race, too. I had a chance to talk to him in the paddock after that great qualifying effort. He was on a high, felt good about the race car than to have that happen, especially the home race. Anywhere else, maybe a little easier to bounce back. He wants to do so well. He's a Toronto-born kid. He wants to do well here at his home race. And again, a tough one for Dalton Kellett, who currently sits P9.
6.5 minutes to go in this final qualifying session to set the grid for race number 2. Everyone's looking up at Santi Urrutia, who turned a quick lap at a minute 5.679. That was early in this qualifying session. And then a red flag for Ryan Norman brought everyone back to pit lane. And now with 6 minutes to go, that is the lap everyone is chasing. A minute 5.679. Shelby Blackstock is second. Colton Herta is third. Neil Alberico fourth fastest. Kyle Kaiser is fifth. Nico Jimenez is sixth quick right now. Zachary Clement is seventh. Juan Pedrohita is eighth. Dalton Kellett is in ninth. Aaron Telitz runs 10th. Ryan Norman, again, on the hook. That car's being brought back to the paddock. He's 11th fastest, but may very well tumble down to 14th. Mateus Laced is currently 12th. That's a bit of a surprise. He's struggling this weekend after an accident. Garth Rickards is 13th, and Nico DePero is 14th. Davey Hamilton, for a driver like Mateus Laced, who has been on fire as of late coming into this weekend, winning 3 of 4, has an accident, points leader, picks up the win and extends his lead. How do you shake that off and try to knock some of that rust off because you're in the midst of a championship?
Well, I think what happened there was his car wasn't where he needed it to be. I think we've seen that. He was just playing such defense, really, in yesterday's race, and then made that mistake. But now it's key to get that car proper. I think his confidence will come back if he gets back out there and feels the cars reacting the way he wants to. Now, right now, sitting P12, it doesn't seem like those changes have been made accurately, but I think we're going to start seeing from right here, their tires, these Cooper tires are ready to go right now. They've all been out. They're all sticker tires. And this second, third laps, fourth laps, where these guys really get a rhythm, this is where we should see the times start dropping. We'll just see where he ends up.
And Rob, for Laced, this is his last chance to get a win on a street course, and if he can, he almost pulls off the trifecta, winning on every type of racetrack that the Indy Lights series offers.
So surprising to see how good he has been out of the box, and you're right, able to win the Freedom 100 and won at Road America to make that three-peat, all 3 of the different tracks that we run, Carlin wasn't that great here last year. That's one thing. We know how good they are at Iowa Speedway. They've won all 3 races there. Carlin not that good here last year, but right now it's Colton Herta who's worked his way to the top of the number 98. But Davey said it right. Everybody out there on sticker Coopers, get ready because we're going to start seeing the times fall.
Yeah, they're starting to pick up right now. As you mentioned, Colton Herta goes P1 at a minute 5.513. That bumps Santi Urrutia to second. Nico Jamin has found some speed. He had a disappointing day and was out on lap 3 yesterday. He is third quick at a minute 6.20. Neil Alberico, another one of those drivers looking to bounce back from yesterday. He's popped up to fourth at a minute 6.296. Shelby Blackstock has been bumped down to fifth. Rob, this is the point in qualifying. All those drivers putting on fresh sets of Cooper tires. And these teams at this point in the season, it seems like they've really figured out the tires, maximizing when you can find that sweet spot and find some speed towards the end of the session.
What I love at the end of a qualifying session is the crews, the engineers, they've all done their work. Now it's up to the driver to go out and pull the most they can out of their tires. And really, like we saw yesterday with Graham Rahal, able to get so much out of those used reds that he had. Now it's time for these drivers to step up and really leverage what they have. Another great lap for Colton Herta, 105.445. Here they come. Fast lap starting to fall. Kellett's moving up here as well, as is Nico Germain. Here comes Clayman DeMello. This is what I love seeing in qualifying.
Jim Murphy, 3 minutes to go. We're seeing a lot of changing up and down the timing scoring charts.
Well, this track here in Toronto is very unique in that when you're in the pits, you actually are looking at turn 10 and you're looking at it straight on, and you can see the cars bouncing through this off-camber corner. Colton Herta's car is noticeably freer than many others, and that may be good for the speed. Now, my question is, how's that going to be for tire wear as this race gets going this afternoon? Now, we just saw the car of Zachary Clayman DeMello come to a stop here in the pit lane, missing the front wing. So his day is going to come to. Apparently there was contact with Alberico out there in the course. We'll be keeping an eye out for his car as well.
Yeah, that's back to a rookie mistake. You should be crashing in practice into another car anyways. Now, if you go over the edge just a little bit and you get into the wall, that's part of trying to get the most out of the race car. But, one thing you mentioned about tire wear, and if the car is a little bit too free in qualifying, you're right, that is fast in qualifying. But in the race, it's hard to hang on to it. And I think that's what we've seen with a lot of these guys yesterday, especially, coming off that little slow right-hander, coming off of turn 3. A lot of guys getting really sideways, and then another key place they're getting sideways is coming off turn 2 onto that long straightaway. So they need to have the cars where they can throttle down in those particular areas just so they can get good runs.
Neil Alberico is taking that number 22 back to pit lane. We do get a report that there is a little bit of debris laid down in turn number 8 from that incident, but Alberico's session appears to be done at no better than 7th. He just got bumped down to 8th. Let's hear from that driver, Dave, first, with 90 seconds to go here in qualifying.
Yeah, real quickly, he just climbed out of the car. What happened, Neil?
Just trying to push too hard in the last corner, coming to the alternate start-finish, and overcooked it, tied the outside wall. Just have to race forward tomorrow, or at the end of the afternoon.
8th yesterday. What do you have in store this afternoon once these guys get everything put back together?
Yeah, for sure. It should be no problem. Just get out there and try and race to the front. We got the speed. Just got to pull it off.
Good luck later today.
Thank you.
It's Neil Alberico, the number 22, as the guys have already put on a new front nose. We'll see where he shakes out in qualifying today and how he can do this afternoon, Dave.
Rob, how Colton Herta has mastered the setup here. He's starting to get comfortable because we just saw over the last 4 or 5 minutes, it's faster and faster and faster, and so far nobody's had anything for him at P1.
Yeah, let's just rewind back to St. Petersburg back in March when he was able to score a big victory there. Likes these bumpy straight circuits. Of course, Andretti doing a pretty decent job. They've got now, first, fourth, a little further back, 9th position as well, but 2 drivers in the Fast 5 now. Herta, 105.234, and when you see the time continue to fall lap after lap after lap, they hit the sweet spot, and he's just getting more comfortable pushing the envelope even more every time he gets around this racetrack.
I said nobody had anything for him, but Santi Urrutia certainly took a shot. Herta's quick lap at a minute 5.234. Urrutia goes a minute 5.279. Those 2 drivers nearly a half a second faster than the entire field, as both of those drivers are pushing hard. And Davey, Herta goes even faster, nearly gets underneath a minute 5.
Well, like I say, it's pushing time. It's time to push, I should say. Checker flag is out, so when they cross that timeline, just off of turn 8, that's going to be it. And right now, Herta's the guy to beat. almost 104, just 105 even.
And Rob behind him in the top 5, a lot of mixing it up as everyone's trying to get some speed to catch Herta and Urrutia, but we see our championship leader bouncing up and down. 0.02
of a second, Urrutia behind Herta. Kaiser now up to third. I think we need to talk about this crucial bonus point as well. You got to get that bonus point for pole. We're thinking championship. Herta, Urrutia, Kaiser, Jamin, and Clayman DeMello. Now the Fast Five coming across the line. 0.02 of a second, Urrutia behind Herta.
And it looks like 2nd through 12th so far have already taken their cars to pit lanes. So Garth Rickards would really be the only one that would have to try to knock Colton Herta off the pole. That's not going to happen. Ryan Norman's car is on a hook. So it looks like, Rob Howden, Colton Herta, last car on the racetrack, he can back it down a little bit and celebrate this pole position.
A big move for Colton to get himself out of the pole position here. He needs a win desperately. He's been having some trouble in the last couple of races, as we all know. This would be a great bounce back heading into the stretch run of the season. Herta in that number 98 for Andretti Autosport, 105.044. Nick, 0.02 of a second quicker than Santi Urrutia.
Davey, our network general manager, Wally Levitt, just pointed something out. Towards the end of qualifying, nearly everyone's fast lap happened on their last lap of qualifying.
And that's where it's supposed to happen, right? They put those new sticker Cooper tires on, and they made it happen. And like I say, lap 2, 3, 4, they continue to get faster for a while, and these guys, they timed it pretty well and got the best out of themselves as well. But congratulations to Colton. I mean, Urrutia and Colton almost identical times, so pretty impressive.
So yesterday it was a driver from California who picked up the pole and went to victory lane. That was Kyle Kaiser from Santa Clara, California. Today it is Valencia, California's Colton Herta who will start on the pole. Santi Urrutia, Jim Murphy, he'll have a good seat for the start of this race as he'll start to the outside of row number 1.
An excellent view going into row on the first turn from row number 1. Santi, you talked to me yesterday afternoon. You said you guys had work to do to get the car right. Is it right today? Are you ready to go racing?
Yeah, I think the team did a great job. They improved the car a lot. We missed the pole by less than a 10. I got a little bit of traffic, and then I did a small mistake on the last corner. But I think it's fine. I mean, starting on the front row, we have to do a good start, and then, fight for the race. I know it's going to be hard. I have to win. That's what I have to do. So, yeah, thank you to my team. They did a great job.
We're looking forward to watching that. It'll be a great show. That's Santi Urrutia. Let's go now check in with our pole sitter, who's with Dave first.
Yeah, Colton Herta has climbed out of his Deltro Energy Mazda. 5th pole this season. Saving the best for last today?
It seems it. I mean, we've always been stronger on Sundays at the street courses, and I think that's mainly down to just me getting up to speed. We don't get a ton of practice, so and a lot of the tracks I haven't been to, so getting up to speed is the main thing, and so we really go for it in the second qualifying. And man, that was a really good lap. I think it's one of the best laps of my life, and it just shows how competitive the field is because they're all right there as well.
Talk about that. I mean, you guys had a 30-minute session on Friday, and that was it. Very limited track time here on the streets of Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, if you haven't been around here before, it really takes its toll. So, we were just mainly getting up to speed in the first qualifying, first race, and first practice, and now we're going for the win this afternoon.
4th yesterday. What did you learn in that session, in that race yesterday that you can apply today?
A lot of racecraft for the circuit. I fell back to 10th on the start, and then I passed my way up to 4th. So, hopefully we don't have to do any passing today, but, learn racecraft.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Colton Herta, how about this? 3rd pole in the last 4 races. The guy can do it in qualifying. Now it's up to him to do it during a race.
Thank you, Dave. First, great job on you and Jim Murphy down there on pit lane. And Davey, some final thoughts. Colton Herta said that's one of the best laps of his life, and it was still barely good enough to get Santi Urrutia. Boy, awful tight at the top of timing and scoring.
It is. That's great, right? I mean, Urrutia said that he made a mistake on the last corner as well, so what could have been for him. But, with Colton, I like his style. I like the way he goes into a weekend, and he's right. They didn't get much practice here. He hasn't been here. Tough circuit. But now, hopefully, like he said, he started on the pole. He learned racecraft yesterday, but he also learned how to go fast. So congratulations, like I say, to him on the pole. Kaiser, our points leader, another good run for him. He's 2/10 back in 3rd, but you never know what happens to these leaders. They may be fighting. He may be in the best position yet. And Jamin, he sits 4th, another points championship contender. It's going to be an exciting day.
Thanks for joining me this morning. We'll talk a little bit later. That's Davey Hamilton. Happy to have Rob Howden in the booth with us as well. Going to be a little break here on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. A couple hours. Go get yourself some breakfast or some brunch. The Verizon IndyCar Series warm-up is coming your way at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Mark Janes will guide you through that. The second Indy Lights race is at 12:15 Eastern later today. And then, of course, the Honda Indy Toronto. 3 o'clock Eastern, the airtime on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. Congratulations to Colton Herta. He will be your pole sitter in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires for race number 2 later this afternoon here on the streets of Exhibition Place.
This is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his fourth 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Sneva and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment. Lou Palmer is in victory lane as A.J. Foyt takes now.
Good morning, race fans, and welcome to Race Day. Mazda Road to Indy, presented by Cooper Tires, the only official ladder system designed to get drivers out of go-karting and all the way into the top level, the Verizon IndyCar Series. We're down here on the starting grid for the Cooper Tires USF 2000 Grand Prix of Toronto, presented by Allied Building Products, and I am very lucky to be joined by yesterday's race winner in round number 9. He's from Red Deer, Alberta. He's driving for Exclusive Autosport, a Canadian-based team. The man, Parker Thompson. Parker, phenomenal job yesterday. Tell me, how difficult is it to be fast around this very tricky 11-turn street circuit?
Toronto is one of the most difficult street circuits that we venture to all year. Really, you've got to touch the walls if you want to be faster. You got to get comfy with them. Luckily, my Exclusive Autosport car's been on rails all week, and it's been fairly easy for me.
Now, talk about the Mazda Road to Indy. There's a reason that you've been a part of this program for the last couple of years, and there's a reason you've come back to the USF 2000 Championship. What is it about the Mazda Road to Indy that is so attractive to a young driver like yourself who has dreams of one day racing in the top level of American open-wheel racing, the IndyCar Series?
Well, really, Tony, if you look at it, there's no other series in the world like the Mazda Road to Indy ladder. It helps us get up. So if I win the USF 2000 scholarship, or I win the championship, I get a scholarship in order to move up into Pro Mazda. If I win Pro Mazda, I get a scholarship to move up to Indy Lights. And if I get a win in Indy Lights, you move up to IndyCar. It's the only scholarship system like it. So that's why I think it's so attractive.
Parker Thompson with a great explanation. He's your winner from yesterday. Parker, thanks for the time. Good luck. Let's move just a little bit farther back here and talk to one of the drivers who Parker mentioned you got to touch the walls here to be fast. Well, he probably doesn't want me bringing this up, but here is one of the drivers that he did touch the walls. Unfortunately, it ended his race a little early. Team Pelfrey driver Robert McGinnis. Parker Thompson says you got to touch the walls here to be fast. Do you agree with that?
I don't know about touching them, but hey, you got to get as close as you can to open up the radius of the corners. I mean, with all the walls here, you know, you really have to get really close to them, and it can be a little daunting, but you just got to go for it.
Now, coming off your Rookie of the Year season last year in the USF 2000 Championship, you're back for a second season. I'm going to ask you the same thing as Parker. What about the Mazda Road to Indy, Robert? You come out of the New York State. What about this Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires makes it so appealing for a kid like yourself who has dreams of one day racing in the IndyCar Series? Why are you racing the Mazda Road to Indy?
Oh, I mean, to start, it's a super competitive series. USF 2000, Pro Mazda, Indy Lights, they're all filled with great drivers. And I mean, this is the natural progression. I want to drive in the IndyCar Series. You drive on the Road to Indy to, prep yourself to get there. This is the best place to learn. You drive on the tracks. You get to learn in smaller cars, and it's the best series I could possibly have picked, honestly.
All right, and then finally, quickly, what is the hardest part about racing here this weekend in Toronto? And if you can, stay off the wall topic. What's the other hardest part about being fast and being successful here in Toronto?
I mean, this track is super challenging. I'd say the bumps and the asphalt changes. You have the concrete patches, which have no grip, that change into asphalt, which has a ton of grip, and there's all the bumps in the corners on the straights, the manhole covers. There's just a lot going on overall, and dealing with all that is really what gets you around this place.
All right, Robert McGinnis, thank you for the time. We spoke to race winner yesterday, Parker Thompson. Robert McGinnis in the Team Pelfrey car rolls off 6th. Again, folks, it is the 10th round of the 2017 Mazda Road to Indy. It's the Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda. We're getting ready to meet the starting lineup for today's second race.
Well, our thanks to Tony Laporta. We will meet the entire field. We'll give you that starting grid. USF 2000, the Cooper Tires USF 2000 Grand Prix of Toronto. Rob Howden will be joining us here in the public address booth momentarily. We'll also be joined by the reigning champion of the USF 2000, Anthony Martin, will be here momentarily. In the meantime, let's go down and join Rob Howden for our pre-race festivities as they continue here on the streets of Toronto. Rob?
Thank you, Michael. Again, down here on pit lane as we get set to go. Scheduled for 17 drivers. It'll be just 16. The number 2 of Ricky Donison will not be taking the start here today. So let's have a look at the grid. 16 drivers, 8 rows of pilots here in the very first rung of the Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda. On row number 8 on the outside, the Canadian driver Jason Clooney, rookie in the series, making his 3rd start here in the USF 2000 program, driving the black and red number 93 for Exclusive Autosport. Alongside him, his teammate out of Atlanta, Georgia, the rookie Dev Gore in the number 92. Moving now to row number 7 for DE Force Racing's had a great season thus far. Looking forward to moving up the order. Watch out for the number 12 for Moises de la Vera from San Antonio, Texas. De la Vera starting in the 14th position. Another driver to definitely watch for, and easy to pick up, the yellow and black livery of the Team Pelfrey cars. Kalen Frederick from Potomac, Maryland, going to start in the 13th position. Multi-time podium finisher this year. He will be working his way forward from 13th. A lot of work to do for Kalen, but definitely keep an eye on that yellow number 81. Moving now up into row number 6 on the outside from San Antonio, Texas. Another rookie. DE Force Racing's been having a great weekend here. It's Corey Enders in the number 11, starting in the 12th position. Enders on the outside. On the inside, a young driver from Boca Raton, Florida. Well-decorated American kart racing driver Darren Keene, rookie in the number 36, racing for Newman Wax Racing, the distinctive orange and yellow number 36. Into the top 10 now. Great move yesterday, able to work his way up into the top 5, top 6. Lucas Cole started deep in the field, but had a great clean race, working his way forward. The driver out of Brazil in the black Pabst Racing, number 23, going to start in the 10th position. Alongside him, an absolutely dazzling debut yesterday. The driver out of Mexico, 2-time runner-up in the Mexican F4 NACAM Series, Jose Sierra, able to take his DE Force car into the top 5. Impressive debut. He'll start the number 10 from the 9th position here today. Moving now to row number 4. Devin Wojcik in the number 7 for Arms Up Motorsport will start in the 8th position. Alongside him for Pabst Racing, the number 22 from Guyana, that is Calvin Ming. Ming starting in the 7th position. Moving now to row number 3 on the outside. Another one of those yellow and black Team Pelfrey cars. Last year's Rookie of the Year and a winner on the streets of St. Petersburg back in March. Keep your eye on the number 80 of Robert McGinnis from New York, New York. McGinnis starting 6th alongside driver currently sitting 2nd in the points from the Netherlands for Pabst Racing in the number 21. Double winner at Road America. Renus VK, the rookie, starting in the 5th position. Moving now to road number 2. Huge victory for this driver yesterday. Of course, a Canadian team, Exclusive Autosport, based out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. The driver from Red Deer, Alberta, won last year and won again yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, the Canadian driver starting in the 4th position, number 90, Parker Thompson. Parker Thompson starting in that 4th position, looking to go back-to-back here in Toronto. Alongside him, though, on the inside for Arms Up Motorsports, in the number 4 from France, a former winner here in Indy Lights back in 2014, Alex Barron, looking for a good run here, starting on the inside of row number 2. Moving to the front row now, an very impressive young kart racer who has worked his way here into the Mazda Road to Indy and the USF 2000 program from Chicago, Illinois. In the BN Racing number 79, David Malukas starting on the outside of row 1. But the driver they're going to be chasing right now, as they have all year long, your current point leader, he won the Mazda $200,000 scholarship shootout at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca last year. He's from Jupiter, Florida. Oliver Askew in the Kate Motorsports number 3 will be on the pole position. Askew and Malukas, row 1. Barron and Thompson, row 2. VK and McGinnis on row number 3. We're about to fire up 16 Mazda MZR power plants and get these guys underway. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my guests from Allied Building Products, Kevin McLaughlin, to give us the command.
On behalf of everyone at Allied Building Products, drivers, start your Mazda engines.
Engines coming to life. Michael Young, we are set to go here for USF 2000, the very first run of the Mazda Road to Indy. Who will win? Can Parker Thompson do it again? Or will it be Oliver Askew? We'll know soon as we get to go green.
Well, we thank you, Rob Howden. We'll have that question answered here momentarily. Some safety equipment still on the circuit, but the field ready to roll off. USF 2000. Round number 10 of 11. Excuse me, round number 11 of this season. Round 10 run yesterday. Parker Thompson victorious. There you see the number 90. Parker starting on the outside of row number 2. We thank the good folks at Cooper Tires for bringing this great program with the folks at Mazda, allowing us to see the future of open wheel racing. This, the very first run. Oliver Askew, points leader. The field away. Joined in the public address booth momentarily by the reigning champion. Anthony Martin joining us. Busy night for you last night. What did you do? Any fun?
Actually, not really. I just sort of went back to the apartment, cooked up some steak and some vegetables, and had a pretty early night. So it was always pretty cool to have an early night, and got Oliver to bed nice and early.
That's very, very good. Good to have an apartment when you're in Toronto. Chandler Horton with us as well. So Chandler going to be joining us in the public address booth, along with Anthony Martin. Rob Howden, the field away. We still have some Hamatro safety equipment out here working the circuit, cleaning up after that Indy Lights qualification session. We saw the number 11 of Corey Enders having trouble getting fired. That car now back underway, and we get set to roll for this round number 11, race number 2 of the race weekend.
All these young drivers having slept on yesterday. What did I do? What did I do wrong? What do I need to do better today? Of course, sitting down with their engineers to try to find a better package. You never know what the track's going to be like. So many different rubber goes down from the Pinty series, from the GT3 Porsches, from the Verizon IndyCar series. Every time you get on track, you're never quite sure what it's going to be like.
There goes the machine of Corey Enders away. That team getting that car fired up. So Corey will try to catch the rear end of the field. We'll get rolling to green. This, the big round, round number 11, second race of the weekend for this USF 2000 series. And for Oliver Askew, a big day, but Parker Thompson answering a lot of questions yesterday, dominant in that first race.
A massive win for the team, Exclusive Autosport, of course, Canadian team, Canadian driver. They've been working hard all year, Michael, trying to get that package to set up. A brand new team, so they had no data coming into the year. They've never been here before. Parker, though, winner last year. He brings so much to that team. Field now lining up. Oliver Askew on the inside. David Malukas on the outside. They'll work their way through that very tough 9, 10, 11 complex. They'll come onto the front straightaway here now. Race number 2 for the USF 2000 is green, green, green. Excellent start for Oliver Askew. Malukas wisely tucks in. Oh, contact here, the number 23. That's Lucas Cole. Something happened, Michael, coming out of turn number 11. Lucas Cole, hard damage. He's going to drive it off the track in turn 1, though. We may be able to stay green. Big damage to the left front of Lucas, but I think he's going to drive off in turn number 1.
We'll have Chandler Horton here in a second, but Anthony, did you get a chance to see that? I know you were filming down there at turn number 1. What did you see?
Yeah, I mean, the start was pretty crazy. So I think going through that last corner, they obviously accelerated as early as they can. And I think they'll go on pretty fast through turn 1, and obviously some contact with the wall there.
What do you think about that, Chandler Horton? Pretty crazy. We're going to see a little replay here real quickly. Wow, that was contact coming out. I think he had contact with the wall on the left-hander coming through turn number 11, the inside, Chandler. Is that what you figure?
To get up the inside of someone and make a move as quickly as possible, but it didn't work out. Either got the door shut on him or just didn't have any space.
A lot of racing further back. There's the Pelfrey drivers battling it out. That's McGinnis going at it with Renus VK. They're finally sliding into position here now. We'll work their way out of the final corners. And again, here's your top 10 run, first time by. Oliver Askew, not your leader. Alex Barron has gone to the lead in the number 4 for Arms Up Motorsports. Barron now your leader. Incredible run early on for Alex Barron. A winner here 3 years ago in Indy Lights. Barron now up front. Askew slots into second. Good battle, as I said, between VK and McGinnis, but Malukas goes third. Parker Thompson holding on to fourth. Michael Young, now we start settling in. That opening lap chaos is behind us. Now the drivers can go to work.
Yeah, you want to get single file. You want to get these cars in alignment. That way you can settle in, choose your points in the circuit where you want to attack. As we see Malukas down there in turn number 3 on the rear wing of Oliver Askew, and for Askew to lose that lead right out of the gate to Alex Barron. That's the guy we're really keeping an eye on. Alex Barron's been very good, not only last weekend in Iowa, but this weekend has been very impressive.
Potential contact, I believe, on the exit of turn 3 up to 4 as well. I saw a driver slowing. Chandler Horton, tell us a little bit what it's like to be behind the wheel here on some of these green flag starts. It's got to be a little hectic. The heart rate goes up. What's it like starting one of these races?
Yeah, it's really tough because, especially if you're in the mid-pack of the field, you've got cars in front of you, cars behind you. You've got, your crew chief on the mic telling you, green, 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 green. You're not trying to hit the car in front. You got to make sure you're defending behind. And then especially when you get into that brake zone, it's really tough. You're trying to pass cars, but, like they always say, you can lose it in the first turn, but you're definitely not going to win it. So I think that's the hardest part as a driver is the risk-reward of the first lap, because here at Toronto, turn 3 is really the only true passing zone. So, on the starts and the restarts, it's so critical to jump a couple people, but at the same time, like we saw with Lucas, if you have a problem, your race is over before it even starts.
Michael, it really is that yin-yang risk-reward. It's the best place to time to pass when everybody's stacked up, but it's also the best time to end your race as well.
I love the fact that Chandler said the only true place to pass. You guys will find places to pass anywhere on this circuit, but we've got a good battle for the lead as Alex Barron, Oliver Askew, and David Malukas. They're 1, 2, 3 through turn number 5.
As well, looks like McGinnis has been able to get solid on his position in the 6th position. It's about a second and a half back to Devin Wojcik, Kalen Frederick, Darren Keene, and Dev Gore. A couple drivers already out of the race, as we said. Ricky Donison did not start. Trouble for De La Vera as well. He has not yet turned a lap. Lucas Cole, of course, as we said, wrecked coming in through turn number 11. He was able to get that car behind the wall over in turn number 1, so we were able to stay clean and green. Trouble for Calvin Ming as well in number 22.
Keep an eye on that battle in the front, but a nice battle forming. Devin Wojcik and Kalen Frederick. That's a battle for 7th. Right down the front straightaway. Frederick in 8th, Wojcik in 7th.
New fast lap for Parker Thompson. That car starting to come in. Parker about a second behind David Malukas right now, but just laid down a 1:13.2. Thompson a full half second quicker than your leader Alex Barron in the Arms Up Motorsports car. Let's rewind to last year. Arms Up was able to be victorious here last year with Victor Franzoni. Here's a hard battle. That is Malukas going at it with Oliver Askew side by side. Well, that's the leader. Oliver to the inside, now outside. Now it's Barron holding to the inside in turn number 5, side by side from 3 to 5, Michael Young.
That was a pretty stout move. Oliver Askew thought better of it when they got to turn number 5. He had that inside line, or the outside line inside when they got into turn number 3 and allowed the leader, Alex Barron, to take that lead. Boy, that could have been dangerous and a day-ender if he wasn't careful.
The beauty of that was they went side by side and ran together. Good pass there in turn number 8 as we follow this again. Of course, Askew getting checked up a little bit. David Malukas able to get by Askew over in turn number 8 as they work their way to the front straightaway again. Here comes Barron, able to hold off the advances of Oliver Askew. Lead coming across the line, going to be almost a full second. Yeah, 1.2 seconds now. Askew, of course, has got pinched there, lost a bit of momentum, and of course, you make that mistake, Chandler, over in turn number 3 or 4, you're going to lose the momentum all the way over to turn number 8. You've seen that in many tracks that you've run on.
Yeah, exactly, because once you come off, I think it's 5, the left-hander, it's pretty much, it's straight away up until turn 8. So if you get a bad run coming off of 5, you're sitting duck coming into turn 8 there, which, another good passing zone. So
here comes Parker Thompson having a look to the inside as well. Your point leader, Oliver Askew, second place yesterday, Michael Young. But right now, he's having a bit of trouble. He's going backwards here.
Well, it's risk-reward, right? So he takes that inside line down into turn number 3. That puts him on the outside. So he says, thinks better of it. Then he falls back in line with Alex Barron. That allows David Malukas to get around him. So now you reset. Now you sit back and like, all right, I got to get my rhythm back again. Try to attack again and get on that rear wing of Malukas. But now he's got Parker Thompson, who's extremely fast, trying to chomping at the bit, trying to get that third place position.
Stacking everything up, too, because here comes Renus VK. He's only a couple of car lengths behind Parker Thompson now. So 3rd, 4th, and 5th, a very tight battle. Barron, though, with a good lead. Malukas pulling away a little bit. Further back, we did see that number 22 of Calvin Ming has returned to the racetrack. Malukas now with the fast lap. Good run here for David Malukas. Remember, Malukas only his 3rd event in the Mazda Road to Indy. Top go-kart racer, won a couple of American titles. went to Europe and raced in Europe and won a European title as well, the X30 International Final at Le Mans, France. Here's a kid with a ton of talent, and we talked about that team. It's made up of all his karting engineers. They kindly said, hey, you know what? We found success in karting. Let's go buy a USF 2000 car and go racing. So BN Racing, their third event, already running second.
Not only impressed by just the talent that young man brings to the series, but they've just accelerated. They shot out of a cannon. Been so impressed with David Malukas thus far. Now Parker Thompson starting to really work over Oliver Askew. Our points did a great battle there at the front. David Malukas not giving up on Alex Barron. That's a battle for the lead. So the field coming through turn number 8. Further back, still that Devin Wojcik, Caitlin Frederick battle. That's the battle for 7th. We're keeping an eye. Some great battles all throughout the field.
Yeah, Darren Keen's not far back out. That's 7th, 8th, and 9th. The gray number 7 of Wojcik, the yellow and black 81 of Frederick, and the orange and white number 36 of Darren Keen. That's a solid battle now. Keen back by just 0.3 of a second. Remember, Keen had an issue at the start of the race yesterday, but wisely they used that full session to battle. Caitlin Frederick in the 81 has now been able to go by Wojcik for 7th, so move Frederick to 7th, Wojcik back to 8th. Keen still there in 9th. Deb Gore rounding out the top 10. Here comes the battle coming down. Thunder Alley into turn number 3. A fight, I believe, for the lead. Indeed. Malukas on the outside, Barron defending to the inside. Another fast lap laid down. Malukas' car is just getting better and better, Michael.
Yeah, David Malukas, I think he was testing the waters a little bit. You get into the outside and get alongside a car, you'll have the inside line in turns 4 and 5. So if you can make that stick, that's the place to be. But Malukas checking up a little bit, but I think just testing the water, seeing how deep he can get into that turn.
Chandler, that is the racecraft you have to learn, right? You think you're going to make a pass in turn number 8, but you started over in turn number 3, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think Malukas there right now, he could be playing the chess game of forcing Alex Barron to check his mirrors. You know, we still have 20 minutes to go in this race. He only has to pass one car for the lead. You know, so we could see him coming to turn 3 a couple times in a row, taking the correct line so he doesn't use up his tires, brakes, etc. You know, not forcing the issue until he has to at the very end, hoping Alex Barron potentially makes a mistake, locks it up, you know, etc. Goes in the wall.
And Michael, that's what it is, right? You never stop pushing. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Try to get him into a mistake. Make sure you're in his mirrors. Try him inside. Try him outside. We'll do it again down here into turn number 3. You know that the leader, Barron's going to keep the inside defensive line. Malukas is going to try to go around the outside. Locks up the right front a little bit. He's pushing.
And I think he has position.
Oh,
wow. Alex Barron just clipped him and defended that position. But that's what Malukas wants to do. He wants to get alongside, but thought better of it, checked up, but he went deep into that turn, locking him up.
And again, trying just to get it up, but he's able to pinch him down, pinch Barron down. So when he tries to get back on the throttle on that concrete patch, the car's going to let loose a little bit. Once he gets that exit under or oversteer, that's going to allow Malukas to get that better run. As long as you get to the apex in turn 4, that's whoever gets to the apex in turn 4 has the position.
And he just needs to be a little further alongside of him to force Barron to go outside a little bit more so he can gain that advantage in 4 and 5.
Again, we said Arms Up Motorsports won last year in round number 2 here with Victor Franzoni, who is now your point leader in the Pro Mazda Championship, having moved up. Again, great battle up front here now. I'll tell you, Anthony Martin, you've been in battles like this before here in Toronto when you're head-to-head like that, mano-a-mano, trying to get that run around the outside. How hard is it to get in there? How hard is it to hold that car on the outside?
It's extremely difficult. I mean, it's such a hard braking zone, and you really have to optimize your braking there. So, and around the outside, as you see, Malukas is right there. Barron's on the outside.
Oh,
contact!
Oh, no! Together! Contact! Oh, Barron wrecks. Oliver Askew gets stuck behind him. Top 3 drivers wrecking in turn number 3. Malukas got to the inside. Barron tried to hold the position. They made contact. Barron loops the car on the exit. He comes back across, takes the rear wing off of the car of Malukas. Askew with nowhere to go gets stuck behind. They are nose to nose, looking at each other. Alex Barron waving his hands. No wing for Oliver Askew. Parker Thompson back to the lead.
And the crazy, sad thing about it is poor Oliver Askew, as we go full course caution. Oliver Askew, your points leader's just sitting there back watching it happen. Now the entire field has passed him by. He'll drop to the tail end of the field.
So coming into turn number 3, Malukas had the position on the inside. No doubt about it, he had it. They were side by side coming out, but Barron wasn't going to give it up. He had enough of a position. Once, we talked about that, you get into that concrete patch, it looked to me like maybe the car of Malukas might have just pushed a little bit. I'm sure we'll get a replay. Looks like it might have just pushed out a little bit, made contact with the right rear. That sent Barron into a spin, and he came straight back across.
I'll be curious to see the conversation, and we're looking at the rear end of the car, but the two drivers nose to nose right there.
I don't want to see the car.
No, I want to see those two drivers and what they have to say to each other.
Let's see the conversation. Oh, yeah.
Hamacho Safety Crew is going to break them up. We've got a prize fight shaping up right now. Hamacho Safety Crew want nothing.
This is Mayweather-McGregor here in Toronto already.
Is.
Yeah, the Hamacho Safety Crew, they do a good job taking care of our drivers, but also playing a little buffer zone between Alex Barron and David Malukas. That did not need to happen again.
Oh,
they
Alex
were side by side. Oh,
look how frustrated he is right there. And Malukas rightly keeping that helmet on as the tempers flare.
Yep.
Let everybody cool down just a little bit. Barron doing the right thing, walking away. The last thing David Malukas needs to do now is go over and have a conversation. Although, as a driver, he wants to explain what had happened to Alex Barron. I don't think Alex Barron wants to hear it.
No, I think Alex is heading back to the Hamacho Safety Crew truck. He does not want to hear it at all. And again, that was just side-by-side racing. David had made a good run down the inside, but Alex hadn't given it up. He was on the outside as they came around. And then we talk about that. When you're getting onto that concrete patch on the inside of turn 3, you're trying to roll back on that throttle. There's just no grip. Oliver Askew into pit lane. They pulled the wing off, got him back out to catch up to the back, and they'll put the other wing on again. So Askew's going to have time. We're probably going to go green with, let's say, 8 more minutes to go. So Oliver's going to try to work his way back forward here. But can you believe this? The battle up front has now left Parker Thompson into the lead ahead of Rinus VeeKay and Robert McGinnis. Caitlin Frederick up to 4th position. He started 13th, taking advantage of the chaos we have here, working lap number 8.
And we'll have Anthony Martin discuss this. Chandler, you can touch on this as well. It's give and take here when you're in turn number 3. Obviously, we saw David Malukas trying to get that inside line. Wanted the advantage to take the long way around to the outside. But as a driver, as a leader, you don't want to give up the lead. But again, it's a give and take type of situation.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as I said yesterday, that corner, it really bottles neck, really narrow on the exit there. And we just saw, two cars, they're pushing the limit out of the exit there. And unfortunately, the wall was coming up quickly, and they just ran out of room. And to me, it's just one of those racing incidents. There's nothing you can really do. And, I mean, you can probably relate to that, Chandler. I mean, they just really bottlenecks at the exit there. And, I mean, it just really gets narrow.
Yeah, absolutely. With the pavement change and everything and how slippery it is. And, I mean, yeah, you're pushing each other so hard that, sometimes it just happens. That's what you call a racing incident. It'll be interesting to see if we do get a true replay, who might have initiated it, if Malukas got into Barron, which turned him, or if Barron just turned it on his own. Or
I don't think we're going to see the replay, but again, you're exactly right. It's a racing incident. What was it? Did Malukas' car push out when he got back on power? Did Alex try to pinch over a little bit to try to, kind of take control of the situation? Again, we talked about it. When you come through 3, the first guy to the apex of turn number 4 is the guy that's going to get the run over to turn 5. Nonetheless, wild excitement here, Michael Young. First run of the Mazda Road to Indy. These kids all racing for that scholarship, which would put them in the Pro Mazda Championship worth over $350,000 for 2018. A lot on the line. David Malukas, though, not in the championship hunt, but he wants to win.
And that's what he's here to do. We saw that one developing 2 laps before it actually happened. It just took it time to actually unfold. But now, Rob, let's reset the field, because that puts Oliver Askew, our points leader, down into the 11th position. He's still out there without a front wing, trying to catch the rear of the field. They'll get that repaired. He'll catch up to the rear end of the field. Might take a little bit longer to get that accident cleaned up in turn number 4 there. But it's really tossed this pack into Parker Thompson now with the lead.
Halfway through the time right now, a little less than 15 minutes remaining. Oliver Askew in that number 3 has now caught the tail of the field. We expect to see him dive into pit lane here now. Indeed, he did. Coming out of 8, he'll dive into pit lane to the left. Not sure if we're going to get the 1 to go here yet. Not seeing anything. Looking at the pace car as he rolls by. No, lights still on the pace car at this point. No. I think they might have just went out. Michael Young looking down to see if we see. No. Unsure yet if we're ready to go back racing. But again, Oliver Askew coming into pit lane, currently in the 11th position. This is championship time for Askew. 11th, not bad, considering the fact we've had so much attrition, although Calvin Ming back on track, so that will put Askew down into the 12th spot. As it stands now, though, the guy that took total advantage of this chaos, Parker Thompson, who won yesterday, trying to do it again here today. He leads over the 21 of Rinus VeeKay. The 2 Team Pelfrey drivers, 3rd and 4th now. Robert McGinnis in the 80, Caitlin Frederick in the 81. Devin Wojcik, the teammate of Barron, now up into the 5th spot. Darren Keene runs in 6th. Dev Gore 7th. Jason Clooney 8th. Corey Enders 9th. Jose Sierra, top 5 yesterday, 10th right now. Askew and Ming still on. We'll have a dozen drivers going back at it here when we do go green.
Lights of the pace car still on. It's like a poker tournament. The deck has been shuffled, the field completely turned upside down, and Parker Thompson taking advantage of that, laying back there in 4th and just far enough back to avoid the melee that unfolded at the exit of turn number 3. Again, Thompson, VK. Rinus VK going to be hungry as well. That's a driver to keep your eye on this restart.
Chandler?
Yeah, I think that's the driver to watch right now, because with Rinus sitting second in points, when we're talking about the chess game, is it worth it to, do a bonsai move into turn 3 or turn 8 and really push the envelope and, grab those 5-7 extra points that may be the decider at the end of the year? Or do you sit back in second, play it smart, and bring the car home? As we've seen here, there's a lot of attrition. So, it'll be interesting to see if he does try to push the envelope. I think he does have the speed to make it, but, it'll be kind of interesting the last couple laps.
Great point, because what's going through his head. What do I do here? Where is Oliver? Oh, he's in 11th or 12th position. Man, I can just hold this spot, because we know Parker Thompson's fast. I think he'd be able to hold him off. And you may be right, Chandler. He may be saying, you know what, I'm good with second right now. I'll take the points. I'll head to Mid-Ohio. I'm good to go. But, Michael, racers are racing. I want the top step of the podium. I want to win. That's what we're going to see. It's going to be a great battle. Thompson versus VK, as they're bringing the stricken car of Malukas into pit lane.
Curious, as drivers, when you see your car on a hook, is it a sickening feeling? That's your baby right there, and it's getting towed around on a hook. What is that sensation like when you see it on a video screen?
Well, ask Anthony Martin, because it came in on the hook last year here.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, as you just mentioned, thanks for reminding me.
I'm here for that. I'm here for you, bud.
I had my car on a hook last year. It's not a good feeling. You're going for a championship, and when it's on the hook, unfortunately, it's a DNF. So it's not a good feeling. But the teams always get it back together for the next races. So, it is a sickening feeling, and it brings you down.
Anthony can take the solace, Michael Young, that he won the championship last year. Anyways, regardless of what happened here in Toronto, it may be a sore spot. He was able to win that and have a great stretch run through the end of the season last year. How about you, Chandler?
Yeah, I don't know though it's worse watching the car on the transporter, but when you get on the record, but when you get back to the transporter and have to look someone in the eye and say, I'm sorry or whatnot, and then you watch them work on it. For me, that's the worst. But it's racing, it's life, and you look forward to the next one.
Yeah, you say to your teammate, Michael, can I help?
Exactly.
Can I get you a coffee?
What can I do? Field now rolling through turn number 7. They'll make their way through turn number 8. The lights are out on that pace car. We will go back to green, this time by Thompson, VK, Robert McGinnis, Kalen Frederick, Devin Wojcik. They are your top 5. We have 12 minutes remaining?
Yeah,
10
11.
minutes remaining.
10 and a half minutes remaining.
40 seconds. Here we go. Back to green.
As Chandler Horton said from RJB Motorsports, he'll be back in the car in Mid-Ohio. Here they come. What's Rinus VK going to do? Does he get aggressive? They'll work their way at 11. Parker Thompson punches off. Good little jump for Thompson. He'll get about a length and a half as they work their way up to turn number 1. VK going to have a look. Yeah, he does look to the inside. VK having a look to the inside over in turn number 1. No, can't quite do it. They'll settle back in again. The DE Force drivers going to work. Sierra able to get around, I believe, Calvin Ming. Out of turn number 2 again. Here's the run that Rinus VK is going to want. Parker Thompson, though, with about 3 lengths. VK's going to watch out here for McGinnis coming from 3rd.
Yeah, Robert McGinnis taking the look to the outside down Thunder Alley. The entrance into turn number 3. McGinnis on the outside. Wants that outside line to go back to the inside. The 2 nearly touch and do as Kalen Frederick makes the move around.
And I'll tell you, McGinnis loses at least 3 spots. Frederick, Wojcik, and Keene all getting by Robert McGinnis as he tried to roll the outside. A similar thing that we saw with the contact, of course, between the leaders, both Barron and Malukas. This time they were able to get through, and actually was the driver on the outside, McGinnis wisely getting out back off the throttle and holding on to position.
And Parker Thompson saying, thank you, guys. I'm going to check out now.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And it's a big lead for Parker Thompson, as Michael had said. Time winding down. It'll be about 9 minutes when he rolls across start-finish here. Parker Thompson, big lead now over Rinus VK. Wojcik now up into 3rd spot. 4th is Frederick. 5th is Keene. What a great run for Devin Wojcik. We watched him throughout the season. He's not qualified well, rookie in the program, but he always finds his way forward, stays out of trouble, gets some spots. He's been my star of the race a couple times because he's moved forward. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 positions every race. For him to podium here would be massive for this young driver.
And I didn't think I thought his car was okay after Kalen Frederick got around him, but now he's able to battle his way, and as you said, potentially on the podium.
Remember, Kalen Frederick started down in 13th position, now starting to put some pressure here on Wojcik for that 4th spot. What a run here for Darren Keene, the young rookie as well. Keene for Newman Walks Racing, currently running in the 5th spot. McGinnis 6th. Deb Gore down to 7th. Good battle between Gore, Enders, Clooney, and Sierra. So 2 of the exclusive Autosport drivers battling with 2 of the DE Force drivers for the final positions inside the top 10. Of note, Oliver Askew does not continue, Michael Young. It's a 12th place finish for Oliver Askew. This championship just got turned right around because Thompson could be right back in this.
And Rinus VeeKay about 20 points behind right now, 21 to be exact. So just to get to the top step of that podium would help that championship fight for Rinus VeeKay.
And if it finishes where it is right now, Parker Thompson pulls within 80 points. Now, that's still a lot of points. 33, the most you can get in a race weekend. But all it takes is another one of these DNS for Askew and Thompson to go on a run. He was very strong at Mid-Ohio last year. Parker Thompson, the exclusive Autosport driver, looking to do back. Oh, contact!
Trouble.
Contact coming through turn number 2. Michael called it. Trouble in turn 2. Not sure if that driver was able to hold on to that and not go in the wall. That was tremendous. Someone was sideways coming out of turn number 2. Contact left front to right rear, Michael. Unbelievable.
And that was that battle, I think, in the back. The Sierra Clooney.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think that was that battle.
I want to say that Sierra might have gotten to the back of Gore. Deb Gore potentially saving that car. What a fight here right now. Enders, Gore, Sierra, and Clooney battling it out for the final positions inside the top 10. There they are coming through turn number 6. There's your leader through turn 8 as they're coming into that braking zone now. It looks to me like Kalen Frederick has been able to get by Devin Wojcik for the 3rd spot. So Frederick from 13th up into 3rd.
Well, they're not going to give up trying to tear up equipment this
They're not.
morning. They're giving it their all.
6.5 minutes remaining. Good fight. Robert McGinnis trying to get things going again as he tries to reel in Darren Keene to that spot in the top 5. Driver actually coming forward is the 22 of Calvin Ming. Ming's been able to work his way into 11th. He's got and battling with Deb Gore.
And I think it was Gore that got sideways
Agreed.
and lost those positions. But what a save that was down at turn number 2.
Huge save, Chandler Horton, and a part in the racetrack where you're full throttle.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I haven't raced here, but in the pace cars even, I mean, you can feel the lean you have in the car here, so I can't even imagine with these things, getting on it and then getting pitched sideways like that at, probably close to 100 miles an hour. So, good save for Deb there.
Full handful of steering wheel, opposite lock, stay on the throttle, bring it back straight. Nice job for Deb Gore, the driver of Atlanta, Georgia for exclusive Autosport, currently running P10.
You have the benefit of wings and downforce, but it's still very fragile car, and very nimble, and you get a bounce, and that car will want to jump across the racetrack.
Yeah, exactly, especially coming out of turn 2 with how dirty it is. I mean, you grab a little bit of sand, or especially on these Cooper tires, we don't shed the rubber really quickly, so if you get out in the marbles, you're out in the wall before you know it.
Again, great run here for Kalen Frederick at the number 81 as he's been able to go by Devin Wojcik to take that 3rd position. Final step on the podium. Wojcik runs 4th. Darren Keene having his best career run here in the 5th position. 5 minutes remaining. Just about 5 minutes to go here. Probably 3 to 4 laps for Parker Thompson, who has a 1.5 second advantage, very similar to what he had yesterday. 1.5. He was able to hold it. They would close up to 1.2. They'd get on the radio and say, Parker, we need another 10th out of you, and he would go do it. Really managed to lead well yesterday.
Yeah, Rinus VeeKay doing a good job last time by, about a 0.3 of a second. Better lap than Parker Thompson, but Parker Thompson in command. And it was interesting when he was laying back there at 4th. I didn't really think he had as good a race car as he had yesterday, but that clean air up front, he is checked out again for Rinus VeeKay.
You never know what's going to happen. It's good to be lucky and lucky to be good. He's a very quick driver, but got some luck. Those drivers out front got a better jump on him. It was going to be a good fight between Barron and Askew and Lucas for the race win. It looked early like Thompson wasn't going to be part of the fight, but you never know what's going to happen. A little bit of contact changes the entire storyline. Parker Thompson finds himself back up front. Trying to pull away again. 1.5 seconds was the gap last time by. They'll roll into turn number 1. That gap now down to 1.4, but still very manageable as we're looking right around 4 minutes remaining. Probably 3 laps if we're lucky.
I would say 3 laps would be probably where we stand. think they'll be able to get themselves around the circuit quick enough to get a fourth lap in.
You know, also looking good is Corey Enders in that DE Force blue number 11. He's starting to roll up on McGinnis. Was quicker by about a tenth last time by, just 1.2 back. If he's able to get up and challenge McGinnis, that could pull McGinnis back from challenging Keene for the top 5. 5th, 6th, and 7th pretty close together.
And you remember Corey Enders had trouble getting that car started at the beginning of this race. So for him to get up to 7, that's a good run for him.
Up front, though, Parker Thompson, that Canadian team, the Canadian driver, exclusive Autosport from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Of course, Parker from Red Deer, Alberta, won here last year as well. This would be his 3rd win here in Toronto, and I'll tell you, the emotion he had when I interviewed him yesterday, draped in the Canadian flag. Just,
great moment.
Man, this is his Indianapolis 500, to be able to win here in Toronto, like Paul Tracy did in the past, like, you know, the great Canadian drivers have done. 1.4 seconds gap last time. Let's again recheck the advantage held by Parker Thompson. 1.3 seconds. Slowly coming closer. Both drivers, though, turning 112.1.
Nice battle that I think is going to really shape up before this thing's over is that Wojciech Keene McGinnis battle. Those 3 cars running nose to tail right there.
They're separated by about 0.6 of a second, all 3 cars. So it's gearbox to gearbox to nose. And again, Keene trying to hold them back. They're side by side. This time to the outside goes McGinnis, I believe. Here they come down into turn number 3. There is Frederick. They're 3 wide. 3 wide. Great hold there. I think that's actually Keene by Wojciech. Darren Keene to the inside. Book it in turn number 3. Keene goes to P4.
Boy, and Robert McGinnis decided to go 3 wide, thought better of it, but a great pass by Keene getting around the Wojciech machine.
And you don't think Corey Enders is ringing his fist going, come on, guys, keep battling. I'm coming. He wants them to fight.
And they're not giving up. They're going to go into turn 8. They're going to continue that battle.
Robert McGinnis, winner in St. Petersburg back in March, would like to get a victory here. It's not going to happen, but he wants to try to get on the podium at the very least.
I think Wojciech's upset that he lost that position because he's all over the rear wing of Keene right now, trying to return the favor.
And they're coming through turn 10. That off camber up on the car. The car's starting to get a little bit loose on him. Here comes McGinnis. He'll look to the inside of Wojciech. He does. McGinnis tucks to the inside over to turn number 3. To the inside. Book it. Good pass there. Robert McGinnis, textbook in turn number 1.
And Devin Wojciech just thinking to himself, man, I just want to get my rhythm again. You guys keep attacking. Just give me a second. Let me catch my breath.
Well, we're going to do it here down the straightaway again. Look at Wojciech going to the outside. They're side by side down Lakeshore Boulevard. Keene with 4th, with a great battle here for 5th position. McGinnis has the inside line. Here comes Corey Enders in the blue DE Force car. Right there, Enders in P7.
That was another great pass. Robert McGinnis able to make the pass back around Wojciech. Well done for Robert McGinnis. Parker Thompson, 1.1 second lead. Looks to be white flag, I would imagine, this time by.
We will look down the straightaway to see if Parker will see the white flag. We're not giving him a lot of love because we're stuck on this battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th,
it's been
and 7th.
A great race.
Wow. Young drivers in this Mazda Road to Indy doing a great job. USF 2000. White flag flying from Tom Hansing. One more lap. Can Parker Thompson do it here? Can he win both ends of the doubleheader in USF 2000 in his home country? The flag's going to come out again if he can get the job done. Renus BK closes it down to less than a second here. BK doing everything he can down the back straightaway. Thompson goes to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll defend all the way down. Has no idea if he's right there. He'll come back out. Good line. About 4 or 5 car lengths. I'll tell you, VK is closing up big time here in the final lap, Michael Young.
He is going to have to get very brave in these final turns if he wants to close in on the rear wing of Parker Thompson. Getting to him may be a little bit easier than getting around him. I don't think Parker Thompson's going to give that one up.
Just got to get out of turn number 8, cruising through 9, 10, and 11. Here comes Parker Thompson for exclusive Autosport. They scored the team's first victory yesterday here in Toronto. The young Canadian out of turn 8. Through turns number 9, 10. Can you believe it? Oh, Canada, ladies and gentlemen, out of turn number 11. Back to back jacks for Parker Thompson on the streets of Toronto. Thompson victorious in USF 2000. Renus BK, great run to second. Kalen Frederick in third. What a drive for Darren Keene. 4th position. McGinnis gets 5th. Wojciech in 6th spot, I believe. 7th goes to Corey Enders. 8th to Jose Sierra. 9th to Jason Clooney. And 10th
to Dev Gore. What a fight we saw for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. That is the kind of racing we love here in Junior Formula, the very first rung of the Mazda Road to Indy.
That'll add to that happy Canada 150, won't it?
Oh.
Boy, Parker Thompson,
Yes.
he was so elated last year. You'll see that Canadian flag draped around that young man. That was an odd way to get a victory, but he done did it. So congratulations to Parker Thompson. Chandler Horton still with us. Anthony Martin, hop in here, Anthony. Great race, one of those fun ones, and that's your first rung of this Mazda Road to Indy program. Of course, Chandler, you're in the cars right now. You're a reigning champion, Anthony. It's just a fun race, and that's what's great about these young drivers. It's just great to see them battle out there.
Oh, it is great to see. I mean, you've got these young kids out there, you know, racing extremely hard. I mean, you don't get to see a lot of racing like that often, but, you know, the streets of Toronto definitely brings it out.
You talk a little bit about our points leader, Oliver Askew, 283. Renus VK now 21 points behind. Chandler not a killer, but certainly opens the door for Renus VK where that door may not have been open earlier. And Askew did nothing wrong, just was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, at the beginning of the year we saw Oliver dominating and running away with it, and then the fortune started to turn, a little misfortune here and there, and, you know, now we do have a points race, you know, headed down the stretch. So I think now it becomes a lot more of a mental game too, as much as on the track. You know, you start thinking, oh, you know, he's creeping in, you know, how much do I need to push, things like that, and you might start worrying or looking over your shoulder a little more. But, you know, I think it'll be interesting as we go down the stretch.
When will we see you back in a car? Will you plan on hopping back in one of these USF 2000 machines this year?
Yeah, hopefully we'll be back for Mid-Ohio. Right now that's the plan, but you never know until we're there. So
yeah, Anthony Martin, we'll definitely see you back at Mid-Ohio. Enjoy your apartment here in Toronto. Don't tear up the city too much, please.
No guarantees, though.
Well, great having you guys with us. And again, best of luck. Hopefully we'll see you in Mid-Ohio, Chandler. We'll definitely see you, Anthony. And there you see Parker Thompson, the Canadian flag. He's your winner, race number 2 this weekend. Here at the Honda Indy Toronto, the USF 2000 Series rolls on. We'll be joining Rob Howden down at the victory podium for the celebration. Here again, race day, the Honda Indy Toronto.
It has been this young driver from Red Deer, Alberta, won here last year. He's in the car right now, and he will be coming out here momentarily. Back-to-back jacks in Toronto. Canadian flag in his hands. He's the winner, Parker Thompson. Getting that flag, draping it around. Parker Thompson, 2 wins here in Toronto. What a weekend for Exclusive Autosport. Parker, jump down here and chat with me. Yesterday, Parker, you got the job done with speed, able to win from pole. Today, a little bit of luck, but man, back-to-back wins in Toronto. What are you thinking?
Well, you make your own luck. I knew something was going to go wrong there. They were just fighting so hard so early, so I kind of just eased off. I knew we had a good car for the end. The Exclusive Autosport number 90 again was on rails. Open Highway did a great job. Want to thank Allied Building Products. I had dinner with them last night. Awesome group of folks that support the Mazda Road Indy. I thank Mazda, Cooper Tires, everyone. Thank you so much. Toronto, you've been amazing. Thank you all. Thanks, Rob.
Hey, you know what? You won here last year. You obviously came in with some expectations. Hey, I can do it again, but brand new team. What a huge, monumental day, a weekend for Exclusive Autosport.
Oh, a huge day. There's not a harder working group of people than Exclusive Autosport. You know, we had a rough week in Iowa last week, but for us to bounce back with double victories is absolutely unbelievable. Thank you, everyone. Michael, Jay, my crew chief, Christoph, my engineer, Alex, my mechanic. All you guys did an awesome job. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Rob.
What a weekend for this young driver out of Alberta to win here on home soil. Parker Thompson, victorious. Back-to-back jacks. Got some great folks here from Allied Building Products. Give us a hand. We have one of our OPP officers helping us out here as well. Again, on behalf of the OPP, they want to thank each and every one of you guys. Keep the speed on the racetrack. You got speed, take it to the track, not on the street. We want guys to take care of when you're on the road. Let's bring the third place driver in here. Guys, started 13th, drives to third, excellent run, 15 years of age, Kalen Frederick, P3. And presenting him with his third place trophy, Sergeant Kerry Schmidt. Can't even drive on the street yet, and the police officer's already coming down to take care of him. Again, on behalf of the OPP, thank you for taking it to the track and not the street. Appreciate it, folks. We want, of course, everyone to drive safe when you head home tonight. Second place finish, big time for the points. Ladies and gentlemen, for Pabst Racing, Rinus VK. And one of our guests from Allied Building Products to present the second place trophy, Alex Urchenko. Excellent run for Rinus. He'll add another trophy to the collection of a great season thus far. Back-to-back winner. Swept the weekend at Road America. I'll tell you, when you come to Toronto, there have been guys like Paul Tracy who have won at this place before, 31 editions of this amazing race. Toronto loves its racing, and it loves its Canadian racers. This is the future star of Canadian motorsports. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause, Parker Thompson! Up on top of the podium for Parker. And let's bring in that first place trophy. He has two of them for this weekend. Martin Nozel, one of our guests from Allied Building Products, will add to the trophy case of young Parker Thompson as, again, back-to-back wins. Little different storyline this time, but as he had said in the interview, he was smart. He played it safe, held back a little bit as those guys were battling in front of him, and indeed the contact happened in turn number 3 up to turn number 4. Parker took full advantage of it. It's good to be lucky, and you got to be lucky to be good. Unbelievable weekend for Exclusive Autosport and Parker Thompson. In fact, Exclusive Autosport, all three drivers in the top 10 today. Good runs for Dev Gore and Jason Clooney as well. But wow, what a weekend here in USF 2000. The championship coming down. I want to say that Thompson now within about 85 points of the championship lead. He's not out of the title chase. He finished second last year in the series to his teammate Anthony Martin, who went on to win the Mazda Scholarship to run Pro Mazda this year. Parker Thompson not done. Next event for USF 2000, a couple weeks' time. Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. If you're a race fan, it's only 5.5 hours from Toronto. Come on down to Mid-Ohio for what will be a fantastic Verizon IndyCar Series weekend. Of course, the entire Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires on display. USF 2000, Pro Mazda, and Indy Lights. It's going to be a battle for sure. Just 2 more weekends for USF 2000. They run, again, as I said, at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and they wrap up their year at Watkins Glen International. Labor Day weekend. Both of those events within a 6-hour drive. If you like what you see here, you want to connect with these future stars of the Verizon IndyCar Series, come on down and join us at Mid-Ohio. Join us at Watkins Glen. See which of these drivers will work their way up the ranks and into the Verizon IndyCar Series. So great race there. We got more Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires action still to come. The Indy Lights drivers will have their second event here later on today, just before the Verizon IndyCar Series. But ladies and gentlemen, Michael Young from Victory Lane. Lots of emotion down here as Parker Thompson wins another one for Team Canada.
Yeah, what a great win. Congratulations to Parker Thompson. What an afternoon we have in store for us race fans. There you see the results of that USF 2000 race number 2, round number 11 of this 2017 campaign. Still some racing to do this morning. And after we run through the results of the USF 2000 race, we'll show you the schedule. Coming up next, race number 2 for the Global MX5 Cup. It's the MX5 Cup Toronto GP. Tony Laporta, the voice of the MX5 Cup Series, will join us in the public address booth momentarily. We'll introduce you to the starting lineup, still awaiting the MX5 Cup machines to make their way onto the streets of Toronto. And again, that will be our next race getting underway. Green flag at 10:35. So still an opportunity for you to finish your morning off properly, grabbing a cup of that Tim Hortons coffee or any kind of breakfast that you may have or want to need. We've got all kinds of great vendors throughout the entire circuit over in Thunder Valley and in the IndyCar Center. There you see our schedule, the Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup second race, the MX5 Cup Toronto GP underway at 10:35. Then the final time we'll see the stars in the cars of the Verizon IndyCar Series, their warm-up session at 11:30. Then the final rung of the Mazda Road to Indy program, the Indy Lights second race, green flagging at 12:15. We'll welcome back then the Porsches. The GT3 Cup Challenge, race number 2. Scott Hargrove, a dominating win yesterday. Zachary Robichon will come home second in that race. Good race for Scott Hargrove as he continues his 2017 campaign. Then the pre-race festivities will begin. At our pre-race stage, we invite you race fans to come down and join us. That's at the pre-race stage just to the right as you exit the IndyCar Center. Just look around the corner there. It's been there for the last couple of years. Same spot. I'll introduce you to the drivers. The 21 men that will make up the field of this Honda Indy Toronto. Pre-race festivities, and then we'll go green flag racing for the Honda Indy Toronto. A big welcome to each and every one of you. We thank you for making us a part of not only today, but this entire race weekend. It has been something else. What a great 3 days it's been. It's going to get even better. You came to the right spot if you want to see racing action. Place to be, the Honda Indy Toronto. Well, race fans, the Honda Indy Toronto, sponsored in part by Tim Hortons' new perfectly uncomplicated lattes made with freshly ground premium espresso beans and freshly steamed 100% Canadian milk. Come try one at the Tim Hortons booth in the IndyCar Center. Make-A-Wish. Honda Indy Toronto, of course, more than just racing. It's about community, and at Honda, we believe in the power of dreams, and together we can make the dreams of children with life-threatening medical conditions come true. Join us at Honda World to make a difference by donating to Make-A-Wish. Your opportunity to win exclusive raffle prizes, including a once-in-a-lifetime fan experience, not only the NHL, Toronto Blue Jays, tickets to the Indianapolis 500, so much you can win in those raffles. And again, goes back to such a great cause, of course, Make-A-Wish. At Meridian, we do banking differently. As a credit union, we're 100% owned by our members. That means we work for you. We invest our profits into better services like the best mortgages on the market, ATMs all over Ontario, and competitive interest rates that help your money make more of itself. When you truly know that your financial institution has your back, that's more than good banking. That's wealth esteem. Join Meridian at meridiancu.ca. And race fans, this picture-perfect race day, and indeed it started out this way. Brought to you by the Weather Network, Canada's #1 weather source, proudly providing you with the most trusted local forecasts, analysis, and insights that put you in the driver's seat. Visit theweathernetwork.com and join now to share your race day videos and photos. The Weather Network, your weather when it really matters. Again, we see the MX5 Cup machines on the front straightaway, and they begin to roll away. Green flag coming up in just a little bit. Matter of fact, I think we'll see them come around, and we may see a green flag this time by. The voice of the MX5 Cup Series, Tony Laporta, joining us in the broadcast booth here in the public address high atop the suites as we look down the exit of turn number 11. And Tony, an exciting race yesterday, looking for much more of the same here today.
Yes, sir. Mr. Young, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second race of the weekend here in the Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup, presented by BF Goodrich. I'm very excited to be back up here ready to tell you nice folks about some great racing. Yesterday's race marred, unfortunately, by just a few too many yellow flags. The race ultimately ending under a yellow and checkered when Macomb-McAleer racing driver Robert Stout scored his second victory of the 2017 season with his teammate and championship point leader. Your pole sitter for today's race, number 29, of Patrick Gallagher, finishing in second. And then Ortiz rounding out that podium after what's been a whirlwind weekend for him. So exciting race yesterday, but I think we'd all agree maybe a few too many yellow flags. So I went down there and I told the drivers, I said, hey, clean it up. Let's see some green flag racing. I didn't fly all the way to Canada to see you guys roll around under caution. Michael, I don't think they listen to me. No one ever does, but let's see if they do it.
Well, if they do, we'll give this green flag run the courtesy of Tony Laporta. How's that? We'll give you full credit.
I appreciate that. The first time anyone's given me credit for anything. I'm excited. It's going to be a good race. Gallagher is your pole sitter. Ortiz starting second. Matt Cressy starts third with Robert Stout, your winner from yesterday, in fourth. Todd Lamb rounds out your fast five. Sparky, the champion from last year, Nathaniel Sparks starts sixth. Tom Martin seventh after a great day yesterday. Max Faulkner eighth. Luke Oxner ninth. And Hernan Palermo rounds out your top 10. We're getting ready to go. It is 11 turns of fun here in downtown Toronto, Michael.
Yes, indeed. Field rolling out of turn number 9 right now. They will take the right-hander in turn number 10, then the left-hander. That makes up the 11th turn. Field side by side, and Patrick Gallagher will lead the field down to the green flag.
Green flag in the air as the field comes flying out of turn number 11.
No start.
No, it does not fly. Green flag was supposed to fly. I don't think they liked how that grid was kind of unbunching.
I think Patrick Gallagher thought he'd beat Brian Ortiz down to turn number 1 and got in the throttle just a little bit early. So race control will bring the yellow flag out. No start to the race. And we'll try her again this time around.
That's a big build-up for a lot of nothing, but I guess maybe it just builds the anticipation.
I think it's going to make this green flag start even more exciting when they come rolling around this next time by.
Yeah, definitely. The Global MX5 Cup, round number 7 yesterday, round number 8 today. 4th weekend of 2017, 2 rounds a weekend. We kicked things off with IndyCar back at the Grand Prix of Alabama, back there at Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham in April. Then it was on to the Grand Prix circuit at the world's most famous race course, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, early in June. And then at the end of June, we went to Road America once again with IndyCar for rounds 5 and 6. Patrick Gallagher has won 5 out of those 6 rounds. Robert Stout scored the win in race number 3 of the season at Indianapolis, and then he scored the win yesterday, giving him 2 wins on the year. His teammate Gallagher with the remaining 5. So it's been a McCumbee-McAleer dominated 2017, but Brian Ortiz in that number 4 has been so consistent, Michael. He's been on the podium every single weekend. He's there. He's a threat. He started outside row 1 yesterday. He's my pick to watch out for in this one. If someone can upset McCumbee-McAleer, it's going to be Ortiz.
Well, we'll see if indeed Brian Ortiz can come home with the victory. There you see him on the right side. He'll be starting on the outside of row number 1. Patrick Gallagher in the blue car on the inside. Field creeping down the run there to turn number 8. They'll be side by side through turn number 8. Now setting up for turn number 9. We'll see if Gallagher jumps the gun, if Brian Ortiz hangs tight with him. Field now through turn number 9. They'll work turn number 10. We'll try it all over again and see if we can't get this MX5 Cup Toronto GP race number 8 of the season underway. Round number 8. Field through turn number 11. Looks like we'll see green this time through.
Green flag does fly. Gallagher and Ortiz even at the line as they make the run down the straightaway. They head for that right-hander, turn number 1. Gallagher and Ortiz side by side, and Robert Stout wants to make it 3 wide, and he does. Matt Cressy throws his nose in there as well. They're 3 wide behind the leader for second. Gallagher leads it out. 2 wheels up in the air for Brian Ortiz. They're getting physical already. We're not even to turn 3 yet. Michael Gallagher, your leader.
Boy, Brian Ortiz climbing up on the machine. I believe that was Matt Cressy.
Yes, sir.
And that checked Patrick Gallagher out. So the field now making their way down Thunder Alley through turn number 3 they come.
They hit that right-hander, turn number 3 at the end of the long back straightaway. Gallagher with a big lead. Brian Ortiz in second, Cressy third. Robert Stout and Sparky round out your top 5. Sparky's going to take the fight to Stout. To Robert Stout for that 5th position as they fight to maintain the top 5 through turn 5, and then they'll make their way around BMO Field. That's the long turn number 6. We're off and running here, but pretty physical start to it as Brian Ortiz left the ground for a moment, at least his right sides did. Amazing that car is continuing. You'd think there'd be more damage, but these Global MX5 Cup cars are built so well down there at Long Road Racing. Your front 5 with a big breakaway here, and then 6th, 7th, and 8th on back make their way through turn 8 now. Leaders coming through 9, 10, and they'll aim for 11. Lap 1 in the books here, Michael. It's already more of an exciting race today.
Boy, Patrick Gallagher checking out, though, taking advantage of the melee that ensued at turn number 1. But Brian Ortiz, and we have a full course caution, may be that incident you were watching on the video screens back at turn number 8.
Yeah, that is that very well could be the cause of the full course yellow here. It's gonna be an exciting race today, folks, but I think they're gonna make us work for it in the spectator stands and up here in the PA booth. These Global MX5 Cup drivers. Yep, Michael, it's the 33 off between 5 and 6.
So the 33 machine of Alex Pachura there in turn number 5 and 6, sitting in between right there. The car to arrest. And Robert Stout on pit lane as well. So Robert Stout, that car coming to the attention of its crew, and the 33 of Alex Pachura, the reason for our caution.
Well, and it's not a surprise that Stout hits pit lane here because he was the driver that Ortiz actually bounced off of. Cresci was on one side. He kind of made his way into the right-hand side, the passenger side of Brian Ortiz. Ortiz went up in the air, but when he went up in the air, he bounced off the right-hand side of Robert Stout. So Stout, no doubt, took some damage in that opening lap coming out of turn 2. So Stout's going to take it to pit lane. The McCumbee-McAleer Racing boys are going to go over the wall and take a look at it. Hopefully not significant damage. I personally, after seeing the incident, I don't think there's going to be race-ending damage by any means, but he is going to lose a lot of track position here under the yellow flag drop back in the field. But I guess if he needed the yellow flag to come out, this was the perfect time for it to happen.
Well, we didn't get a good look at the Alex Pachura machine that sits between 5 and 6. You had a shot looking down on turn number 6, and it looks like the car sits right at the exit of 5. And there is a camera in turn number 5 that looks down towards turn number 6, and I would imagine that's where we see the Hilmatro safety crew. That's right there at the exit of turn number 5.
Yeah, it is. That's a great angle right there as you see the Hilmatro safety team picking up the 33 of Alex Pachura. Quick look at the championship points after yesterday. These are provisional, of course, but after the results from yesterday, Patrick Gallagher maintains his championship point lead with 199 out in front of the reigning champion from last year, Nathaniel Sparks. Sparks with 148 markers to Gallagher's 199. Brian Ortiz, who ran so well yesterday with a third-place finish. Ortiz currently sits third in the championship battle. He also leads the Rookie of the Year fight as he is right out in front of Robert Stout, both those drivers rookies this season, running for that $50,000 bonus. Todd Lamb, your 2009 champion, currently sits fifth coming into today's race after yesterday's round number 7. Mark Drennan, who is not even here from Winding Road Racing, is 7th. Drennan is 6th in the championship. Cresci is 7th. Hernan Palermo out of Houston, Texas is 8th. Max Faulkner and Tom Martin round out your top 10. And inside that top 10, we have 3 rookies competing for that $50,000 of the year bonus. The field comes down the back straightaway. So Sparky, with all these consistent podium finishes at least once every weekend we've had on the calendar, that's done enough to keep him right behind Patrick Gallagher. But again, Gallagher with 199 to Nathaniel Sparks 148. So Gallagher has a pretty good grip on the championship point lead here. And what he really wants to see is the green flag come out and him to be able to drive away. A little bit of battling behind him wouldn't hurt, but Gallagher needs another win here in Toronto.
Tony Laporta, the voice of this MX5 Cup Series, joining us in the public address booth. And again, while we have some time, not used to seeing these machines here on the streets of Toronto. Explain to the fans how this series came to be and to be part of this race weekend.
Yeah, it's really cool. Anderson Promotions, who I'm so fortunate and very lucky to work with. Michael, you've done work for them as well. They've done a phenomenal job with the Mazda Road to Indy. Anderson promotes the MRTI. This is the Global MX5 Cup, which was previously taken care of by the SCCA. Well, over the offseason last year, Anderson Promotions made the move, picked up Global MX5 Cup. Mazda is doing so much when it comes to helping promote young race car drivers. First, it's over an open wheel with Mazda Road to Indy, and now this year they've got the Mazda Road to 24, which is what this Global MX5 program is all about. It's about getting young sports car racers to the top level, which right now in this country, of course, would be IMSA, and it's getting them into the 24-hour races like Daytona, like Le Mans, and all those big-name endurance sports car races. So the MX5 that you see on the track right now is that of the same car that you would buy on the showroom floor. Every single one of these cars on track was in a Mazda dealership just a few months ago. They were purchased, taken to Long Road Racing, owned by Glenn Long, father of Mazda Motorsports prototype pilot Tom Long. Glenn and his team down there in Statesville, North Carolina, take these MX-5 street cars, and in the course of less than 3 weeks, they turn them in to race cars by adding and removing over 250 parts, such as the roll cage. They rip things out that aren't necessary, like the stereo. They even take out the cup holders. Believe it or not, these drivers, as bumpy as it is in Toronto, Michael, they just don't need cup holders.
Wait. You don't have cup holders nor stereo systems?
I know.
What's one to do? What's a fellow to do when he hops in his car and doesn't have a stereo system?
Hum, dual Joe Tanto.
But more on, it truly is amazing what they do to transform these cars.
It really is. Glenn Long does a phenomenal job, and the best part is he's such a knowledgeable guy, and he's so nice. Glenn Long will stop and tell anybody anything about his race cars that they want to know. Robert Stout leaving the pit lane finally. Pretty extensive time in pit lane. Thankfully, this is a little bit of a longer yellow, so Stout's going to get back out and rejoin the tail end of the field here. But, yeah, Michael, absolutely. Long Road Racing down there in North Carolina, they turn these road cars into race cars. They do a phenomenal job with it. They're incredibly safe. They're very fast. They're a lot of fun. It's momentum-style racing in this MX-5 Cup Series. Nobody can break away. Nobody can drive away from the rest of the field. Drafting plays a big role in things. It is momentum-style racing here in the Global MX-5 Cup, and it always proves for really fun on-track action.
You talk about the drivers that make up this MX-5 Cup as we see the lights out on the pace car. Gentlemen drivers or some career drivers?
It's a mix, honestly. I mean, that's a great question. It is a mix. You've got some older drivers that are gentlemen who realize they're not making a career out of this, but then you have the guys like Patrick Gallagher, Matt Cresci, Nathaniel Sparks, Luke Ochsner, who have career aspirations in mind. So it's a mix, and that is another factor in what leads to really great racing. The field now coming out of turn number 11. They will see the green flag in the air at the starter stand. We are back racing here in the streets of Toronto. Brian Ortiz lines right up behind Patrick Gallagher as they head for that right-hander turn number 1. A few drivers third on back starting to pull out, wanting to make a look on the outside. Everybody stays single file, though. Luke Ochsner making a pass around the outside, coming through turn 1, heading to 2. But clean start here. No attempts to look like the Super Truck Series that is not here with us this weekend.
No. Patrick Gallagher with the lead. Brian Ortiz right behind him. Cresci, Faulkner, Sparks making a move. Taking a look to the outside, we just saw a second ago. The field making their way down to turn number 3, but Patrick Gallagher leads them down as they go 3 wide.
That's going to be Brian Ortiz fending off Matt Cresci in the Soul Red Mazda with that white roll cage. Cresci driving that machine in third as they head for turn number 5. The quick left-hander. Gallagher out in front, Ortiz second, Cresci third. And then that should be, I want to say, Faulkner in the 82 running fourth. We'll take a look as they roll through 6-round BMO. Good-looking pack. They're single file, but don't expect it to stay that way for long. They come down out of 7, and Gallagher leading, but Ortiz is right there ready to make a move. The draft does play a part in the racing here in this series, Michael. Any little tiny bit of aero advantage you can get in these full-bodied cars is going to help.
I saw Matt Cresci starting to take a look, and he's right on the rear fender of Brian Ortiz. So the field now working through turn number 10. Little wiggle from Gallagher. That allows Ortiz to close up. Field now through 11. And they'll streak down this front straightaway to turn number 1.
And that little wiggle that you saw right there, Patrick Gallagher cannot afford to have incidences like that. Gallagher's starting to move out to set up for the dive into turn number 1. Brian Ortiz looks like he's going to follow him, and he does. Cresci's still working on keeping Faulkner behind him. Tom Martin and Nathaniel Sparks having a really good battle. Keith Jensen running 7th. Good run this weekend for him. Ochsner in 8th, Wilmot 9th, Avancic in 10th. Luke Ochsner in the 77, really rebounding well after the crash in qualifying that took both he and Patrick Gallagher out of it late in the session. Ochsner trying to rebound best he can here in Toronto. Good run for him, currently in the 8th position as they head into turn number 3.
Yeah, Sparks was trying to get around Faulkner last time by. That allowed Martin to get around. So Tom Martin moves up to the 5th position. Field now through turn number 4, working into turn number 5.
Robert Stout leaving pit lane once again, so the mechanical gremlins not completely out of that number 28 machine, unfortunately. He was your winner yesterday, and he also scored the Battery Tender Hard Charger Award, which you predicted correctly, Michael, coming from 6th on the starting grid to score that win. He passed the most cars under green flag conditions. So at victory celebrations, we did award him the Battery Tender Hard Charger Award. Big thanks to the Prelick family from Battery Tender for being here to help us out with our trophies this weekend. Evan Prelick awarded Robert that Hard Charger Award. So he left with a lot of hardware yesterday, but unfortunately today not going to be the same. The field comes through 11. Gallagher still on front, trying to open up a gap over Ortiz. Cressy had a good run coming out of 11 here. Ortiz is going to defend going down into turn number 1. I want to see where Cressy works with him. They set up into 1. Nope, Cressy not close enough.
That was a look, though. Cressy right there. I think at some point going to take a look and at least letting Brian Ortiz know that he's there. A shout out to Faulkner, who's doing very well. Max Faulkner started 8th up to that 4th position. Not in touch with our top 3 cars, but starting to close in ever so slowly.
20 of Hernan Palermo just flew by us out of turn 11. Did not see the incident, but he has got right front bumper damage. Fight for the lead, coming down the back straightaway into 3. Cressy's gotten around Ortiz. He's going to set his sights on Gallagher. They wind back through 3 and 4. Now they set up for 5. Gallagher is going to lead Cressy into 5. Ortiz is there, and then it's the 82 of Faulkner rounding out that battle.
That's a textbook pass there. Matt Cressy around Brian Ortiz, got the outside line, got alongside the Ortiz machine. That will give him the inside line through 4 or 5, able to make it stick. Now starting to look to the inside of Gallagher.
Cressy got 2nd, but he wants a little bit more as he takes a look on the inside of Gallagher. They come into 8, heavy braking, and then it's that quick right, left, right complex right here out of 8. Now through 9, they'll hit 10 along pit lane, and then out of 11, a very fast but a very technical corner, and then it's the run down the straightaway. Cressy needs a good run out of 11 here if he wants to try something down the straightaway into 1. Gallagher had a good exit there.
Yes, he really did, as we have a battle further back in the field. That's the 8 of Sparks and the 32 of Jensen. They're 3 wide down into turn number 1.
Great run for Keith Jensen. This is the best I've seen him race all season. Now Sparky Jensen, and I want to say that's going to be Tom Martin, all going 3 wide through turn 1. They're battling just to stay inside the top 5, folks. And Sparky slipped all the way back to 7th. Now he finds himself battling with that should be the 06 of Patrick Wilmot.
And Nathaniel Sparks, whatever's going on, not as quick as he was yesterday. And Sparks starting to fall through the field. Battle still 3 wide coming into turn number 3.
Fight for 4th place up for grabs here. That should be the 82 getting around the 4 of Brian Ortiz. Faulkner now into the 3rd position. Ortiz, your 3rd place finisher from yesterday, off the podium as they run right now. He's back to 4th. Gallagher, Cressy, Faulkner, and Ortiz through turn 5 as they lead this thing.
Boy, 2 wide through turn number 5 doesn't normally work, but for Faulkner, Max Faulkner, 8th to 3rd in just 8 laps in this race. We're working lap number 9. Great moves thus far by Max Faulkner.
Good contender for that Battery Tender Hard Charger Award early on here. But folks, we've still got over 20 minutes of racing here in the Global MX5 Cup. Gallagher leads them out of 8 now through 9. Boy, Cressy is close, but Gallagher's really impressed me with the exit he's able to get off of turn number 11. As Chris Wheeler would say, he's got a good exit shot.
Wow, and what a run out of turn number 11 for Cressy.
That's a good exit shot right there. Cressy's got a great run out of 11. They head for turn 1. You can already see him waiting as late as they can before setting up to dive into turn 1.
Matt Cressy on the rear fender of Patrick Gallagher, our leader. Gallagher now through turn number 2. There you see that battle. Faulkner right there in 3rd, Ortiz in 4th. 4 cars, throw a blanket over them. They make their way down Thunder Alley towards turn number 3.
What an awesome shot as the field comes down the back straightaway, and they are hugging that inside wall quite tightly. They don't want anybody to get a run on anybody else, and then they'll swing out wide at the last second. Gallagher keeps a pretty narrow line, and that ends up hurting Cressy because who's on the move still? It's going to be Faulkner, who's gone from, like you said, 8th up to 3rd, and he wants more. They're all over the place now as they roll through 5. It's a pretty technical section of the track. The sweeper through 6. Anything can happen in this section of the track.
Max Faulkner trying to look to the outside, tucks back in line behind Matt Cressy. Cressy again with a great run on Patrick Gallagher. So Gallagher in command. Then you see him. Cressy, Faulkner, Ortiz. They're your top 4 battles further back in the field. Through turn number 8. Top 4 right there, and Ortiz trying to make a move to get that 3rd place position back.
You got to be on the offense and the defense at the same time every corner of every lap in Global MX5 Cup racing. Gallagher is the only driver who can only worry about defending. Everybody else is defending and on the offense as they're going for the position ahead of them, as well as keeping the drivers behind them. Brian Ortiz wants to take a look at Max Faulkner here as they go down the front straightaway. Ortiz is working the high side here. We'll see if it sticks. It's not going to be enough. boy, Faulkner's got some real horsepower going down the straightaway. But the best part about this series, it's spec racing, Michael. There are over 5 seals in different parts on these Mazda engines, thanks to long road racing. Nobody has any more horsepower than any other car in this field. It's up to setup and driver when this thing goes green, and that's what you're seeing right now.
Turn number 1, an extremely bumpy portion of the circuit, and as Ortiz took a look to the outside, tucked back in, there a battle for the lead. Gallagher, Cressy, then it's Faulkner and Ortiz. Cressy try to take a look to the inside of Patrick Gallagher. Now through turn number 5, still single file.
Field making their way out of turn number 5, and this is that little mid-race break that I think we saw yesterday before gearing up for this last run to the checkered flag. Now just on the inside. Well, we're still outside, 20 minutes to go. A lot more racing to come.
Hey, Luke Oxner's starting to make a charge right here. He's closed in on that rear bumper of Ortiz. He was way back. Now the top 5 cars, top 6 cars all together.
And as the leaders battle, Michael, you're exactly right. That's going to allow the guys 5th, 6th, 7th on back to catch up. And boy, does Luke Oxner need a good run. The kid has had speed all season, but he's just had bad luck. And I know that's every driver's excuse. And that's what you want to say about every driver that has a tough go at it. But Oxner really has had just unfortunate luck each and every weekend we've been on the road so far this year. So it's a good shout out to Oxner. He looks well now, running P5. New fast lap of the race. That's going to go to your champion from last year. Nathaniel Sparks lays down 1:24.981. He's the only driver to get below 1:25 so far this race. Gallagher, heck, he's battling right now. His hands are full. He's 1:26.
Ortiz nearly around Faulkner. Made the move down into turn number 1. Now they drag race down into turn number 3. I believe Oxner right behind the Faulkner machine.
They're going to cut to that look right there in turn number 3. Battle for third. Faulkner's going to lose the spot. That's going to be Ortiz getting back around, and Oxner is coming along for the ride. We're getting a really good 4-car train battling for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. There's a lot more than just 4 cars in that pack. Almost the second half of the top 10 up for grabs. Your leader, Gallagher and Cressy, trying to ease away a little bit here.
Well, that battling back there has allowed Patrick Gallagher to gap himself a couple of car lengths over Matt Cressy, but a great battle back there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Started in turn number 1, finished in turn number 3. Great action all the way around this 11-turn circuit.
Patrick Wilmot, speaking of great action, is involved in a fight right now with the number 41, Nicholas Ivancic. The 06 and the 41 battling side by side. There you see them as they roll through turns 9, now 10. That's the fight just to stay inside the top 10 right now, folks. So no matter where you look on this track, you're going to see good racing. And there is a good look at that blue and orange, number 77 of Luke Oxner. He's behind the 82 of Max Faulkner right now. He's trying to crack a little bit fewer spots higher inside the top 5. He's done a good job breaking into the top 5. He wants to keep climbing the ladder, though. But we've got a pretty strung out pack right now. Nathaniel Sparks is quick, but he's running 8th.
Yeah, Faulkner, that last time by, Oxner tried to follow Ortiz down into turn number 3. Faulkner able to break that duo up, but as you had said, this field's starting to find itself to be a little closer together. A great battle there as Oxner starts to take a look inside of Faulkner again. But this field, like you said, as they battle, everything kind of strings itself back together here. But Gallagher and Cressy kind of checking out from the rest of the field, but continuing that great battle. Ortiz on back.
Momentum style racing, but you have that phrase get thrown around a lot, accordion effect, and you just pretty much described it, Michael, to a T. It's, you get out in front, but then the drivers behind you get out clear. They start to catch you. You begin battling for whatever position you're fighting for. The field bunches up right again, and then you're all over each other. Gallagher's doing a good job right now, but thanks to nobody being around, Matt Cressy in second place, Cressy can just put his head down and chase and chase and chase. And if you're a racer, there's that age-old question, what would you rather do, be chased or do the chasing? So many race drivers will tell you that while it's nice to be out front, they are quicker and they do their better job of chasing. You have a point of reference. You know where that guy in front of you is braking, so you can brake just a 1/10 of a second later. You can try to reel him in. When you're out in front, if you've raced, folks, if you've driven, it's very hard. You don't have those points of reference. You don't know how to outbeat the guy just behind you by a little bit. The guy behind you, though, he knows what to do. One car comes sliding out of 11, did a bit of a tank slapper there. And the bad luck in turn 11 continues for the 07 of Joe Da Silva. He did a tank slapper coming out of 11. He's able to continue, but boy, that corner has not been kind to the 07.
Nathaniel Sparks starting to make a move. He'll get around Jensen, takes a couple of cars there. So Nathaniel Sparks starting to show a little muscle here in the midpoint of this race.
You don't become a champion champion last season by being slow and not knowing what to do. I'm never too worried when I see Sparks battling outside the top 5 because I know he's got the speed and, most importantly, the racecraft to get back up there. It's just a little surprising to not always see him up there battling for the win as your reigning champion. But don't worry, Nathaniel Sparks, he knows how to get back up to where he needs to be. And speaking of where he needs to be, that'd be the fight for the lead, which is heating up right now. Matt Cressy has done a good job of reeling in Patrick Gallagher. Last time by, a 125.17 for Cressy, a 125.18 for Gallagher. It's such a small difference, but it's enough to catch the guy in front of you.
What happened to Ortiz? I'm watching Gallagher, Cressy. I see Faulkner, Oxner. What in the world happened to Brian Ortiz?
There he is, coming out of 11.
Boy, he lost a lot of spots somewhere.
Yeah, something happened on the backside, and he was originally running third. And at the end of this lap, Ortiz is going to fall all the way down to the 8th position. What a bummer. No idea what happened to him, but in the course of one lap, he loses quite a few spots.
So that'll move Faulkner to 3rd, Oxner to 4th. Now the field. Down at turn number 3. Gallagher, Cressy, Faulkner, Oxner, Martin Sparks, Jensen Ortiz, Avancic, Wilmot. They're your top 10. Battle for the lead.
Cressy's going to work with those light flashers. He's lighting up the rear view mirror of Patrick Gallagher. And in sports car racing, sometimes that's used as a bit of a gamesmanship, kind of a distraction if possible. Cressy's been doing it the last couple laps on and off. He's just hitting those flashers and showing some love to Patrick Gallagher. But I'll tell you this much right now, I don't think it's really getting to Gallagher. He seems to be hitting his marks just fine. Cressy, I'd save the battery power on those lights if I were you, because Gallagher's rolling right now. The lead 0.2 of a second. But boy, Cressy looks good. Oxner, Faulkner runs P3. Oxner's not too far behind. And just like yesterday, Michael, we're starting to see 2-car individual battles in our top 6. You got Gallagher and Cressy fighting, Faulkner and Oxner fighting, and Martin and Sparks battling.
I think Oxner's quicker than Faulkner, and Nathaniel Sparks starting to look on the rear fender of Martin. Battle down into turn number 1. Looking really good for Oxner as he's trying to get around the machine of Max Faulkner. Takes a look to the outside, unable to make the move.
Not yet, at least. Oxner's going to keep digging, though. He races out of Greeley, Colorado, the blue and orange car. I haven't had the opportunity to ask him the in-depth questions yet, but I wonder if those are possibly an ode to the Denver Broncos, the paint scheme on this Global MX-5 Cup car. Cressy was hitting the flashers again there shortly, but got off of it. We see something?
Oxner's right there, about ready to make a move around Faulkner. The dive down into turn number 3. Faulkner to the outside. Now Sparks starting to make a move around Martin.
Good look at the battle for the lead right there. Faulkner doing everything he can to keep the 77 behind him. Meanwhile, Nathaniel Sparks has picked off Tom Martin. So Sparky now up inside the top 5 once again here late in the going of this one. Less than 15 minutes remaining in this race. Sparky trying to claw his way back up to the front. And how's he going to be able to do that? Not on outright speed, unfortunately. He needs these front 4 to start battling once again. If Oxner keeps sticking his nose in there and challenging Faulkner, next thing you know, Sparky's going to be there making it a 3-car race.
Well, if you can bump draft in these MX-5 Cup cars, I think Oxner and Faulkner are doing it, because Oxner's been all around, all over the rear fender of Faulkner the last couple of times by. He gets such a great run out of turn number 11. Let's see how he does this time through. Great battle again for that 3rd place position.
Yeah. What a great run. And Faulkner is going to get a shot in the back from Oxner once again, and that's twofold. It helps them get away from Sparky, but it also helps those 2 cars catch up to our lead pack of Gallagher and Cressy. And just so you know, Michael, bump drafting is legal. It is okay in this series. Longtime IndyCar race director Vince Kramer presiding over the on-track operations here in Global MX-5 Cup. And there's Cressy with those dang flashers again.
I don't know what that's going to do, but I think Oxner going to try to take a look to the outside of Faulkner. Let's see what he does. The entrance to turn number 3. Right there on that rear bumper. That gives Nathaniel Sparks an opportunity to close the gap.
Just like I said, Sparky, that's all he wanted was an opportunity. And as Faulkner and Oxner continue to battle, it has inherently slowed them down. Sparky is there, and he's bringing Tom Martin in the number 21 with him as well. We are going to have a 4-car battle here, folks, for the last spot on the podium. Round number 8. The 2017 season. Gallagher leads it. Cressy's in second, but it is anybody's guess who's going to get out of this one with that 3rd spot right now. Faulkner showing a little bit of room. Oxner wants to take a look on the inside of 8. Not close enough. They come to complete another lap. Oxner is there, though.
I really think if Oxner's not careful, Nathaniel Sparks will get around him. We'll see Sparks get a good run here. Oxner also gets very good run out of turn number 11. That's the battle again for 3rd place. It's Faulkner, Oxner, and Sparks, and throw Martin into that battle as well as Nathaniel Sparks takes a look to the inside.
Oxner throws a block, though, as they come down the front straightaway. This is the fight for third, down into turn number 1. They're too wide. Sparky is going to go around the outside and try to get that third spot away. Actually, third's going to be Faulkner. Sparks and Oxner are fighting for fourth right now. They need to be smart here, Michael, because if they aren't, Faulkner is in third place, and he's just going to set sail and drive away here. Great battling, as it's going to be Faulkner in third. It looks like
Martin. I think Martin got a position or two.
Him.
Yes, indeed. So here's the battle. It's Faulkner to the inside again. That's Martin to the outside. Martin makes a move. Sparks loses a spot.
Oxner has gotten back now into that fourth position as third, fourth, fifth, and sixth continue to battle here. Third is Faulkner. He's looking good. Fourth right there is Oxner. Martin and Sparky round out this fight for the top 5. Such a deep talent pool in Global MX5 Cup. Your point leader leads. Your scholarship Rookie of the Year candidate from last year, Kreshe's in second. Faulkner in third, Oxner in fourth, and your reigning champion from 2016, Nathaniel Sparks, is in fifth, and that's just the top 5.
So the last time by, Faulkner was in third. Then it was Oxner, Martin, and Sparks. Sparks jumps 2 positions. Oxner loses 2. They've all swapped them back and forth, and that's how they run through turn number 10 right now. We'll see if Oxner can get around Faulkner again. Sparks back to that 6th position. Martin in 5th.
Good battle once again. Oxner right on Faulkner's back bumper, and he's down there dusting off the inside line. Oxner door to door for third place with Faulkner as they head into turn number 1. Who's going to get there first? Luke Oxner gets it. Good battling here for third place. I'll tell you what, Global MX5 Cup racing, Michael, we'll sell you the whole seat, but you're only going to need the edge.
Well, Luke Oxner had been working that move for about 15 laps and finally got it done, but he had to worry about Martin and Sparks. Oh, we have contact to the inside wall.
Oh, they get together in that fight for third. Oxner dusting the inside wall, coming down the back straightaway, heading into third. What is that going to do to this fight? Oxner's still there, but I think he's got damage. No, Martin hits the runoff area coming into turn number 3.
I think Martin was going for that rear fender. I think he was going to try to put somebody in the wall. Martin not happy at all.
No. Oxner getting a little bit of love on that inside wall coming down the back straightaway, heading to turn number 3. But he's able to continue. Oxner in third, Faulkner fourth, and Kreshe's going to inherit that position. Tom Martin slides off, hits the runoff area at the end of the back straightaway. What a bummer, because he was a big part of this fight.
Meanwhile, Patrick Gallagher with a 0.3 of a second lead over Matt Kreshe. Yeah, that's not really exciting at all. What a great battle. This has been exciting from the get-go. The MX5 Cup Toronto GP. We have 9 minutes remaining. Working lap number 20 this time by.
Yeah, I love that. There's this intense battle, and you'd think it's the fight for the lead on the last lap, but it turns out it's really just for third with over 10 minutes to go. Oxner now coming down the front straightaway. He's going to take a much more traditional line towards getting into turn number 1, but behind him, Faulkner and Nathaniel Sparks have lined up head to toe, and they're trying to get around Oxner. They've run through turn 1 already. We'll wait for our cameras to catch him here as we keep an eye on the battle here. We're looking at, that looks like Jensen and Martin. No, that's going to be Avancic and Lee, I think, is the fight we're watching right now. We'll rejoin our fight for third. There we go. Oxner still in P3. There's the fight for the lead. Gallagher, Kreshe, in through turn 3. Here's that 3-wide fight for third.
Wow, Nathaniel Sparks trying to make the move around Oxner. Faulkner throws to the outside, so Faulkner now in the 5th position. That will allow Jensen to take the 6th position. Now Jensen in the hunt.
Yeah, wow. Keith Jensen having the best weekend of the season we've seen for him so far. The driver out of the Lone Star State, right there ready to crack the top 5 here. He runs 6th. Sparky, Faulkner, and Oxner. The battle we've seen for the last, probably 4 or 5 laps now. Oxner has 3rd. There's Sparky in 4th. Faulkner in P5, and as you said, Michael, Keith Jensen to a look on the inside.
Whoa! Power move.
He got 2 in the same corner. Is he able to keep it on the track? No. Little bit of side by side. Man, it's getting physical like a 1980s workout video, Michael. They're all over each other.
Nathaniel Sparks said, Jensen, no thank you. You're going to go back a spot or 2. They were bumping and banging through turn number 8. That will allow Oxner to pull away. There's Sparks, the Jensen car there, and the 82 of Faulkner falling back a few positions.
That was the epitome of a hip check. Keith Jensen dive bombed Faulkner and Sparky getting into turn number 8. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't think he was going to stick. It really didn't. He slid wide. When he tried to get back out in front of Sparky, Sparky said, nope, I don't think so. Turned left, almost put Jensen into pit lane a few laps early here, and that's the physicality that I was told about Global MX5 Cup last year. They've been pretty calm this year, but as we get closer to the end of the season, you're going to see guys not be so nice anymore.
Luke Oxner, there you see the machine of Nathaniel Sparks, the Jensen battle, and that's Faulkner there in 6th. So a great battle there for the 4th, 5th, and 6th position. Meanwhile, that lead still 0.3 of a second. Gallagher over Cressy.
Wow, how about Tom Martin recovering as well as he did after hitting the runoff area, coming on the back straightaway into turn number 3. I thought you would have seen him drop all the way out of the top 10. Martin's done a phenomenal job. He's in 7th, and he's really not that far behind that 4-kart battle for 3rd. Oxner's way out in front of him now. Sparky in 4th, Jensen P5, Faulkner 6th, and then Tom Martin, your 7th place driver. Avancic, Lee, and Wilmot round out your top 10. And as here come our leaders, Cressy looks so good under braking, Michael. He's able to close up on Gallagher, but wow, does Gallagher have that thing sitting down on exit and able to drive out?
Yeah, we could watch that battle for the lead because that's starting to take shape again, down to 0.2 of a second. So Gallagher, Cressy, they're 1-2. That time by Oxner, Sparks, Jensen, Faulkner. Faulkner trying to get in that rear fender of Jensen, trying to get him loose that last time by.
Tom Martin just took a look on the inside of Faulkner, as you mentioned him. Martin trying to claw his way back up the leaderboard. He's 7th now. Faulkner running 6th. Martin had a really good look right there. Thought better of it. Could have pushed a little bit harder, but he knows he needs to get through a few more laps to see the checkered flag in this one.
Sparks starting to look to the outside of Oxner. Indeed, he's got the move. Can he make it stick?
Oh.
So Sparks and Oxner up through turn number 4, and Oxner will hold the position.
Sparky, like I said, back around 20 minutes to go in this race. Don't worry about him wherever he's at this stage in the race. He has the speed, but more importantly, he has the racecraft and the knowledge to get back to where he needs to be. Of course, he wants to be a little bit higher up the pack right now, but he has a legitimate chance here at standing on the podium once again this season, adding to an impressive streak, and all that's in his way right now is the rookie number 77, Luke Oxner. He's looking pretty good right now.
Luke Oxner with just about a half car length advantage over 4th place Nathaniel Sparks. Leaders now out of turn number 11. Gallagher, Cressy, again 1 car length separating that battle. Then 8 seconds back is that battle for 3rd with Oxner and Sparks. Sparks got a good run. He'll look to the inside, now the outside of the Luke Oxner machine.
This kind of racing is all about patience, Michael, and that's exactly what Sparks has done as they're down on the inside of the front straightaway. They snake back wide to set up for that dive into the right-hander, turn number 1. But Sparky has been so patient. But you know who else has been patient? The other Soul Red Mazda car running in 2nd place right now, Matt Cressy. Hats off to that young man. He's held his water phenomenally well and has not gone for a big move, a hero move. We're going for the race lead yet. He's waiting. He's biding his time, and we're setting up for a great last 2 or 3 minutes, really. We're 4 minutes to go now.
I think Sparks will take a look to the outside of Oxner. Indeed, he does. The battle down into turn number 3, and Oxner will lose that position to Nathaniel Sparks if Sparks can make it stick. Indeed, he does. Now through turn number 4, through turn number 5, and Oxner able to get the position back.
Oxner stays on the loud pedal around the outside. He takes the long way around, but it's going to stick. Those BF Goodrich tires holding him right where he needs to be in that 3rd position. Sparky thought he had him when the track went from the right-hander 3, snake back to the left-handers 4 and 5, but no, Oxner stays on the gas and keeps it out front. That is an awesome move.
Martin and Faulkner are still battling towards the back of the field. Jensen leads that pack. Jensen, Martin, then Faulkner. There's again the battle for the lead, and I would imagine before this thing is done, we will see Cressy try to get around Gallagher. 3 minutes remaining in our MX5 Cup Toronto GP.
Round number 8 of the 2017 season, proving to be one of the most exciting, but it's hard to pick one. Road America, the racing was close. Barber, out in Alabama, the racing was close. And here north of the border in Toronto, Ontario, the racing still incredibly close. And wouldn't you imagine it? It's the fight for the last spot on the podium, 3rd position. That's really up for grabs. Oxner's still there, but when you got the reigning champion on your back bumper, Michael, things get a lot more intense really quickly.
It certainly does. And now Martin taking a look to the outside of the Jensen machine, and he'll take Faulkner with him. Battle down into turn number 3. That is the battle for 5th. 3 wide into turn number 3.
Keith Jensen on the inside. That was going to be, I believe, Faulkner on the outside, and Martin on the middle. You got drivers all over the place fighting for positions here. They know they're getting to the end of this one. There are 2.5 minutes to go. I see probably 2 laps remaining in this one. Not a lot of time left. It's go time. And Patrick Gallagher, and Luke Oxner, they're fighting right now with those Soul Red Mazda cars. They just want to get gone. They want to get real gone in a hurry. Luke Oxner in third. He needs a podium finish. It would be his first of the year, and he needs it to get out of this weekend as rough as it's been for him.
Last time by, Jensen was 5th. He'll drop to 7th as Martin and Faulkner move around. Still a good battle for the lead. That's Gallagher and Cressy. Then we're 8 seconds back to this battle for third. Oxner, Sparks, they're within a car length. Now Sparks starts to take a look to the outside.
Sparks works the high line here as we keep a look on the battle lead. Whoa, one car into the wall in the front straightaway hard. I'm not positive of who that is. It's a blue and white car. It's going to be Keith Jensen, number 32, and that's a hard impact. I got to imagine they're throwing the yellows here, and with the timing of this one, that could not have come at a worse time. There you see a look down the front straightaway, about halfway. He's just on the turn 11 side of the start-finish line, and Keith Jensen, we didn't see what caused it, but nosed into that inside retaining wall pretty hard. We gotta be seeing a yellow flag here shortly.
Yeah, we talked about Jensen losing those positions to Martin and Faulkner. Now finds himself on the inside retaining wall in the front straightaway. Again, 1 minute remaining. Battle, there it is for the lead. Patrick Gallagher, Matt Cressy.
And this is a real timing question. What happens if the yellow flag comes out before they get to the line? I'm amazed they haven't thrown it yet. The leader's coming through 8, now 9. They'll come around pit lane to turn 10. Looking at the starter stand, we still don't see it. They must believe that Jensen's far enough off the racing line. We're keeping a very close eye on our starter stand. No yellows yet. White flag's going to fly. They're going to let him race here, Michael.
So Patrick Gallagher has to hold Matt Cressy off one more time with the machine of Jensen sitting down to the inside of turn number 1. There's a battle. About a car length and a half separate the leader, Patrick Gallagher. Cressy may have thought, hey, we might have a caution here. Now he's got to get back to attack, but he lost a lot of ground.
And while we were looking at that incident down on the inside of the front straightaway, Luke Oxner has been passed by Nathaniel Sparks. So the Soul Red Mazda car's on the move here, but you bring up a good point. Cressy, I don't know what his thinking was. They have lights inside the cars that go off when there is a yellow flag. That light never went off. Don't know what the team was telling him. He does good job at the end of the back straightaway, closing up on Gallagher. He's got a half a lap to make something happen here. Where's his best opportunity going to be?
Well, if it's going to be anywhere, it's going to have to happen in turn number 8, but he's not near close enough. He's going to have to do a dive bomb move if he wants to get around the machine of Patrick Gallagher. There you see Gallagher, still a 2-car length advantage. Matt Cressy through turn number 7 and turn number 8 coming up for the final time.
Turn 8 dive bomb. We saw Keith Jensen do it a few laps ago. It didn't really work out for him, but when the win is on the line, you'll try anything. And as they hit turn number 8, Michael, you were correct. Just not close enough. The leader, Patrick Gallagher, second place, Matt Cressy, snake out of 8, around the left-hander, turn 9. They'll hit the pit lane turn, corner number 10. They'll set up for 11. Local yellows flying as they exit that final corner. 7 out of 8 races in 2017 are going to go to number 29. Your winner here today, folks, Patrick Gallagher scores the win in Toronto. Matt Cressy with a very impressive day coming home in second. And your reigning champion after a very exciting battle for that third position is going to be Nathaniel Sparks. Sparky is going to round out our podium. Luke Oxner and Max Faulkner had a good fight coming to the line. Faulkner's going to get him. Oxner slips to 5th. Certainly not the podium that Luke Oxner wanted, but wow, my hat's off in this race to Luke Oxner, rebounding so well after the tough luck he's had here this weekend in Toronto. Oxner 5th, Tom Martin 6th, Ivancic up to 7th. Good run for him. Lee, Wilmot, and Ashton Harrison round out your top 10. That is Global MX5 Cup Racing, Michael Young.
You may exhale now.
Oh, I love it, man. I'm
great.
so lucky to get to call these races, and that's the type of stuff we see every weekend, and that was fun.
Yeah, Cressy still hitting those lights. God love him. Great run today. So your podium, Gallagher, Cressy, Sparks coming home 3rd. We'll let you get down to the victory podium celebration. Tony Laporta, we thank you for coming up and joining us. There they are, race fans. Your MX5 Cup Toronto GP top 3 against Sparks, Cressy. Your winner, Patrick Gallagher. So coming up next, after we celebrate with our top 3 finishers, the final time, we will see pole sitter Simon Pagenaud, your hometown boy from Oakville, Ontario, James Hinchcliffe. The final practice session coming up next for the Verizon IndyCar Series. When we complete that, we'll roll into the Indy Lights, second race of the weekend, and then follow that up with the GT3 Cup, race number 2. The Montrose safety crew down to the aid now of that 32 machine. Great battle all race long. Keith Jensen being extracted from the car. Keith okay. And we thank you, race fans, again for making us a part of your race weekend. Been a fantastic day as far as the weather goes. Make sure you get that ticket to the grandstand seats. They're available if you haven't got one yet. Available in Salon 109. Still an opportunity to get paddock passes as well. Don't forget to visit Thunder Alley. All kinds of great vendors down there. Of course, we have Honda World. We thank the folks at Honda for being a part of this weekend, making it so magical and always special to be here with you on the streets of Toronto. And again, coming up next, Verizon IndyCar Series, the final practice session before we see them later today, race day, the Honda Indy Toronto.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Victory Lane here in Toronto, Ontario for the 8th round of the 2017 Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup presented by BF Goodrich. Hey, folks, if you enjoyed that 8th round of the 2017 season, why don't you make a little bit of noise and let these drivers know how exciting that was. That was a lot of fun to watch. That was some great racing. So let's get things started here by handing out our Battery Tender Hard Charger Award, presenting the big check today from Battery Tender, Director of Advertising and Marketing, Evan Prelick, thank you so much. And scoring the Hard Charger Award here today in the number 41, please welcome to the podium, Nick Avancic. Crew Chief Chaz on hand, Evan Prelick from Battery Tender, thank you so much. Avancic picking up the most positions under green flag conditions. He is the winner of our Battery Tender Hard Charger Award. One more round of applause for Nicholas Avancic, ladies and gentlemen. Great job. Passed a lot of cars. We will now move to our top 3 here today, and I'd like to say thank you to Norris McDonald for helping us out, hand out our top 3 trophies. Finishing in the 3rd place today, a phenomenal battle of 4-5 cars at a time for this spot on the podium. Your champion from 2016, finishing in 3rd. Please welcome to the podium, number 8, Nathaniel Sparks. Sparky with an impressive streak of podium finishes here in 2017. He will stand on the podium in that 3rd position. Norris McDonald helping us out with our trophies here today. Sparky, good job. We'll get you up on the podium. Norris, thank you. We now move to the 2nd position here in round number 8. He harassed our leader all race long. A lot of fun to watch this young man race this season. It's going to get only better as the year continues. Finishing in 2nd in that Soul Red, number 51. Please welcome to the podium, Matt Cresci. Good run for Cresci here today in that 2nd position, fighting hard. Gets the trophy, the handshake from Norris as well as Sparky. 3rd and 2nd on our podium, and our winner here today. He continues to dominate 2017. 7 out of the 8 races this year have gone to this driver. Please make a lot of noise and welcome to the top of the podium for the 7th time this year, your winner, number 29, Patrick Gallagher. The Patrick Gallagher, ladies and gentlemen, finishing on top of the podium once again. Incredible win. It's actually going to be his 6th win of the 2017 season. My math is not that good, but it's all right. Round of applause for our top 3 here today. The only driver to score the other wins this season has been Gallagher's teammate, Robert Stout, won yesterday. So 2 wins to Stout, the other 6 to Gallagher. Where? Road America. All right, my math. All right. So one more round of applause. They got the BF Goodrich hats on. Good job. All right, good job, drivers. We'll get the champagne out. Do a little bit of celebrating here. Let these guys hear it as they shake up the champagne here. Round number 8. Good job, drivers. Let's get after it.
There it was. Victory podium celebration. Congratulations to Patrick Gallagher, winner of race number 2, the MX5 Cup Toronto GP. Now, race fans, IndyCar would like to thank our following official sponsors for their continued support. Autodesk, the official technology partner. Borg Warner, official turbocharger. Coors Light, official beer. Dallara, official technical partner. Featherlight, official trailer. Hamatro, official rescue tool supplier. Honda, an official passenger vehicle and official pace car. IndyCar Ministry, official pastoral services. Jostens, official championship ring and trophy supplier. Lincoln Welders, official welder. New Era, official on-track headwear supplier. Panasonic, official partner. PerkinElmer, official instrument supplier and fuel certification. Racing Electronics, official racing radio communication. Safety Clean, official environmental service company. SiriusXM Radio, exclusive satellite radio partner. Sunoco, an official fuel partner and official convenience store. Tag Heuer, official watch, timepiece, and chronograph. Verizon, official wireless telecommunications and technology partner. United Rentals, official equipment partner. And X-Track, the official technical partner. Well, race fans, if you want to see your favorite driver and what they're seeing right now, besides getting in the cockpit of their cars for this final warm-up, download IndyCar Mobile. Experience Indy like never before with access to in-car cameras, telemetry data, audio feeds from the pit crews, and more. Get inside the race with IndyCar Mobile, brought to you by Verizon. Borg Warner, proud to be a long-standing partner in the Verizon IndyCar Series. As a leading innovator of powertrain technologies, Borg Warner helps vehicle manufacturers all over the world improve fuel economy, reduce emissions, and deliver great performance. Borg Warner, driven to create a cleaner, more energy-efficient world. Coors Light, the official beer of the Verizon IndyCar Series, is dedicated to preventing drunk driving. And with great times and great beer comes great responsibility. Don't forget to plan for a safe ride home and designate a driver. Well, with 20 years of racing experience under their belts, Featherlight knows what it means to protect your cars and other cargo. Their heavy-duty all-aluminum construction means Featherlight trailers are both durable and lightweight. Go to FTHR.com to find your local Featherlight dealer. Featherlight, a proud sponsor of IndyCar. The Hamatro Safety Team, the longest running and most celebrated quick response safety team in all of motorsports. The team made up of dedicated rescue personnel utilizing Hamatro rescue tools. The team provides on-track fire and rescue efforts for IndyCar, the only racing series featuring a dedicated traveling safety team. Hamatro proudly supports the Hamatro Safety Team and is the official rescue tool of IndyCar.
Final preparations for the Honda Indy Toronto from Exhibition Place in Toronto, Ontario. I'm Mark Janes, happy to be joined in the booth by Nick Yeoman. When the dust had settled, qualifying yesterday, Simon Pagenaud was P1, Graham Rahal on the outside of the front row. Elio Castro-Neves, Will Power, row number 2, Scott Dixon, James Hinchcliffe made the Firestone Fast 6, and Nick Yeoman, one thing's for sure. Nothing settled in terms of the points because all of those drivers that make up the top of the points pile, if you will, all starting among the front runners later.
Yeah, that's kind of what you expect at this point of the season, right? When the championship battle starts to tighten up and we're starting to run out of races and the sand in the hourglass starts to run out, that's when your championship contenders should be running their best. So some strong qualifying efforts. We expected that from Team Penske. They had a good day with all 4 of their drivers in the top 7. Scott Dixon put his car into the Firestone Fast 6. Graham Rahal still in the championship hunt. He had a spectacular qualifying run on used reds yesterday, starting the outside of the front row, and then Takuma Sato was there as well. So all 7 of those championship contenders marked within 66 points, having good weekends thus far. We'll see who scores the most points and ultimately has the biggest smile on their face when it's all said and done here in Toronto.
Story at the end of the day, the issue involving Esteban Gutierrez, the driver of the Dale Coyne machine, subbing for Sebastian Bourdais. Gutierrez hard at contact with the wall. Now, we talked to him after that session. Took a pretty hard hit, did extensive damage, even damage to the tub on that car. A new tub, an engine change, maybe even a gearbox change. Their crew worked until 11 o'clock last night. As of 11 last night, Esteban Gutierrez had not been medically cleared to drive. That has since changed today, and he will be available for the race. So good news for him. That was a pretty hard hit he took yesterday. Off turn 11.
Yeah, the official word from the Verizon IndyCar Series came out about a half hour ago. Dale Coyne Racing driver Esteban Gutierrez was reevaluated by IndyCar Medical Director Dr. Michael Olinger this morning after experiencing concussion-like symptoms Saturday following a crash in the Honda Indy Toronto qualifying. Gutierrez has been cleared to drive, and that was a massive hit, and obviously it takes a toll on the driver, but as you mentioned, Mark, a lot of work by that team. They got that car back, put back together. Esteban's going to get a chance to turn some laps here in this warm-up session, which is very, very important for him. So yeah, all in all, good story to see that that team's ready to go, and most importantly, that driver is okay to drive.
And he gets that first wall banger out of his system. And it didn't happen on an oval either. It happened on a road and street course. So, that it's something that they all have to experience for the first time, and that's exactly what he did. He was very matter-of-fact about it. He said it was a very hard hit, and he felt it plenty for sure, and sure he got a little bit of a hangover in terms of the pain and the effects today, but again, the good news is he is cleared to drive. Next story, the weather. All of the prognosticators now say, I think consistently, that there's not much of a threat until about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Problem is, that's the airtime. Green flag scheduled for 3:47. Rain is one thing. Thunderstorms and lightning another, and that's what the forecast is calling for. About a 60% chance, the last that we saw before the session started. And, who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. Some have suggested the systems may stay north of here. But it could make for interesting strategy when it comes to race day for sure.
When you think about it, we've been remarkably lucky this year. Right. We haven't really had a lot of races affected by rain. It seems like every year when we visit St. Pete, there's at least one day it gets washed out. That wasn't affected. Barber Motorsports Park, the trip down to Birmingham always seems like weather's in the area. It was nice this past year in Birmingham as well. So looks like we're going to be dealing with some showers, possible thunderstorms a little bit later today when we do go racing. Conditions seem like they're just about perfect right now, Mark, as some of the shots that we can see around the course here at Exhibition Place. Beautiful blue skies, and boy, these race cars look fantastic, muscled around this 11 dirt street course race. So we're going to keep our eyes to the sky as well as the racetrack, and again, just cross the fingers and hope for the best. It's certainly not anything any of us can control, but we'll hopefully get this race off without a hitch, and hopefully all the fans that come out here today be prepared, bring those umbrellas, be ready to maybe get a little wet, but I think everyone still has a chance to come out and have a really good time here in Toronto.
Some bumpy parts of this race course, as we mentioned, in the racing group to the approach of turn number 1. Some other interesting wrinkles thrown into the mix. Double curbing in turn 5 to kind of keep them from cutting that corner off with the left half of the race car. They've been working on it. We've seen some left fronts get off the ground, some left rears get off the ground. But everyone seems to be managing that very, very well. A new paving has made the surface a lot smoother. From 6 around to 8, turn 11 has been widened a little bit to improve the ability to get through there. I think that's about it. So far, the changes have, I think, been applauded, but it's certainly, threw a bit of a curve at these teams because the data from a year ago, a lot of it didn't translate, although Team Penske didn't seem to have any issues with it.
Yeah, it's been a challenge for just about everyone. We're watching the drivers that are going to start on the front row today. That's Graham Rahal to the outside, who currently leads. Simon Pagenaud down into turn number 1. A pair of Penske cars heading to turns 3 as well. One of the best passing portions of this racetrack is Will Power slips around Sebastian Bourdais or Sebastian Saavedra, and there goes Pagenaud around Graham Rahal. But now you're watching Graham Rahal. There's that curbing to the left, Mark, turn number 5, and then you get onto this new repaved portion of the racetrack where it is awful slick for these drivers. They talk about, especially if we get some rain a little bit later today, Mark, that may be very interesting to see just how treacherous that part of the racetrack gets.
Should mention, too, for those that maybe haven't joined us until now, that Sebastian Saavedra, Nick Yeoman, he is in the number 7. Mikel Aloshin is here, but Saavedra, with that sponsorship from Gary Peterson and AFS, they're in the car this weekend, and Mikel is here, as we said, offering support. Sebastian is getting support from his teammate James Hinchcliffe. No one's saying really how long this change will be in effect, but it was a change nonetheless, and it was not affected or not involved with any health issues. More on that in just a moment. Let's go to pit road and say hello to Jim Murphy.
Good morning, and we're going to say good morning to Mike Hull, who will be the strategist for Scott Dixon. And Mike, you guys have done a lot of work this weekend moving him up and had a great qualifying effort, but everybody's been talking about the S word, strategy, when it comes to both a race like today and one with changeable weather. What are the things that you guys have to consider?
I know last year we thought we were doing well and got caught out big time by the pits being closed. So I don't know if the definition today is conventional or unconventional. Kanaan was unconventional last year and needed 1 lap of yellow, and he didn't get it. So we'll just do our best here.
mathematically it's a two-stop race, but that doesn't always work in street racing. So you know what the key is? The key is to be at the front of the end.
When we're looking at the weather radar, what are you looking for? Is a little bit of a rain a game changer, or is it a heavy downpour that's going to really throw a wrench in the monkey?
I don't know. If Al Roker was here, maybe that would help us a lot. We just take what it gives us and make decisions based on the conditions at the time, and it equalizes itself out, really. So happy to be in Toronto. It's a terrific place to race, and history and lineage here is really, really big for IndyCar racing, and it's always been the last 10 laps of this race are exciting. So let's get there and find out.
Thank you, Mike Hull, letting get back to work, and nobody makes race day decisions better than that guy, so let's take that advice to the bank.
Thanks, Mike Hull, for the accessibility. But as always, a couple of cars in the runoff in turn number 1. And again, Nick, that's directly connected to how rough it is upon entry.
Boy, we just saw, and for those joining us online and around the racetrack, saw a replay moments ago of Tony Kanaan and that NTT data, that bright blue Honda, try to get his car slowed down for turn number 1. It is a fast right-hander, but you still got to get it wound down with that long straightaway, and he was bouncing that Honda up and down off the racetrack. Couldn't get it slowed down, and did the smart thing for this warm-up session, Mark, and just took it into the runoff area, the service road, to get back into the racetrack around near turn 2. That's going to be really interesting to watch if somebody has that type of problem during the race, though.
Again, back to the issue with the Lotion and Saavedra. Nick, we offered up a stat at the beginning of this weekend. Ed Carpenter has been 4 races this year, made 4 starts, has more laps completed than Mikhail Aloshin. That may have very well been a factor.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we know Mikhail is immensely talented. He's a guy that can string together fast laps, but the consistency and the ability to keep all 4 corners on that car has been an issue over the course of Mikhail's career. That's no secret. And again, this, as you mentioned, the team's not really making anything official in terms of who we'll see in that car 2 weeks from now at Mid-Ohio. It could be Mikhail Aloshin. He's here this weekend working with the team, so we know that it's not like that relationship has been severed and both parties going in separate ways. But we'll see. Good to see Sebastian Saavedra, a really likable young kid. The Colombian has spent a lot of years in the IndyCar, Indy Lights paddock. Good to see him get an opportunity, and that's kind of a to be determined. We'll see how that plays out for that 7 car.
After qualifying yesterday, caught up with most of the drivers, among them Joseph Newgarden, just barely on the outside looking in. He missed the Fat 6. He'll start on the inside of row number 4. A little disappointed was Joseph Newgarden when our Jim Murphy caught up with him.
Joseph Newgarden, another one who sort of came up short on that last-minute one-lap flyer there. We had you all but pegged into the Fast 6, but wasn't quite in the cards today. Tell me about the run.
Yeah, we didn't have a good run. I mean, we couldn't really get going on the outlap. You get 1 lap, so you got to make sure you have heat on the outlap, and I felt like whoever was in front of me wouldn't go, and we couldn't get going until out of 8, but just wasn't good enough, obviously. We didn't do a good enough job. I didn't do a good enough job on the 1 lap, and we'll try and focus on the race now. That's all we can really do, but it's disappointing. I mean, obviously we'd like to be up there with our teammates in the Fast 6. I think we had the capability of that, had a great race car, so we'll work on it for tomorrow.
We gave us a little bit of a pulse race there at the end. You took the helmet off, all of a sudden you were back in, you're getting back in the car. Did they give you some word that you might have been moving forward?
Yeah, they just said get back in the car, and then they said get back out, so I don't know what it was about.
We might mention that the end of that particular session a bit disjointed, Nick, because of that yellow. I mean, there was a quick cleanup, and they had 1 lap, and quite frankly, I don't know that the guys on the pit box really did a good job of playing traffic cop, because if you remember, almost everyone went out at the same time, and boy, I think had I been sitting on pit road, I would have let everybody clear and at least get through turn 1 before I ever left pit road.
Yeah, knowing that everyone was going to get 1 lap, that probably would have been the optimal strategy. But it was kind of a bizarre qualifying session yesterday. Ryan Hunter-Reay was a little upset with a situation in the first round when Gutierrez crashed, that they threw the red flag and not everyone got to complete their final lap there in that session. So it was kind of a bizarre session, but ultimately it was Team Penske who reigned supreme with Simon Pagenaud grabbing the pole. That interview you heard with Joseph Newgarden, about as disheveled as you're going to hear from him. He wasn't too happy with his run yesterday, and I think that young man is feeling the pressure a little bit. He's in the midst of a championship hunt, and he knows that Mark, if he wants to win the title, first three guys that he's really got to focus on beating are his teammates, and that's not an easy thing to do when you know how good of equipment that they have as well.
Yeah, when you see your teammates, 3 of the top 4, and you're on the outside looking in, that adds a little bit to that pressure, too. A good run yesterday. We mentioned briefly the first couple of rows. Got to take your hat off to a couple of guys. Graham Rahal and James Hinchcliffe, they really had outstanding qualifying sessions yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm interested to watch the Hondas, Mark, because, sure, we've talked all about Team Penske this weekend, and they've been fast in all the practice sessions. They take 3 of the top 4 spots in qualifying, but think of the street course races that we've had so far this year, Mark. At St. Petersburg, it was the Honda and Sebastian Bourdais going to victory lane. At Long Beach, it was the Honda of James Hinchcliffe that picked up the win, and then in Detroit, it was the Honda of Graham Rahal that swept the weekend. So Team Penske has shown that they've got that 1 or 2 lap speed, but the Hondas have really had a knack, Mark, here on these street course events, and we'll see with some of those starting up front. You mentioned Graham Rahal, Takuma Sato, Alexander Rossi, Scott Dixon. I'm interested to see if those Hondas can back it up and if they have the strategy throughout the course of 85 laps to pick up another win on a street course.
We keep waiting for someone to achieve some sort of separation in this championship hunt, and when you have 9 winners in 11 races, you're just not going to get that much separation.
It's the coolest thing, Mark, in my opinion, about Verizon IndyCar Series racing, and that's ultimately what I root for every week. I just want to see different guys go into victory lane. I just don't like when you see the same guys winning races week in, week out, and 9 winners in 11 races. It's just been absolutely incredible. And as you mentioned, in the points championship, there hasn't been that one driver that staked their claim as the favorite. And ultimately, Mark, I think if this trend continues to Sonoma, it wouldn't shock me at all if we go in and there's 4 or 5 guys that mathematically have a chance to win the title. And ultimately, that's all you can ask for.
Top 3 in points, Nick, have just 1 win on the season. You have to go back a ways to find multiple winners. 4th place Will Powers, 53 back. He has 2 wins. You mentioned Graham Rahal. He is at a tie with Takuma Sato, 66 points back after, of course, Graham swept the Detroit weekend. But, yeah, Pagano with the win at Phoenix, and then Elio at Iowa. And Scott Dixon's win at Road America. So at least for the top 2, their wins did not come until the last couple of races. So that gives you an idea, too, how while race wins are important, consistency is just as important.
And I think for Scott Dixon and Elio Castroneves, they are hoping that since their wins came more recently, that maybe that's a sign of things to come, that they can carry that momentum. Dixon at Road America, Elio at Iowa, to here to Toronto, and maybe get on a hot streak and pull away and win this championship. But the great thing about the Verizon IndyCar Series, Mark, is it's so hard to get on a roll because the tracks are so different. Nothing from Iowa translates even remotely to a street course at Toronto, and Scott Dixon's win at Road America, there's not a whole lot that translates either. So it is a different week. The slate is wiped clean every weekend of the Verizon IndyCar Series, and it keeps it fresh and a lot of fun for all of us.
A good article by our friend Jim Aiello appeared not only in the Indianapolis Star but also in USA Today, talking about the news that broke last weekend in Iowa pertaining to the future of Elio Castroneves and how it serves as a distraction. So far it appears as though while it certainly could be a distraction, it's serving as motivation of sorts. So dominant at Iowa, left that race only 8 points back, did not get pole but qualified in the top 3. Elio Castroneves with the jaw locked is ready to be a contender here at Toronto this weekend and grab that very elusive championship of the Verizon IndyCar Series. We talked to Elio Castroneves after qualifying yesterday. Rob Howell.
Team Penske, are you guys just sharing pole positions, Elio? Is that how this works?
Man, well, I mean, good job for the Symes. I mean, I call Symes Simon. But anyway, I say good job. He was, we knew he was fast too. I mean, all 4 of us really like jockey position up and down and share obviously information from each other, and great lap. Good. It's good that he got if it's not me or Will or Joseph, it's one of us. So it's good for the team. And the good news is we started 3rd last race, and we won. Oh, snap. Maybe it's a good one.
Maybe it is a good one. I like his outlook.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about it again. That celebration in Victory Lane. I mean, it was I think equal parts joy and relief, because it had been 2014 in Detroit since he'd been to Victory Lane.
It had been quite a while. In fact, I know you and I, during one of the opening practice sessions in Iowa, we talked a little bit about Helio Castroneves, and I think I said, yeah, it's great that he's been in the hunt to win championships, but it is time to finally get back to Victory Lane. And it was such an impressive weekend as he led 217 of the 300 laps, and once he made a move and got past J.R. Hildebrand and sliced through a couple lap cars there with 33 laps to go, he was untouchable. And that's the type of Helio Castroneves that we've seen over the years. And he's right there in position, Mark, just 8 points back heading into this weekend of Scott Dixon. This could be the year. Maybe the 42-year-old can finally stamp that resume with a Verizon IndyCar Series championship.
Turned into a very fast track yesterday, Nick, when we got some guys into the 58s in qualifying.
Yeah, and I think you see that with more practice sessions, more rubber laid down on this temporary street circuit, and that's a natural tendency. You're going to see more and more speed and more lap times start to fall. So I think we're in store, Mark, for a fast race. Once the weather comes in, that's going to throw the ultimate curveball. But you're right, some massively quick laps around here. Simon Pagenaud got under 59 seconds in qualifying. It was impressive and a lot of fun to watch.
The driver that is the hometown favorite, assumed that role from the likes of Paul Tracy, is James Hinchcliffe. And Nick, we've been in town for a couple of days now, and no question, all of the local media swarming around James Hinchcliffe, and I think Canada will turn out en masse today to support this native son.
Yeah, it's nothing artificial. It's not like James Hinchcliffe is the one Canadian driver that everyone's pulling for by default. He really has become one of the faces of IndyCar, and the attention around him on these race weekends, especially up here in Toronto, is just incredible. I had to show off yesterday, Mark, during that third practice session, walk up and down pit lane a couple times to gather some notes and talk to some folks, and the amount of fans and media members huddled around that Schmidt-Peterson pit watching that number 5 car every time it came in for service was pretty startling and pretty impressive. There are a lot of folks this weekend that are going to be pulling for the mayor of Hinchtown, and if Mark, he can go to Victory Lane, has a great shot starting row number 3, it's going to be one of the most popular victories in IndyCar that we've seen probably in the last decade.
10 minutes remaining in this final warm-up session. Newgarden, Hunter Ray, Dixon, Sato, Kanaan, the top 5. Will power rolls off on the outside of row number 2 tomorrow. Jim Murphy has an update from his pit box.
He may be starting at the front of the grid a little bit in the afternoon, but right now his time not as strong as one would like, and they had that car in here giving it a good once-over. A fair amount of changes going on. A number of spring changes in the car, and there's two things going to be going on. One is they're trying to recapture a sense of speed. The other thing is we've talked about the chance of rain. Rain is indeed a possibility, and when you have rain, and it's going to be a lot of the race, you put a different setup on the car. They may be actually experimenting with a little bit of a softer setup at the moment just to be ready for this afternoon, and then putting the race setup back on it here at the end. So let's take an eye on Will Power, make sure that his time might pop up here shortly in the next 5 or 6 minutes.
Single car teams rarely have the kind of success that Graham Rahal is having of late. He's hung around the top 10 all weekend long, and continues his quest to stay in the championship hunt. He was questioning the race car throughout the course of the weekend. Said his crew really had a lot of work to do, as did he. Well, they saved the best for last for qualifying, no doubt. Graham Rahal with a solid run jumped right in the middle of that Penske party. Will roll off on the outside of row number 1, and Rob Howden caught up with Graham Rahal after qualifying yesterday.
Graham Rahal smiles and high fives down here at RLL. Man, what a good qualifying run. There's that smile I like to see after qualifying.
That's a good lap, man. That's a good lap. So,
what's it take to put one in here? That's what's important, right?
Honestly, I think on used tires, that's probably the best lap I've ever put together to put us P2. I mean, the Penskes looked like they were going to run away with this thing, and I'm so geeked for this team. I mean, these boys have worked so hard, and man, I couldn't be more proud of him. That was awesome. That was awesome. Great job.
You talk about a guy that'd like to maintain a little momentum. A good run here, maybe a podium finish, going to his home track at Mid-Ohio in a couple of weeks.
Boy, that's a great point, Mark James. The success that team had at Detroit, you would think that's going to carry over here on the streets of Toronto. Yeah, if he can keep that car up front, maybe find his way to victory lane, then all of a sudden that 66-point deficit that he has to Scott Dixon in the points championship, you couple that with a good, strong run at Mid-Ohio, which he's done in the past, I think Graham Rahal's going to be a factor, Mark, and it's the continuing maturation process that we have seen for him as a driver. Something clicked a couple years ago, and he has turned into a guy that week in, week out is going to be a threat. He's won on multiple different types of racetracks, and he's got a really good shot. I think Graham Rahal might be the pick to go to victory lane today, Mark.
Mazda Road to Indy on display this weekend as well, at least a portion of it. USF 2000s here, a doubleheader weekend for the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tire. The championship leader, Kyle Kaiser, took care of business yesterday, Nick Yeoman. You win the races, you're going to be able to keep that title, but it looks as though that maybe Colton Herta rolled out of bed this morning during the qualifying session and looks to have a little something for the field today.
Yeah, the second-generation driver, the son of Brian Herta, is going to be on the pit box, has been all year long for Marco Andretti, calling the shots and guiding Marco throughout the course of the 2017 Verizon IndyCar season. Brian's son Colton is one heck of a driver, and he has a chance to win the championship and find himself in the Verizon IndyCar Series very soon. Rolled off awful quick this morning, as you talked about in qualifying. Grabbed the pole position for that race. Yesterday's race winner, Kyle Kaiser, going to start right behind him, the inside of row number 2. And the always exciting Santi Urrutia, Mark. There's going to be some folks here pulling for him because his car looks just like James Hinchcliffe's. But trust me, you're going to like what you see from this kid behind the wheel of a race car. He's going to be a lot of fun to watch. It's going to be a fascinating 45-lap race here in the next half hour.
Could be a disastrous weekend for contender Mateus Laced. 4 podium finishes this year. He finished 13th yesterday, and Nick, today he can do no better than qualifying for the inside of row number 6.
Motorsports is a fickle business because, as you mentioned, he has been on fire, is charged back into this championship hunt, and then all of a sudden we come to Toronto and he just hasn't had it. Made a mistake yesterday, overdrove that car, got it into the tire barriers, and threw away a lot of points. And as you mentioned, he's got his work cut out for him today, starting all the way back in row number 6.
How difficult this place is to pass, but where you start, obviously a premium. Pagano, I know Ray Hall is on the front row with him. Huge for him to have teammates like Elio Castroneves and Will Power around him. And let's face it, especially if weather's a part of this. There might have not been a race in recent memory in which P1's been so important.
Yeah, and you talked about at the top of the show about how all the championship contenders seem to be starting towards the front of the pack. You would think, Mark, conventional wisdom would say, hey, all those drivers know that we're at that point of the season where we're really going to start paying attention to the points championship. I would assume they're all going to take care of each other in the first couple laps leading down to turn number 3. But at the same time, they are race car drivers. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch, Mark. But ultimately, you're right. The fact that those Team Penske cars are up there at the front, they're going to take care of each other, and they're going to find ways to slot in to make sure that they all get through the first opening lap.
I'll be honest with you. Over the years, it seems one or two things have happened. It hasn't really rained enough to be able to run a full race in the wets. We've started, or maybe I don't know that we've ever finished. We certainly have started and then had to switch to the slicks, or we've gotten so much rain, which is a possibility. It could rain heavy enough, and if there's thunder and lightning, it obviously can't run under those conditions.
And it is the great equalizer. Let's think over the years of some of the drivers that have picked up wins. Carlos Munoz scored quite an upset, scored his first career win at Detroit when we had some rain in the area. We all remember Carlos Huertas going to victory lane at Houston. That was in a rain strategy-filled race. So it's amazing, Mark. If any of these teams can hit it perfectly, I don't care if you're starting first or 21st. If you've got the strategy card played perfectly when the rain comes, you can win this race.
Perhaps the biggest strategy call that may have backfired on a race team did not occur on a road and street course. It was the year Buddy Rice won the Indianapolis 500 when prior to the rain, Tony Kanon's crew told him to pit.
Yeah, you think Tony Kanaan fans, they didn't forget that anytime soon.
He hadn't forgotten it, I guarantee you.
And thankfully, 2013 rolled around and TK finally got that win. But you're right, it is amazing how the weather can play in. And again, fingers crossed. I'd love for us to sit here and say that rain's not going to be a factor at all, but it does appear like storms are going to be moving in later this afternoon. And you better believe, Mark, the strategists, this is where they're going to earn their money, watching the forecast, watching the radar to make sure they get those drivers in for rain tires at the perfect moment.
Thankfully, a clean session so far. Newgarden, Hunter Ray, Rahal, Dixon, Daly, the top 5, as we mentioned. Simon Pagenaud gets the valued bonus point for sitting on pole, and Simon very happy when our Rob Howden caught up with him yesterday following qualifying.
Makes it a little easier, Simon, starting from pole position. You'd be the first guy to roll through turn 1, 58.9. What a lap. Talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, it was a really good lap. One of the best I've ever put together. Certainly, there's not much more in it, but the whole qualifying, I worked on the details on driving. My teammates, they're tremendous. It's such a good atmosphere. When we work together in practice, each practice we talk about how we manage the corners, and we keep improving each other. So, I feel like I really extracted the best out of my car, the best out of myself today. So it's obviously the most satisfying thing, and that's what I'm always seeking for.
Here's the starting lineup for today's race. Esteban Gutierrez will roll off at the rear of the field. In row number 10, it'll be Carlos Munoz and Sebastian Saavedra. Row 9, Charlie Kimball and Connor Daly. Row 8, Ed Jones and Ryan Hunter-Reay. Row 7, Spencer Pigot, Tony Kanaan. Marco Andretti, J.R. Hildebrand in row number 6. In row 5, Max Chilton, Takuma Sato. In row number 4, Joseph Newgarden and Alexander Rossi. Going for the three-peat. Inside, row number 3, Scott Dixon. He'll be joined by James Hinchcliffe. Elio Castro Evans inside of row number 2 along with Will Power. Starting P2, Graham Rahal, and your pole sitter again, Simon Pagenaud, Nick Yeoman. It looks as though that whatever the checklist was for this session, all teams have gone through that. Most notably, Esteban Gutierrez was medically cleared today, is in that car. Hats off to that Dale Coyne crew for getting that car put back together. And now all that's left is to watch the skies and watch the racetrack.
Going to be a lot of fun. As you mentioned, the Indy Lights race number 2 coming your way a little bit later at 12:15 Eastern time, and then the Honda Indy Toronto at 3 o'clock Eastern live coverage. Mark, you'll have the coverage here with Davey Hamilton. Jake and I will be out on the course. Jake Query, that is. Of course, Jim Murphy, Rob Howden, Dave First on pit lane. Been racing here since 1986, Mark. Is the first time that Toronto hosted open wheel racing. The history of this event is pretty impressive, and this is really, I think, one of the marquee events on the calendar.
Newgarden, Pagenaud, Hunter-Reay, Rahal, Dixon, Daly, Sato, Kanaan, Munoz, and Chilton, the top 10. Then Kimball, Pigot, Andretti, Rossi, Hinchcliffe through 15. Jones, Castro-Neves, Powers, Saavedra, Hildebrand, and Gutierrez. Again, Simon Pagenaud, your pole sitter. In just a few minutes, rejoin us here as we get ready for Indy Lights race number 2. Nick Yeoman, Davey Hamilton on the call with Dave First and yours truly out on the course. Rob Howden and Jim Murphy will handle pit road. And then again, at 3 p.m. Eastern, join us for flag-to-flag coverage of the Honda Indy Toronto. For Jim Murphy and Nick Yeoman, I'm Mark Janes. So long for now from the streets of Toronto.
Running, Takuma Sato. There we see. Locking him up. Not needing that runoff in turn number 3, but certainly charging hard, braking late to turn number 3. Takuma Sato on that session found himself 7th quick. 7th quick for Takuma Sato as he brings the number 26 racing entry to the attention of that Andretti Autosport crew. Big moment for that young man, winning the 101st running of the Indianapolis 500. Starts on the outside of row 5 today. What about the mayor of Hinchtown, James Hinchcliffe, 15th in that practice session. And although that might not sound good, less than a second behind the quick car of Joseph Newgarden. The entire field within 1.6 seconds of each other. There you see the results. Top 6, Newgarden, Pagenaud, Hunter Ray, Graham Rahal, Scott Dixon, and Connor Daly. James Hinchcliffe will be starting this afternoon's Honda Indy Toronto on the outside of row number 3. Finished on the podium last year. And all the Toronto race fans, you would all like to see your hometown boy from Oakville, Ontario, bring home the victory and that William Ashley Waterford Crystal Trophy. So coming up next, we have race number 2. It's the Indy Lights. That's the final rung of this Mazda Road to Indy program. Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires. Race number 2, green flagging here at 12:15. So just about 12 minutes from now. 12 minutes. We'll do a pre-race festivity. Rob Houghton will be down on pit lane. And again, a big thank you to Cooper Tire. Proud to be the official tire of the Honda Indy Toronto, as well as the official tire, the Indy Lights, presented by Cooper Tires in the Cooper Tires USF 2000 series. Both racing this weekend. We saw USF 2000 earlier. You will see the Indy Lights here very soon. Cooper Tire offers tires for your car, truck, and SUV, covering the comfort and performance you should expect from your tires. To find a dealer nearest you, visit coopertire.ca. And you can also follow them on Twitter and Instagram at Team Cooper Tire. So again, Indy Lights. We'll begin pre-race festivities in a moment. Joseph Newgarden quick in that final warm-up. Pagenaud, Hunter Ray, Rahal, Dixon round out your top 5. We welcome you. Race day, the Honda Indy Toronto.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the pre-grid show, Cooper Tires Indy Lights Grand Prix of Toronto, presented by Allied Building Products. Round number 11 of the 2017 Indy Lights Championship, presented by Cooper Tires. My name is Tony Laporta, and I'm your host of Road to Indy TV. We're walking around down here on pit lane. We're going to catch up with a few Indy Lights drivers as we prepare to throw the green flag on the 11th round of the season and the second race of the weekend here in Toronto. Got a couple drivers here hanging around from Belardi Auto Racing. Looks like Aaron Telitz and his teammate Shelby Blackstock. Mr. Telitz, our champion from Pro Mazda last year. How are things going down here on pit lane? What's the vibe like?
We're just hanging out, man, watching the clouds, feeling the cool breeze off the lake here in Toronto. It's going to be a great day for racing.
It is going to be a great day for racing here in the beautiful city of Toronto. Are you having fun? Have you had a chance to enjoy the city and all of its local attractions?
Definitely. Enjoying the city. City's awesome. The racing is good, too. We're going to try and make some magic happen here today.
Make some magic happen. Aaron Telitz, his teammate Shelby Blackstock is right here. Mr. Blackstock, the only question I can ask is, how are you?
First off, good afternoon, Mr. Laporta. We're doing a little bit better. We just want to make it out of pit lane today.
Yeah, yesterday was tough for you guys leaving pit lane. You just put that loud pedal down so hard that you broke the darn half shaft in it, and you didn't get off of pit lane for quite a while. That was not a good way to start the weekend out here.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even that. The car was actually rolling, so I was actually just trying to get some wheel spin and some temperature into it, and unfortunately, it just went. So I mean, it was either then or it would have been too far in the future that probably would have happened. So it sucks. Of course, you'd rather have that happen in a practice session, but it is what it is. I mean, we're not in the reach of the championship. This year has been pretty rough, but start 6 today. Hopefully, go out there and go for it.
It's been up and down, I think is fair to say. Are you at least having fun this season on the Mazda Road to Indy?
Yeah, I mean, overall, driving-wise and our speed-wise, we're pretty happy with. I mean, every race we're within the times and could actually challenge for wins if we were in the right positions. Just horrible luck, part failures, and bad luck. Just that's racing, part of it.
It is part of it, but another part of the Mazda Road Indy, and it's a part that always makes my day so enjoyable, is when you're here. Shelby, thanks so much for the time. We're going to go look for a former teammate of yours, son of Toronto, Dalton Kellett. He's got a lot of fans here. We're going to go try and track him down if his fan club's not too busy. Here he comes right now with those sunglasses on. What do you think of those glasses?
Oh, you got to bow down to him. He's the emperor.
We're going to talk to him right now. Shelby, thanks so much, sir.
Shelby Blackstock.
It is the man, Shelby Blackstock, and it's the sunglasses. Dalton Kellett, how are you, sir?
I'm good. Ready to go.
You got a lot of fans here today. I know a lot of them are sitting over here in the exit turn 11. I see a lot of green shirts. You got anything to say to your fans here today?
Thank you guys for coming out, and let's put on a good race for you. Thanks.
It's been a fun weekend. I want to say thanks to the Kellett family and all their hospitality. So at this time, Dalton, it's fun talking to you, but I got to tell you, drivers to your cars, good luck, okay?
There you go. Thanks, Tony.
Dalton Kellett, ladies and gentlemen, the hometown favorite. Again, at this time, we need all drivers to your cars. Again, drivers to your cars. We are getting ready to kick things off here on pit lane. It is the 11th round. The 2017 Indy Lights Championship presented by Cooper Tires. Today, the Cooper Tires Indy Lights Grand Prix of Toronto presented by Allied Building Products. Strap in, folks. It's going to be another exciting round of Mazda Road to Indy racing. Coming up next here on Road to Indy TV.
Sir.
Thank you, Tony Laporta. Getting ready for our pre-race festivities. Good stuff down there. Good to see Aaron Telitz, Shelby Blackstock, Dalton Kellett. Now the fans loving the Dalton Kellett. We'll see how he does today. Our pre-race festivities continues. Let's send things back down to Rob Howden. Rob.
Well, Tony Laporta.
Live from the streets of Toronto, it's time for the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
No doubt about it. It is time to go racing for a second straight day on the streets of Exhibition Place. My name's Nick Yeoman. Happy to be joined in the Firestone Racing booth by Davey Hamilton. This is the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network It is the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires, the second race of a double-header weekend. Davey, we're ready to go for 45 laps around this 11-turn street course here in Toronto. One race in the books. Up a qualifying session this morning. I think still a lot up in the air as these 14 drivers are going to battle wheel to wheel for 45 laps.
Long race today. Yesterday, 35 laps. You add another 10 laps onto it. It makes it just that much more difficult. And if you recall yesterday's race, how different some of the cars were handling from the start of the race to the end of the race because of tire wear. Well, now they got to remember, hey, we got 10 more laps of abuse on these tires, so they got to really strategize the way their car is, how they're going to burn, or when they're going to use their tires up. And but yesterday, a lot of bumping, hitting, not being that smart, honestly, in the first race. So we'll see what happens in the second one. Obviously, Kaiser dominated, started from the pole, just dominated the race yesterday. His 2 points guys that he's looking after, Herta and Laced, both had tough days, although Herta was smart enough to running in 10th, really didn't have to pass that many cars and ended up 4th.
Drivers getting buttoned into those race cars, set to go racing again for 45 laps. Yeah, let's hear from one of them. It was the winner yesterday, Kyle Kaiser, in dominating fashion as he picked up the win here in Toronto.
Kyle Kaiser, those are one of those days that you just dream of. You come in with a point lead, you qualify on the pole, flawless run, start to finish. You told me before the start of the race you want a 1.5 second gap, so you don't have to worry about push to pass. You got that done early. Give me your thoughts.
We executed exactly what we had to do. I got to thank Mazda tire right off the bat. This thing was a rocket ship. I got to thank my team, Juncos. The car was beautiful. Nobody was close. I got the gap early, and we just were maintaining the gap pretty much the whole race. So I can't thank everybody enough. Just a perfect day.
What about track conditions? Can you get some insight? Were you surprised by the grip levels? Was it greasy? What was it like out there?
Yeah, it was a little greasy. I was definitely getting some wheel spin, but that's how it is here. It's a street course. It's always going to be low grip. So we drove to what the track gave us, and we were the fastest by far.
You're obviously going to get a lot of data out of the car and yourself as well. What do you think about tomorrow? Can you make it a bit better?
Well, it might rain tomorrow, so I'm excited for a little change in the track conditions. We were quick in the rain in 2015, so I'm fine with whatever happens tomorrow.
So Kyle Kaiser picks up the win, extends that points lead to 37 points over Matthias Lace, 46 back to Colton Herta, 61 back to fourth place running Matthias Lace, and 63 points back to Zachary Clayman DeMello. Well, a qualifying session in the books earlier this morning, and it was a little bit different from what we saw. It was the second-generation driver, the American Colton Herta, who posted fast lap after fast lap, and he'll lead the field to the green flag when we go racing here moments away in Toronto.
Colton Herta has climbed out of his Delta Energy Mazda, 5th pole this season, saving the best for last today.
It seems it. I mean, we've always been stronger on Sundays at the street courses, and I think that's mainly down to just me getting up to speed. We don't get a ton of practice, so a lot of the tracks I haven't been to, so getting up to speed is the main thing, and so we really go for it in the second qualifying. And man, that was a really good lap. I think it's one of the best laps of my life, and it just shows how competitive the field is because they're all right there as well.
Talk about that. I mean, you guys had a 30-minute session on Friday, and that was it. Very limited track time here in the streets of Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, if you haven't been around here before, it really takes its toll. So, we were just mainly getting up to speed in the first qualifying, first race, and first practice, and now we're going for the win this afternoon.
4th yesterday. What did you learn in that session, in that race yesterday that you can apply today?
A lot of racecraft for the circuit. I fell back to 10th on the start, and then I passed my way up to 4th. So, hopefully we don't have to do any passing today, but, learn racecraft.
That's the voice of Colton Herta. He's your pole sitter. He talked with Dave First earlier this morning in qualifying. He will start on the pole. Santi Urrutia to his outside. Behind those two drivers in row 2, it's Kyle Kaiser and Nico Jamin. In row 3, Zachary Clayman DeMello and Shelby Blackstock. Row 4 sees Aaron Tielitz and Juan Pedro Hita. In row 5, it's the Canadian Dalton Kellett and Nico DePero. In row 6, Matthias Lace, one of our championship contenders, and Neil Alberico. And in row 7, Garth Rickards and Ryan Norman. Jim Murphy is down pit side, going to be covering this race for us, as well as the Honda Indy Toronto a little bit later today for the Verizon IndyCar Series. Jim, it looks like all 14 of those cars are posted on pit lane, and I hear some engines as well.
Absolutely. About 40 seconds ago, they gave the command, and we are ready to go racing here in pit lane. These guys were out here about 2 hours ago to qualify. It was 75 degrees, sunny, a gorgeous summer morning. Right now, temperature is 66 degrees. The temperature is dropping. The clouds have rolled in. The wind is picking up, and I will tell you, it is downright chilly here on pit lane. Looking off to our north and west, we see some dark clouds, and a quick look at the radar says, with the extra 10 laps on this race, I'm not sure we're going to get this one all in before we get a few sprinkles in here. The teams are ahead of this. I see rain tires laid out in all of the pits. They're ready to go. Now remember, these cars do not routinely make race level pit stops, so if they have to come in for some rain tires, it's going to really tax these crews to bring themselves right into the fray of the competition.
Those conditions are changing, Rob Howden, but we know Cooper Tire, they're the official sponsor of this series. They are always prepared. This is going to be a fascinating 45-lap race here in Toronto.
If we indeed need to go to rains, Nick Yeoman, we'll be fine. The Cooper Tire rains are a fantastic tire, but everybody I talked to up and down pit lane before I did the driver introduction, they just kept saying they hope it doesn't rain. These guys have worked so hard, Nick, all weekend to get these cars dialed in for this dry weather racing. A team like Bilardi's finally getting the speed. Of course, Colton Herta, he wants to go green to checker in the dry because he feels he has an amazing car. If we do go to the rains, all bets are off.
Going to be a lot of fun, Davey Hamilton, as these drivers swerve back and forth, get a little heat in those tires. They got to do a better job than they did yesterday at the start of the race. We saw a lot of carnage. And for a 45
turn 5, checking in.
Everything's a little bit cleaner for the first 5 or 6 laps.
You know, the track hasn't changed. It's still slick. It's still bumpy. It's still got walls on both sides of it. It's still a very challenging racetrack. Hasn't changed from yesterday. So hopefully some of these kids, just learn how to pace themselves and make sure that they get to the checkered flag.
This is the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. All of these drivers just one step away from the Verizon IndyCar Series. The winner of this championship will take a Mazda scholarship, upwards of $1 million to put towards a Verizon IndyCar Series effort. It is a fantastic ladder system that has prepared these drivers that they get to race in similar cars. They get to race on similar racetracks as the Verizon IndyCar Series stars, and it is certainly a great proving ground. Some of the best have honed their skills here in Indy Lights. We've got 2 very talented broadcasters, one of which you're going to hear on pit lane for the IndyCar race. The other will anchor the Honda Indy Toronto. Down in turn number 3, Dave, first the field going to be heading towards you for the final time under parade lap speed. It is a spectacular view that you have down there in one of the tightest corners in all of motorsports.
Yeah, I'd say it's too bad these drivers will have more of a chance to sightsee at the southern end of the race course after they sweep through that right-hander in turn 1 and then turn 2. It's a slight kink to the right, charging hard down Lakeshore Boulevard. To their left, a peek at the Toronto City Airport, Ontario Place, and maybe even a sight of Lake Ontario. To the right, obviously the infield portion of the race course. But once they reach 6th gear, it's hard on the brakes, uphill slightly through turns 5 and headed towards turn 6 as well. Turn 3, I tell you, one of the more crucial areas of this race course before coming into the view of the Radio Network's lead anchor in Mark James. Good afternoon, Mark.
Thank you, Dave. First, happy to be up here high atop turn 5 for the first few years the Verizon IndyCar Series was here. No question, turn 3 was the troublesome spot, but action picked up at turn number 5. So much so that for this left-hander to the bottom side, they've double-stacked the curbing. What awaits them is a short straightaway, the entrance to turn number 6. From 6 around to 8, brand new paving. It's slick enough in the dry, but Nick could slick it up more if we get a little bit of wet stuff.
It is a fascinating part of the racetrack that you're going to see there, Mark, and one of the best passing portions of the racetrack for Dave first. Here comes the field of 14, and we've got no start as they stack up, exiting turn number 11. Yellow flag going to be displayed by Tom Hansing in the flag stand there, Davey. The first 3 or 4 rows look pretty good. The rest of them trying to catch up there through the S's of 9, 10, and 11.
Yeah, you got to be prepared for the starts of these races on street and road courses. A lot of the guys in the back lagged way back, but then they couldn't catch up in time to get side by side. And, hey, it's hard enough to be side by side through 9, 10, and 11 anyways. It's very tight through that section. And Colton Herta, he's on the outside going through that corner, but to be on the inside for turn 1.
For those that maybe couldn't join us yesterday for the first race, we actually had an incident mid-race where under single file conditions things stacked up and damaged a couple race cars under the yellow flag.
One thing that some guys, when you're in front, you do brake checks, you gas a little bit, slow right way down to try to stack guys up and then take off again. But I don't know that's what happened, but they all did get stacked up, and it cost 3 or 4 guys a really good race.
So the field of 14 working their way through turns 3, 4, and 5 now, as we will try this again. This 45-lap race on the streets of Exhibition Place. It's Colton Herta and Santi Urrutia starting on the front row. Those two drivers, second and third, they're third and fourth in the point standings coming into this event. The points leader, Kyle Kaiser, starts in that third spot. It is a beautiful field of 14. Now they'll start to get side by side as Santi Urrutia pulls up to the inside of Colton Herta through that bending turn number 8 as they S their way through. Colton Herta will have the premier part of the racetrack as they accelerate. Here they come out of turn number 11. Alignment looks good. They'll all start to accelerate, and we'll see the green flag. We're racing here at Toronto in the Indy Light Series presented by Cooper Tires. Good jump for Colton Herta. They'll go 3 wide for second position. Nico Jamin gets into the wall, and Shelby Blackstock goes up and over the top of that automobile. 2, 3, maybe 4 damaged vehicles. Shelby Blackstock's car is heavily damaged. Nico Jamin is into the wall. Garth Rickards has come to a stop. Davey, absolute carnage there in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, first thing is going 3 wide through turn 1, not a smart thing on that first lap, and just nowhere to go. When you're on that third wide, whoever went out there third wide, we'll see a replay. I think it might have been Jamin. I'm not 100% positive, but just nowhere really to go. We're seeing a replay right now, and we see Kaiser has a good run. He stays to that inside. He's able to get underneath Urrutia, but then it's Jamin on the outside, just nowhere to go. I mean, and then Blackstock had no choice. I mean, he hit the wall, slowed down, and Blackstock was right behind with nowhere to go. So Jamin just, there's nowhere to go when you're 3 wide in that first corner.
Yeah, Mark Janes, a tough way for the Frenchman driver Nico Jamin's day to end.
Well, Nick, the season started with a lot of promise, and really, right now, prior to this accident, he found himself 5th in points. But for Jamin, the midpoint of the season has been a struggle. 3 podium finishes, Nick, but none of those since the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So the summer months have not been kind to his championship hopes.
Yep, that is a season trending in the the wrong way. A lot of cars affected in that accident. It looked like Nico Jamin got into the wall. Shelby Blackstock went up and over the top. Juan Pedro Hita got some damage. The 22 of Neil Alberico was actually carrying the front wing of Shelby Blackstock's machine back onto pit lane. Garth Rickards is there for service. And Jim Murphy, to make things a little worse, you say you're feeling some raindrops down there on pit lane here at Toronto.
I'm going to let you listen. That's what a front wing sounds like when it comes scraping by us here underneath the car. But yeah, we've got a few raindrops in here. We did have cars in for service. It was Garth Richards was in. He's back underway, and we got some more updates on the other end of the pit road with Rob Houghton.
Yeah, Jim, well, we're down here obviously getting barraged by some cars. There's the front wing of Shelby Blackstock jammed underneath the car of the 22 of Neil Alberico and Nick Yeoman. Just a rough weekend all around for the driver who has been the most dominant thus far in this last couple of races. Mateus Lace back into pit lane. He had to need to make a wing change as well. So trouble for all 3 Carlin cars.
Good Lord, what a rough opening lap for Trevor Carlin's organization. David, we saw a couple looks at that replay. Shelby Blackstock's lucky he didn't end up on his lid because he got airborne going up and over the top of Nico Jamin. That was a scary ride through turn 2.
Yeah, it sure was. I mean, just nowhere for him to go either when Jamin, like I say, just a bad decision to go 3 wide into turn 1 and knowing that how much it narrows up. And unfortunately, Blackstock just had nowhere to go. And when you catch wheels, that's what happens. You get airborne, and, man, he really took a ride. Doesn't look like he's out of the race for sure, but not a lot of damage to that car, but he's very lucky.
Back to pit lane and Rob Houghton.
Yeah, Nick, to give you a little update on all the carnage we've had here so far, that'll be it for the number 22 of Neil Alberico. Left front damage, major left front damage to the toe link on that car. We know that Shelby Blackstock's going to be out. Nico Jamin's going to be out. They're going to bring Juan Pedro Hita in now, so it'll be a front ring for Juan. They're going to look around that car as well. But lots of carnage, but truly literally the storyline changing right now because the rain has actually started here down at pit lane.
So all told, it looks like it's going to be a 6-car accident with Mateus Laced, Garth Rickards, Nico Jamin, Shelby Blackstock, Neil Alberico, and as Rob talked about, Juan Pedrohita now coming to pit lane. We just saw a shot of his bright yellow Team Pelfrey Mazda around the course, and he had some front wing damage. Davey, this is the part of the racetrack where this happened in turns 1 and 2, where everyone's going so quick and they've got to funnel down. They just run out of racetrack for these guys to go 3 wide.
Yeah, it's the first lap of a race, and you need to worry about doing that maybe on the last lap. I'd say, if I was to tell him, hey, if it's the last lap and you got to try 3 wide, go for it, just see what we can do. But on the first lap, just not good.
Well, unfortunately, our pit reporter is going to be a little busy. Lots of guys to talk to. One of them is Neil Alberico, and he is standing by with Jim Murphy on pit lane.
Yeah, we'll check in with Neil here at Neil, it looked like it got awfully busy out there in the first lap. From your seat, what happened?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, we were starting on the 6th row. Got a great start. Got a few cars up on the inside of one. And then there was a huge accident ahead of me in the front. It looked like Blackstock was involved and just blocked the lane. So just got caught up in that. Nothing you can do about it. Just got to qualify better to stay out of the carnage.
He managed to smile here. It's got to be terribly frustrating on a good day like today to go racing and come in after only 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame. The car had a ton of pace. I mean, testament to the Carlin guys working their butts off all weekend long. And, I wish I could have done a better job this morning for them. And we'll come back in Mid-Ohio strong.
We'll be watching it. Neil Alberico.
Tough day for Neil Alberico, one of many drivers caught up in this opening lap accident. 5, maybe 6 cars involved all told. We see Dalton Kellett is going to duck on to pit lane. The Canadian driver is going to pull that number 28 car to pit road to the service of the Andretti Autosport crew. Here's the drivers who did make their way out of that opening lap accident. The running orders. He's Colton Herta, P1 after 3 laps. All been run under caution here. This again is a 45-lap race as we see 1 to go at the line here. Well, 45-minute lap race or 60 minutes, but it is Herta, Kaiser, Urrutia, Clayman, DeMello, and Thielitz, the top 5. Nico DePera runs 6th, Ryan Norman is 7th, Mateus Lace is 8th, Garth Rickers 9th, and Juan Pedrohita rounds out the top 10. Back to pit road, and Rob Howden.
Yeah, Nick, the team for Dalton Kellett going to work here. They had a flat right rear for Dalton, getting him going again. Trouble yesterday for the young driver from Toronto. He's back on the racetrack now, throttle down and away for Kellett. Again, flat right rear for the driver out of Toronto.
So as the field starts to stack up, we're going to be going back to racing here very soon. Dave, first, the field is heading towards you towards turn 3, but also looks like you've got some disabled vehicles there with you as well.
Yeah, a couple of wounded warriors here in turn 3 that they pulled off behind the pit wall, and that includes the 51 of Shelby Blackstock and, of course, Nico Jamin's car as well. Looks like they're going to be sitting here watching the rest of the race with me here in turn 3.
Tough day for those 2 drivers out of the race early on. Scary accident in turn number 2. But the rest of these drivers, big opportunity to score some big points. As, many of the championship contenders were able to make it through that opening lap accident. Of course, Kyle Kaiser moved into the 2nd spot from starting 3rd. He got around Santi Urrutia, so that green and white Juncos Racing Mazda has moved into the 2nd position. That bumped Urrutia back to 3rd. Zachary Clayman DeMello moved up from the 5th starting position. He moved up a spot into the 4th spot. So, Davey, here we go. They're going to set up for the S's as we're about to go back racing here in Toronto.
Yeah, last thing we need when you only have 14 cars in your field is to have first lap incidents like that. Like I say, it just affects the championship. Although, right now, the top 3 guys, they're still fighting it out there right now. But Laced, he's the one. He's in 8th place, even though he had some involvement with that accident.
Colton Herta hard on the accelerator out of turn number 11. He'll see the green flag. He'll lead him into turn number 1. Kyle Kaiser will follow in 2nd. We saw a little lock up from 3rd place running Santi Urrutia. Zachary Clayman DeMello runs 4th. Aaron Thielitz runs 5th. They'll roar out of turn number 2. They'll fan out further back, but the leaders pop into the view of Dave first.
Yeah, Colton Herta got off to a great start. How about the restart as Kyle Kaiser takes a peek to the inside, lights up the rear. Those Cooper tires, but cleanly through. Single file. Colton Herta leads. Head your way, Mark James.
Taking a look to the inside is Kaiser, and he wisely backs out of it. Big beneficiary, no question, Nick, to that incident is Mateus Lace. He
had moved up to the 8th position after starting inside of row number 6. Remember, he's just 37 points back of the championship. However, he lost a spot or two on the restart.
Kyle Kaiser's car danced and got awful sideways as he looked to the inside in turn 3, right below Dave First. I was really surprised we didn't have an accident. And a nice move from Zachary Clayman DeMello, the Canadian from Montreal, as he slipped around Santi Urrutia, so move him into the 3rd spot. And now a good battle, Davey, setting up for 4th between a pair of Belardi teammates, Urrutia and Tielitz.
Yeah, both good runs right there by those guys, although Urrutia lost a spot on that restart going down into turn 3. Clayman DeMello just out broke him, slid by him, and it was a nice pass getting into turn 3.
Leaders exiting turn number 2, heading down the back straightaway. They'll head down to turn number 3.
Boy, look at the lead already that Colton Herta has on the rest of the field. Kyle Kaiser in second, about 4 car lengths behind him. Zachary Clayman DeMello right in the tire tracks. Further back, Ryan Norman tries to make a move on Nico DePero. Not going to work that time.
Kaiser knows how that feels. He was up front yesterday. He's got some heat, though, from the 13th car of Zachary Clayman DeMello. Kellett trying to keep pace with the rest of the field.
Davey, how important is clean air for the leader, Colton Herta, early on in this race?
Well, it's one thing. He wants clean air for sure, but he would also like to get away just enough to where the push to pass will not be in effect for, the guy chasing him down of Kaiser.
You got to be within 1 second. That's, of course, the rule for the push-to-pass mechanism to kick in, and these drivers can get that extra horsepower. How about the conditions out there, and especially on pit lane for you, Rob Houghton?
Nick Yeoman, I would have thought we were going rain in about 5 minutes, but it does not look near as imminent as it was. We actually have some blue skies. It looks like the really heavy clouds have moved actually to the north of the racetrack here, so we actually may be okay to go green to the end here without having any rain. Very interesting the way this weather's starting to kind of play out for us.
Late breaking move. Dalton Kellett's going to move up a spot. Colton Herta is the leader, and he's into turn number 3.
Yeah, already through turn 3s. He makes that right-hander, then uphill, then it's Kaiser, then it's Zachary Clayman DeMello. Further back, Aaron Tielitz. Santi Urrutia continues to lose a little ground. Matthias Lace on the charge. He's all over the back of Ryan Norman.
Clayman DeMello is keeping pace. We're checking in on Lace and Norman. Ryan has that advantage now as they bump that double-stack curving to the inside in turn number 5. I can echo the sentiments of Rob Houghton, Nick Yeoman. Wind blowing out of the south from my position. Hopefully it's keeping that system north and keeping the rain away for now.
Yep, we're all keeping our fingers crossed because it has been a bizarre weekend in terms of weather-wise. Let's hear from another one of those drivers caught up in an early accident. Jim Murphy, a wild ride for the driver that you're standing by with on pit lane.
Yeah, Shelby Blackstock, I guess wild ride's the best way to put it from your seat. What happened out there? It was a big old stack up.
Not really sure. I haven't seen the replay yet. Had a good start. Went to the outside because that's where everybody was blocking on the inside, so we thought we'd have a good run down into 3. Couldn't get down into second gear. I don't know what was up with that, but couldn't get down into second, so I was like, okay, I'll just exit in 3rd. I know I have the outside lane, and I don't know who squeezed Nico into the wall, but I was right behind Nico, so as soon as he hit the wall, I had nowhere to go, and all I saw was sky after that. But other than that, it was about the worst racing weekend I've had.
All right, let's go check in right now with Mark James out in turn 3.
Turn 3, Matthias Lace was trying to go to the outside and make another pass as the championship charge continues, but he had to lock it up and then go back into the tire barrier. So Matthias Lace now restarting towards the rear end of this field.
So one of our championship contenders, Davey, Matthias Lace, knew he had his work cut out for him, having to charge from the back of the pack, makes a mistake down there in turn 3.
I think the situation is he's just, yesterday we seen it as well, is driving the car harder than it's really there for. The car's just not right. No, it's not hard to say the cars aren't perfect because usually they're very good, but he just really drove it in too deep, had no chance of making that corner, locks the brakes up. So we seen it yesterday, overshot a corner in 10 or 9 and into the wall he went. So one of those deals, just overdriving the car, I feel.
And he was really wanting to get around Ryan Norman. He'd been working on him the last couple laps. When you know you got a fast car, that's where patience, I would assume, really.
We're on lap 9 of 45. That's where the patience do it. It's where you can get by him, risk to reward. Now, he still has a chance. He's going to the back. Still a lot of the race left, but he just gave up a lot of opportunity right there. And a guy that's running for the points championship, that doesn't help him at all either.
Colton Herta is starting to check out on the field, but that battle for second is getting awful tight as Kyle Kaiser has got his work cut out for him with Zachary Clayman DeMello, the driver from Montreal, all over the rear wing as they make their way out of turn number 8. They set up for the S's around the pit lane here at Toronto. Clayman DeMello closest to with within about a half a car length, right up underneath the gearbox of Kyle Kaiser. And there's an interested spectator as Aaron Telitz has entered the fold as well. So it's 3 cars battling for the second position. Colton Herta's lead is already at 3.9 seconds, but we're keeping our eye on this battle for second. It is Kaiser, Clayman DeMello, and Telitz. They'll race through turn number 1. Zachary Clayman DeMello's got a strong run day first as he's going to be looking for the second spot.
Colton Herta doing his best Kyle Kaiser impression from yesterday. Big time lead. Kaiser, meanwhile, hanging on to second. DeMello not able to get around him here on turn 3. Telitz stays single file further back. Then it's the number 5 of Santi Urrutia holding off the other Juncos car in Nico DePero. Single file as they head through your area, Mark James.
That battle between Telitz and company well out of my view, as that battle of day first just described, and a couple of cars straggling near the rear. Rare to see the 26 of Mateus Lace there. He finished 13th yesterday, Nick Gilman. This could be a very big hit in terms of the points weekend for Mateus Lace.
Boy, but as for the points leader, Kyle Kaiser, so dominant yesterday, has his hands full. He gets a nice run off of turn number 11. In fact, he's going to gap about 4 or 5 car lengths back to Zachary Clayman DeMello. Clayman DeMello's got another 3 car lengths back to Aaron Telitz. Clayman DeMello dives it hard into turn number 1, closes to within a couple car lengths. Now they'll accelerate through turn number 2. That battle for second heading to you, Dave First, down in turn 3.
They head under the Acura bridge as Zachary Clayman DeMello takes a look to the outside, but tucks back in line right behind Kyle Kaiser. Man, you can throw a proverbial blanket under all 3, Mark James.
And we've got a car stopped on the front straightaway, and it looks like it may bring out a full course yellow. It is Santi Urrutia, one of the championship contenders for Belardi Auto Racing, has stopped that car, Davey Hamilton, right underneath the flag stand, and Tom Hansing will display the double yellow flag. We're going to go full course caution here.
Good thing it's yellow, but yeah, he stopped his car right in the middle of the racetrack, right in the middle of the start-finish line, where usually if your car's going to quit, you get off to one side or another, but they'll be slow when they come by him, but not a good day. He's not going to be happy about this.
So say goodbye to that 4-second lead for Colton Herta as Kyle Kaiser, Zachary Clayman DeMello, and Aaron Telitz will be able to drive right back up to the rear wing of that 98 car. Steering wheel is off on that number 5 machine, Davey Hamilton. I'm assuming some sort of mechanical gremlin, and Mr. Urrutia is going to need to tow back to pit lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, he just missed going into pit lane to try to see if they could fix the car. Obviously, there's no damage to it, so it's got to be some mechanical or electrical, and yeah, he's definitely just going to hook him up and take him off the track to keep this race rolling.
He had a top 5 going as he started up near the front, started on the front row as Urrutia now climbs from that Mazda machine, and we hear race control told him to stay in that car. Now he's hopping out, and as the safety truck pulls up, they're going to probably ask him to hop back in that car so they can tow him back to pit lane. But, Davey, this is kind of the separation Sunday that we may have expected. Guys like Jamin, who came in this weekend still mathematically with a chance to get back into this title fight. He's taken a big hit. Now Urrutia, he's going to fall, looks like 76 points back as of now, all the way to 6th of the points championship. All that does is make it a little bit easier for the guys at the top of the standing.
Yeah, it's without a question about that. And there's really kind of, there's a lot of racing left. A lot of things could happen. But right now, it's kind of a three-car battle for the championship between Herta, Kaiser, and Lace. And Lace has to, improve. He come off 3 wins, though, out of 4 races. So we know he can get it done.
How about an update on that number 5 machine, Rob Houghton, who has stopped on the front straightaway?
Yeah, after a couple of really strong weekends for Santi Urrutia being able to come from deep in the field up onto the podium, obviously dejected faces down here of the crew from Belardi Auto Racing. They said he was complaining of the car kind of going away a little bit in those early laps. We watched him fall back, of course, into the clutches of his teammate Aaron Telitz, and then into 5th position. Not sure what's going on right now. I think he was calling potentially an issue with the boost on the engine, but some kind of a failure that is going to put him out of the race. They got to obviously cycle the electrics, which we always hear, shut it down, restart it, see if it's okay. But at this point, that'll be it for Santi Urrutia.
Good news. It looks like this is going to be a quick yellow flag as the Hamatro safety team has hooked the strap to the front of that number 5 machine. They're going to tow that wounded Mazda for Belardi Auto Racing and Santi Urrutia towards the runoff area of turn number 1. And the good news, Davey, is we also got word from race control that we're 1 to go. Going to go racing again here. And, boy, that lead for Colton Herta, it was strong at 4 seconds. Now, all of a sudden, he's got some hungry tigers bearing down.
That's one thing that you always have to gamble gamble too in these races is if you have a great race car and you get a big lead and you're a little harder in your car than the next guy, a yellow comes out, you lose all that advantage. But it looks to me that Colton really has a good balance on his car, especially after yesterday he didn't have the best of balance. And I think I think that Andretti Autosport team just really gave him some good changes. And right now, it looks like he's the guy to beat. Now we'll see what tire wear and balance does of his car. And when you got Kaiser behind you, the points champion, how aggressive is he going to be, right? I mean, that's who you're battling with for the championship. Now, Kaiser, I would think, is not going to make any crazy moves to get by him, so Hurt's looking like he's in a good spot.
Hey, how big of a break was this for Mateus Laced as well?
Yeah, right. Of course. It moves Laced up to that 10th position. Well, he's in 10th. He gained 1, but it caught him up to the field at least, so we'll see if he can make some passes and not going back to overdriving that car.
Yeah, that 26 car is going to be fun to watch as the car's next in front of him as he tries to pick off for Garth Rickards and Juan Pedrohita. Dalton Kellett running 7th, 8th, and 9th. Top 5 looks like this. It's Colton Herta, Kyle Kaiser, Zachary Clayman DeMello, Aaron Telitz, and Nico DePero, who is the rookie driver, has cycled his way up to 5th. Ryan Norman runs 6th. Dalton Kellett is 7th. Juan Pedrohita 8th. Garth Rickards is 9th. Mateus Laced is 10th. And just 10 cars left as Santi Urrutia out of the race with mechanical problems. He will finish in 11th. Here comes the field of 10 to see the green flag as we'll go back to racing here on lap number 14. Herta gets a good challenge from Kaiser. Kaiser looks to the outside, not close enough to get alongside of him into turn number 1. He'll duck right back into the draft as they accelerate out of turn number 2. It's Herta followed by Kaiser. Can the points leader Dave First get a run on Colton Herta? A lot of drafting down into turn number 3.
Herta held him off at the start, held him off on a restart, and he's going to hold him off here on this restart as well. Kyle Kaiser right behind him. Meanwhile, Aaron Telitz to the inside, makes up a couple of spots, gets around Zachary Clayman DeMello.
Kaiser took a look to the inside of Herta in turn number 5, and he backs out of it. Meanwhile, Dalton Kellett with the strong move for position back in the pack. He went to the inside, slipped around Nicholas DePero, so they're mixing it up in the rear of the field here at Toronto.
Pair of Californians up front, though, Davey Hamilton. What a battle between Kaiser and Herta here on the opening lap.
Yeah, Herta definitely did a defending block, as he should, down that long straightaway going into turn 3, but then he kind of made a second move back out, so he needs to be careful not to block him. I mean, just take up your line, do what you have to do, but don't block the guy behind you. Last thing he needs is a penalty.
Out of turn number 11, Colton Herta's advantage is still just a couple car lengths. Those drivers swing to the left. Kyle Kaiser lights up the right front tire getting into the first turn. That's going to allow for a nice run and maybe a getaway run from Colton Herta. He'll race out of turn number 2 and head down to the back straightaway to Dave First.
As they approach the Acura Bridge, Herta weaves a bit to the left and to the right. Don't think he's blocking him because Kyle Kaiser can't really make a play on him quite yet. Further back, Telitz, he started mid-pack. He's thinking podium finish as he holds off Zachary Clayman DeMello.
46 points the advantage for Kyle Kaiser over Colton Herta, so it might be risk versus reward time, Nick Gilman, in terms of if he makes an attempt to get past him.
David, we had our eyes focused on the front of the field, but we saw some replays further back. Guys 3rd, 4th, 5th on back making some big moves to charge towards the front.
Yeah, great move by Kellett, again by Pedrohita and DePero going down into that turn 5 section. Tight through that area, but he made it work.
Through the S's comes the field that is Colton Herta, your leader. Kyle Kaiser runs 2nd. The rookie Aaron Telitz, another American driver. American drivers run 1, 2, 3 here. Then you've got the pair of Canadians, Clayman DeMello running 4th. Dalton Kellett running 5th as he bounces that number 28 Andretti Autosport car through turn number 1. Dave First, the leaders making their way down the back straightaway. Colton Herta's advantage looks to be about 5 car lengths over Kyle Kaiser.
Yeah, nice healthy lead between the two. Herta leads the way through turn 3. Kaiser behind him. That battle for 3rd is heating up, though, as Zachary Clayman DeMello. He's now all over the back of the number 9, Aaron Telitz.
Front 2 off of turn number 5. Clayman DeMello breaks a little later, stays right in the tire tracks of Telitz for now. Get the feeling it might be a matter of time before Dalton Kellett gets up among that twosome, starting to mix it up a little bit.
It's kind of that accordion effect, Davey, of street course racing. As soon as 2 guys are battling in front of you, wait a lap or 2 and a 3rd or 4th is going to enter the mix.
Enter the mix. And what's happening right now, Telitz made such a good move on Clayman DeMello because Clayman DeMello was trying to make a move himself, and so he left himself vulnerable to get past, but now he's back on Telitz. Now, those two guys need to work together to try to catch up to those first two guys.
Gap for Colton Herta is a half a second, now a full second, as Herta sets the quickest lap of this race at a minute 6.72. That white and blue Andretti Steinbrenner Mazda roars out of turn number 2. Dave, first, Kyle Kaiser not letting him get away, but slowly but surely, car length by car length, Herta's lead is looking strong.
Yeah, I got to be thinking Kaiser's thinking championship. Why waste an opportunity to wad up your car just trying to make a pass for one more spot? Meanwhile, Zachary Clayman DeMello continues to pursue Aaron Telitz, Perro, Norman, all making your way, ahead in your way, Mark James.
Yep, Telitz gets through here first, then the number 13 machine of Zachary Clayman DeMello. That battle has started to separate itself a little bit. Let's face it, Kellett doing all he can to keep pace, Nick, but those two are starting to pull away from him a little bit.
Yeah, I thought Dalton Kellett, the way he was pedaling that car on the restart, that he may have something for Clayman DeMello and Telitz, who run 3rd and 4th, but that's a good point. That gap from 4th back to 5th looks like it's about 10 to 12 car lengths as they snake their way through the S's. Best battle on the racetrack might be for 3rd. Aaron Telitz got a strong run out of turn number 11, and we see him weaving back and forth on the front straightaway. We also see one car in the runoff area, Davey. That is Nico DePero, the rookie driver for Yumco Racing.
Yeah, down in turn 8, just overshot a little bit. No damage to the car, but having a hard time getting out of that zone. He's got it backed up. He'll get out, get going again, so no yellows will come out. And I noticed, Herta, the last lap of the race was fastest lap was set by Colton Herta, but then everybody behind him also set the fastest lap of that race of their own. But Colton was a little loose getting down in turn 1, so it was interesting to see that. You can see him loose coming off of turn 6 and 7 there as well. He has to be careful with the back of that car's doing. Now he can make adjustments, and I'm sure he will as this race goes on. But it looks to me like a little bit of rear grips going away in that Colton Herta car.
And Davey, how easy is it if you've got a loose race car? Is it to hang that rear end out and to catch a wall on a street course?
Yeah, very easy to catch one, and under braking especially. When I seen him going down in turn 1 like that and got on the brakes and then things stepped out, that's never fun. Now watching his hands this time, slows down just a little bit getting down to turn 1, looks fine, but as he gets on the accelerator through turn 2, you can see the back of that car just looks happy, just dancing around a little bit. And as the race goes on, you don't want to lose any more grip than that.
Leaders making their way down the back straightaway. Dave, first, let's focus in on that battle for 3rd, though. Aaron Telitz with about a 3-car length advantage over Zachary Clayman DeMello.
Aaron Telitz knows what it's like to win here in the streets of Toronto. Swept both Pro Mazda races here just a year ago. He continues to lead Zachary Clayman DeMello.
I'll tell you one thing that's changed yesterday, if we can check back in on that race for the lead. It's still a race for the lead. Colton Herta, Nick, has not been able to check out on Kaiser the way Kaiser did on the field yesterday.
And Davey, you have to kind of chalk that up for the comfortable feeling that Kaiser has at this racetrack. Fastest in practice on Friday, set the pole for race 1, dominated race 1. It's kind of an unfamiliar territory for him to be starting in the second row.
Yeah, it sure is, and he's staying there though. He's staying right behind Colton Herta. Colton has a gap right now of 1.2 seconds. It's a ways, but not a lot. So he just needs to be taking it easy now. Kaiser, his car probably not quite as good as yesterday. Maybe made some changes, or the track may have changed itself. But Colton Herta, I'll guarantee you they made some good changes on that car.
That gap, Dave, first from 1st to 2nd is 1.1 seconds there into turn 3.
It's not unlike what we saw a little bit yesterday, although the roles were reversed where Kaiser had that healthy lead, but he's still charging hard. Aaron Telitz in 4th, Zachary Clayman DeMello hangs in 5th, and Dalton Kellett, he's in 6th.
Yeah, that gap for the lead has widened a little bit, as has the difference between 3rd and 4th. That's Telitz and Clayman DeMello. Kellett with a bit of breathing room over Juan Pedrejita. Nick, a quick update on the weather. The wind out of the south is not as consistent as it was. It's calmed a bit. However, the threatening skies to the north have all been dissipated for now, and we could stay dry for the rest of this one.
That's what I like to hear. That is certainly good news for Mark James there in turn at number 5, as we've got 20 laps completed, make it 21 now as Colton Herta streaks across the start-finish line. 24 to go. This is kind of a longer race than we're used to, Davey. This Sunday race here in Toronto, 45 laps, and ultimately I would imagine tire management is really going to come into factor.
Yeah, that's the key. They ran 35 yesterday. They know what the race feels like, but when you add 10 more laps onto it, just that much more wear on your tires, and the more they wear, definitely not the faster they go. So you just got to be consistent. And then if a yellow comes out at the end as well, it could change everything.
The leader is Colton Herta. His gap over Kyle Kaiser extended from 1.1 seconds to 1.4 seconds on that previous lap. Neither of those two drivers being threatened from third place running Aaron Tielitz, as he runs 5.7 seconds behind the leader Colton Herta. Zachary Claman-DeMello within striking distance. He runs in fourth. The Canadian Dalton Kellett, his fellow Canadian Dalton Kellett, runs in fifth. Juan Pedrohita is in the sixth position. Ryan Norman runs in the seventh spot. Mateus Laced is eighth. Garth Rickards is ninth, and Nico DePero is 10th. Now to turn 3 and Dave First.
Yeah, I just got a quick question for Davey. In some other forms of motorsport, and IndyCar as well, certainly on the ovals, we hear about how much clean air can help some of these cars. And yesterday, we just saw Kyle Kaiser run away with this thing. How much can clean air help, certainly on these roads and streets we go to here, Davey?
Well, it does. It always helps. Not as much as it does on oval, but when you get clean air here and knowing that your car is going to perform at its very best in clean air, it's definitely an advantage. Now, we only have one long straightaway here. That's a fact. But what happens with these tight corners in this bumpy part of the racetrack, it's hard to get right behind a guy because you can't tell where they're going to brake or exactly where those bumps are going to be, and it allows that leader just to get away. So clean air is key, and on this tight track, it's pretty easy to defend as well. So you don't want to push it when you're in second.
Well, our leader, Colton Herta, has been strong, Rob Howden. He's been setting fast laps in this race. He's got a 1.5 second lead, but you've been watching him snake his way through around pit lane. That car is about as sideways as you could possibly get.
Colton is riding the razor's edge of the number 98 machine, but getting word from the team that he tapped the wall somewhere, actually telling them that the car feels a little bit weird right now. I'm getting spotter reports as well that potentially a bent suspension piece for Colton Herta. So this race, of course, not over. He's got a pretty solid lead right now, though. But Davey Hamilton, if you got an issue with the car, maybe a bent wishbone, that's really going to go to work on those tires as well.
No, without a doubt. I mean, if he tagged that wall, you never know if it's a wheel, a tire, or if he damaged anything at all in that car. But he is driving that thing hard. I give him a lot of credit, man. I see the back of that car just as you do, Rob, sliding out a little sideways on corner entries, on exits. So he's working hard right now.
Mark James, let's pick up a battle for fifth between Dalton Kellett and Juan Pedrohita.
Yeah, it is a battle for sure. Pedrohita right in the tire tracks. Both missed that double stack curving. The rear end steps out a little bit as they climb on the binders, then back to the throttle at the exit at turn number 6.
That's Kellett and Pedrohita. They're battling for the fifth position, separated by just a half a second as they make their way through the right-hander of turn number 8. Zachary Claman-DeMello, Davey not going away, pressuring Aaron Tielitz for that final step on the podium.
Well, he passed him under a restart, so Claman-DeMello might have a faster car, just got caught out. I think he was trying to make a move on Kaiser, and next thing you know, Tielitz gets by him. But they're both pretty equal right now. The passing zone, like I say, is down where Dave First is in turn 3, and these guys just can't really take advantage of it right now.
Here comes Aaron Tielitz and Zachary Claman-DeMello. They're battling for third. Neither one of them feels like they have anything for the front two, Dave First, but that doesn't mean that those drivers wouldn't love to find a step on the podium.
We've already seen a couple of cautions. They wouldn't mind another. Tielitz leads Zachary Claman-DeMello in that battle. That battle for fifth heating up as well. Kellett continues to lead Juan Pedrohita.
And the 13 of Claman-DeMello all over the number 9 of Tielitz to that canary yellow machine of Juan Pedrohita, tracking down Dalton Kellett. Again, he's right in the tire tracks now. They're already in that 7-8 complex.
Yeah, some great battling for third between Tielitz and Claman-DeMello, and again for fifth between Kellett and Juan Pedrohita, as those two cars were separated by just a couple car lengths. They make their way through a portion of the racetrack, Davey, around pit lane. That's where you see those cars and the drivers really working the steering wheel.
You need to be fast through that section, but there's one thing about it. Nobody's going to pass you in that area for sure. It's single lane through there, so you don't risk it. Just make sure that you try to come off at turn 11 the best as you possibly can and get a run for the straightaway down into turn 1. But you don't need to really fire through there as fast as you can if you're at risk, because that is a tricky little area right there.
Well, for those that maybe don't know, Rob Howden of the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network is from Canada. Rob, you're not the most successful Canadian so far this weekend. You're standing by with a driver who's gone to victory lane and has already taken home 2 first-place trophies here on the streets of Exhibition Place.
Yeah, I may be Canadian, but I was not draped in the Canadian flag that this young man was here today. Oh, hold on, let's go back to the racetrack, Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, we've got problems, Rob Howden. Have Parker Thompson stand by there as Colton Herta, the leader, has issues. Davey Hamilton looks like left rear suspension problems.
Yeah, without a doubt that he definitely hit something. As he said, something felt funny. Well, what he did is he hit that left rear on a wall that finally has broke. And I don't know if he hit something that's going to be full course yellow. I don't know if he hit something to where it broke or if he hit something just recently to finally break it. So we'll see for a replay. But Colton Herta is for sure our leader of this race is out for the day, unfortunately.
Absolute heartbreak for the driver from California in the midst of a championship hunt. Came into this race third in points, 64 markers behind. And with that accident, we're seeing a replay here, Davey, that 98 car making his way around turn 6, and something snapped there on the left rear.
Yeah, so what happened is that's just, there's so much pressure on that left rear tire coming through 6 and 7. And he, as he said, I bet we'll confirm it, he hit something earlier in that turn, or that left rear corner.
Well, Dave, first the racing continues on. You about had an issue there in turn 3.
Piedrahita went to the outside of Dalton Kellett in what is now a battle for 4th and got him, but both cars nearly came to a complete standstill before they were able to go on.
So it is a local yellow down where Colton Herta's wounded Mazda sits. The Homatro safety team has gone out to fetch that 98 car, and boy, a bunch of cars in the back of the pack, Davey. They're wanting to battle, running nose to tail. They had to slow it down there to avoid the Homatro safety team cleaning up that accident.
Yeah, it's a little amazing the yellow didn't come out for that incident right there. That was a bit risky because our safety crew, they had to get out physically onto the racetrack in that corner to get him off the track.
So that local yellow will be cleared very, very soon as Colton Herta's car is being taken off the racetrack. That means Kyle Kaiser assumes the race lead here with 18 to go and moves Aaron Telitz up to second. Zachary Clayman DeMello back to third. Rob Howden had to jump in there with that interview that you had with Parker Thompson. I'm sure, though, that Canadian driver doesn't mind with how successful this weekend's been.
Parker Thompson was leading but never had an issue like Colton Herta. Parker, this was a huge win for you, huge weekend for you. Back-to-back jacks here in USF 2000. You won last year, but it means even more, I think, because your team has kind of struggled, a brand new team this year. You guys have been working your tails off to come in here and win. Give me your thoughts on that right now.
You know, we have Exclusive Autosport. They're a brand new team. What's cool about them, they're Canadian, 100% Canadian. My engineer, my team owner, everyone on the team is Canadian. So for us to come in here, the only Canadian race on tour, and to clean up is unbelievable. These guys, you know what? They're a rookie team, but they've done an awesome job. Multiple podiums, multiple top 5s. My hat is off to them. I can't say enough good stuff about them.
What about the pressure you put on yourself coming into this event? I know that when I talked to you after the race win yesterday, there was real emotion there. You almost get a little choked up, get some teary eyes there. It's big to win in Toronto when you're a Canadian racer.
It's huge. And I honestly, Rob, have never teared up in a race. And both times today, both yesterday and today, I had tears running down my eyes crossing the checkered flag. It means everything for me to win in front of my Canadian fans. Toronto fans are awesome. They are the best fans in IndyCar that we have all year long. So thank you to everybody that made the venture out today, and have a great Honda Indy.
Hey, what about the rest of the season now? This gives you guys a lot of momentum, gives confidence to your team. What about Mid-Ohio? You're heading to Watkins Glen. You can still win this championship.
You know, that's true, Rob. Honestly, I haven't given it much thought, but my thoughts right now are on just cleaning up the rest of the season. We're going to go for wins, we're going to go for podiums and poles, and we're going to see what happens. When the dust settles, we'll see where we sit in the championship.
Congratulations on a great weekend.
Thank you very much, Rob, and thank you everyone at IndyCar for the interview.
More issues on track.
Yeah, thank you, Rob Howden. Thank Parker Thompson for hanging with us as we've got more issues. And it's his fellow Canadian, Dalton Kellett, who has nosed it into the tire barriers. Davey, some front damage to that number 28.
Wow, and then here's the most amazing part. He does actually get it on pit lane. Just overshot it right there. And, you know, he had guys right behind him with Norman. And man, he wasn't even close, actually. He really drove it in too deep, locked those brakes up, and just ran right in the wall.
Rob Howden, that wounded number 28. light is in your side of pit lane.
Yeah, they're going to work on it right now. No suspension damage whatsoever, as you guys just said. Just a light tap to that wing, knocked it down. They're going to put a new one on the number 28 K-Line Insulators entry, but a tough one for Dalton Kellett. Actually was running strongly in the top 5.
Yeah, he was. Dave First, he was running in the 5th position, but certainly was being pressured by Ryan Norman and Matthias Lace the last handful of laps before that accident.
Yeah, I got the feeling he was really holding up both Norman and Lace. Lace, of course, a championship contender, and Kellett was making his car pretty wide on a couple of turns, especially here in turn 3. Finally just caught up with it.
So attrition has been the name of the game here at Exhibition Place in race number 2. With 15 laps to go, it is Kyle Kaiser with a 6.1 second lead over Aaron Telitz, who's in the 2nd spot. Zachary Clemendemello really not letting him run away with that 2nd spot as he runs just a second behind in 3rd. Juan Pedro Hita has moved up to 4th. Ryan Norman's taking care of that car, and he's up to the 5th spot. And then you've got Matthias Lace in 6th. Mark Janes, let's peek into that battle for 2nd. Aaron Telitz trying to hold on to it.
About a 4-car length advantage. No pressure for Telitz right now, although we do see on both cars, you wonder if that grip's starting to go away a little bit because the rear end of those cars starting to step out a little bit. Meanwhile, Norman was being held up. Doesn't look so much like Matthias Lace was. Lace is starting to lose track of Norman now as they set up for that 7-8 complex. That advantage for Norman is about 5 car lengths.
Yeah, it's a good run for Ryan Norman as he's taking care of that race car. Good run for Juan Pedro Hita. Davey, you'll have that. Sometimes you have these races in Indy Lights where even if you don't have the strongest car, if you just take care of it when other guys make mistakes, all of a sudden you can find yourself in the top 5.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I'll tell you what's happened in our point championship where Colton Herta was leading that race. It shot him into 2nd place, still 39 points behind Kaiser, but now him going out, it switches to where Lace finds himself back in 2nd place. Then Herta drops to 4th from 279, our leader Kaiser, all the way to Herta at 214. Big gap now.
And, we were kind of waiting for some separation in terms of the championship battle with Kyle Kaiser and so many other drivers, fighting tooth and nail at the top of the charts. This could be the race weekend. If Kyle Kaiser can hold on for 14 more laps, sweeping the weekend, this could be the one he looks back on and say, that won me the championship.
Yeah, right, absolutely. And you know what? He was playing it smart. I don't know if he had the speed to beat Herta. Herta was obviously pretty fast, and but then again, he just didn't. He didn't get the job done, and I don't know. I'm anxious to hear if he hit the wall earlier with that left rear, and then it just finally broke, or if he hit it recently and it made it break.
Kyle Kaiser is already through turn number 1. That gap back to 2nd place running Aaron Telitz is now nearly 7 seconds, 6.8 seconds. But Telitz really can't focus, Dave, first on catching Kyle Kaiser. Right now, that driver, that Soul Red Mazda from Belardi Auto Racing, his main concern is holding on to that 2nd spot as Zachary Clemendemello chases him into turn 3.
Yeah, you got to think Clemendemello's close enough. He can hit that push to pass as he does so now as they make their way through turn 3. Here comes Aaron Telitz, Zachary Clemendemello, great battle for 2nd.
Telitz trying to keep pace of the championship battle despite not having podiums like those in front of him. Right now, he's not worried about that. He's trying to hold off Zachary Clemendemello.
And here's an interesting dilemma, Davey Hamilton, for Aaron Telitz. It was told that he and Juan Pedro Hita from Race Control did not slow down for the local yellow involving Colton Herta, and they must slow a lap by 1 second. How do you do that if you're Aaron Telitz and hold on to that 2nd spot?
Well, maybe that's the reason they caught him so fast, but that is so hard to do. I've never seen a rule quite like that, to be honest with you, that your penalty is to slow down 1 second. But man, because that's so hard, you don't know what that really means. Now if I'm Telitz and I need to slow down 1 second, I know exactly where I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it from turn 3 all the way back around to turn 11 because there's no passing in that area. Just slow down there, and there's no way that he's going to be able to get by him.
Here comes that battle for 2nd. Dave First into turn 3.
Too wide as they head through turn 3. That's not going to hold up. Finally goes back to single file as Clemendemello steps in behind Aaron Telitz.
It's not out of the question for them to go too wide through turn number 3. Didn't see that the first few years here, but Telitz, if he served that penalty, either either he's done it already or hasn't done it yet, because he's full throttle through 7 and 8.
And we just got word from race control that both cars are in the clear. They've been they've approved. They've got those penalties, slowed those cars down enough. So, Davey, it paid off for Aaron Telitz. And you're right. If you're going to slow down a second, you want to do it on the portion of the racetrack where you also back up the 13.
Yeah, we haven't seen a pass yet between turn 3, or I should say turn 5 and turn 11. So no sense thinking there's going to be one. So you can slow down a second easy and keep the guy behind you.
So Aaron Telitz serves his penalty and holds on to the second spot. Boy, driver who's going to take a big hit in the points, though, Rob Howden. He was leading, looked poised for his 3rd victory in Indy Lights, but unfortunately his day ends. Talking with you on pit lane.
Colton Herta, a great run early, able to lead, but as you told me here right before we came on, an issue with the steering. Maybe you got knocked the geometry out a little bit early?
Yeah, I think it's something to do with the toe link. Maybe got knocked off. I don't think I hit the wall, but those things don't usually fail, so something must have happened.
Overall, were you happy with the way the race car was, even with that issue?
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather be out there, so I don't think it was a really good race, but yeah, I mean, onward and upwards. The next one, we had a fast car. I was really quick. Just need to figure out those restarts. We couldn't quite get the tires working when Kaiser could.
Hey, good luck in Mid-Ohio.
Thanks.
Colton Herta there, Nick Yeoman. Again, not a lot of words there. Real disappointed again. He just had a rough run here through the middle of the season after a very solid start to the year.
As they run, Rob Howden, he falls to 65 points behind Kyle Kaiser, still in 3rd in the championship, but it has just been a tough weekend for Colton Herta, as he had certainly, as you talked about, high hopes of trying to win the championship in his rookie year. It's going to take a mega effort in the last 4 races if he's going to catch Kyle Kaiser. Dave, first, that battle for second. Aaron Telitz, after serving that penalty, looks like he's in the clear for now.
Yeah, I was going to say, what happened to that battle for second? It's not a battle right now. Aaron Telitz with a healthy lead over Zachary Clayman DeMello. Further back, it's Pedro Hita in 4th, Ryan Norman 5th, Mateus Lace still charging hard. He's in 6th.
Battle for second, long gone. Mateus Lace, Nick Yeoman, the beneficiary of attrition. We mentioned his 13th place finish yesterday, his starting position on the inside of row number 6, with the misfortune of Urrutia and Herta certainly going to minimize the damage points-wise for Mateus Lace.
Yeah, right now Lace sits 53 markers behind Kaiser in 2nd, but again, it's hard to salvage a weekend, Davey, for any of these guys when Kyle Kaiser's rolled off the truck in minutes dominance.
Yeah, and we thought he had a big lead yesterday. Today it's 8.5 seconds, so there's 9 laps left in this event, which he would already got the checker flag yesterday, but man, he looks clear sailing. Telitz is a long ways back, no pressure whatsoever, and Clayman DeMello is a bit behind Telitz now that he served his penalty. Telitz is kind of checked back out.
And the big advantage today is he, again, hasn't had to really race up and pass anyone because of the issues with Herta.
Yeah, that's right. He just is playing it smart. I'll tell you what, Kaiser, you can tell that he's a veteran of this series because, he's been methodical. He's looking at the points championship. He's been fast. He's done just so much to be on top. He turned down the Indy 500. He had an opportunity to run the Indy 500 with this same team. Yuncos came out with a couple cars, but then I heard rumor was he in, he's out, he's in, he's out. But you know what? He said, I need to focus on the Indy Lights championship and try to win that thing first. So good job by him.
And ultimately, Rob Howden, if this trend continues and he can keep this type of effort through the next 4 races, he's going to find himself in the Indianapolis 500, the 102nd running a year from next May, we should say.
Nick, whether or not he's able to do that and win this championship, he is no doubt, Kyle Kaiser, a case study for any young driver in the Mazda Road to Indy. He has taken his time. He's not rushed his progress. He came in Pro Mazda, was able to win races there, and, of course, came into Indy Lights his 3rd year now. You go back to his rookie season here at Toronto. If you recall, we had a wet weather race. It was actually Nelson Piquet Jr. leading. Kaiser wanted to win so badly, he tried to make a deep move in hardly any visibility into turn number 3 and climbed up over top of him. Ended his race, ended Piquet's race. That's not the same Kyle Kaiser we have right now. He has showed so impressively the maturity, the poise throughout this year. There's a reason why he's going to win this championship if he's able to get it done by the end of the season.
Mark James, we just saw a great battle for 4th heading your way into turn number 5, where Juan Pedro Hita picked up a spot on Dalton Kellett, but you're reporting maybe bigger issues for Kellett than just a loss of position.
Yeah, it looked like that car was crippled a bit before Pedro Hita made that move, and then he got way to the high side of the exit of 5. 5, slowed way down, let the traffic clear. Looked like a little bit of smoke coming out of the rear of that race car. I think some issues for Dalton Kellett.
And I should apologize. That wasn't for position, that pass. Kellett was a lap down, just trying to get out there and make some laps. But certainly things got a little tight there in turn number 5. How about that battle between Ryan Norman and Matthias Lace? One of these championship contenders, Dave. First, Lace running down Norman, trying to grab a spot in the top 5.
That's survival of the fittest here this afternoon as Norman leads Lace. Lace takes a peek to the outside and then snaps back in line. Once again, this is the battle for 5th here in Toronto.
Pedrejita long gone. He exits turn number 5. Lace going to stay right in the tire tracks. Orange shed black on the car. Looks to the high side. Thought about making a pass in turn number 6. That's a no-no, Nick Yeoman. Now he tucks in behind him.
Boy, Norman's car got so wide at the exit of that corner, nearly got into the wall. That allowed Lace to close right up on the rear wing. But, Davey, again, this is the part of the racetrack where you've got to be so strong if you're going to make a pass. That doesn't mean Lace isn't going to try.
Yeah, Lace has a really good race car. Watching him, the line he's able to take and the throttle that he's able to put down, I can tell he has a better car than Norman. But now, having a better car by that little bit and be able to get by, that's 2 different stories.
And we've seen historically that every point matters in this Indy Lights Championship, as these races are oftentimes so unpredictable in terms of who can stay up front. Matthias Lace gets a nice run out of turn number 2. He's within a couple car lengths of Ryan Norman. Last couple times, Dave, he's took a peek to the outside. Can he make the pass stick into turn 3?
How about a little push to pass? That's got to help, right? Lace rather to the outside, too wide as they make their way through turn 3. Lace should have the advantage, but then steps back in line behind Norman.
Pop into view off the hill off of turn number 4. Norman gets here first. This time they bump that curbing to the inside with the left side wheels. For now, Matthias Lace content to ride the tire tracks.
Davey, how tough is it to complete a pass on the outside like that?
Well, it's tough because you have to be all the way beside him through turn 3, and because at turn 4 it tightens up so rapidly, and unless you're beside him, and Lace wasn't quite there, so he was wisely backed out. But he's going to try this again, and I think the biggest advantage he could have, or the way he should pass, is he's been trying to go to the outside down that long back straightaway into turn 3, but Norman at the last second always seems to open up that inside. If I'm in, I draft to the last second and try to see if that inside would open up.
This is a battle for the 5th position as Kyle Kaiser leads with 5 to go by 7.3 seconds. Aaron Telitz runs 2nd. Zachary Clayman DeMello is 3rd. Juan Pedrejita is 4th, but we're all watching this battle for 5th, Dave, first.
Let's see what happens this time. Similar situation as Lace takes a look to the outside. Has a bit of it more of advantage than he had the last lap around. Norman tries to block him. Lace got around him for 5th place.
Moments ago, Garth Rickard stepped to the side, well off the pace. He let the leader pass. Norman trying to gain the spot back now. Kellett sees them sail away. That battle continues into turn number 7.
Lace got the spot, Davey Hamilton, in turn number 3 up the hill through turn 4. Almost some wheel banging there, but that was a great pass.
That's how you have to do it. If you're going to try it on the outside like that, he did it picture perfect to where he got there side by side with him and turned 4 and said, hey, this is my track now. I'm on the inside and I'm side by side with it. You're going to have to give up. And that's the first pass we've seen all weekend like that, but that is picture perfect how to do that.
Yeah, that is certainly how it's done, as Matthias Lace, one of our championship contenders, picks up a spot, moves into the top 5, and ultimately gains a couple more points. Mark James, that battle for 2nd. Aaron Telitz is going to make his way through turn 4. Zachary Clayman DeMello still making him sweat just a bit into 5.
Yeah, he knows he's there for sure, Nick, but the disparity is about 5 car lengths or so. Although Telitz that time bad loose at the exit of turn number 5, almost kissed the wall with the right rear. He gathered it up, got back into the throttle, and again, he didn't lose any momentum going through 6 and 7.
And now, Mark, you see that gap that Lace has put on Norman, grabbing that 5th spot.
Yeah, it widens up plenty. You know, Norman's trying to keep pace now. It's about 5 car lengths as well. Lace was already through turn number 6 before Norman ever got there.
Just 3 laps to go here on the streets of Toronto, and it is all Kyle Kaiser by 6.5 seconds. Davey, again, a lot of racing to go. 4 races, 2 at Mid-Ohio, 1 at Gateway, and then 1 at Watkins Glen to crown the champion of the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. But if Kyle Kaiser can hold on to win this championship for Yukos Racing, who wants to go full-time in the Verizon IndyCar Series, doesn't it make sense that being able to take this driver to the next level in 2018?
Oh, without a question. I mean, that's where he's going to end up. And I think regardless, that's where he's going to end up. But man, what a good job to do it this way, and that's what this series is all about, right, Nick? I mean, these guys this is where they get their experience to go to the IndyCar series, and just look how many of them. I don't know the stats, but how many of the Verizon IndyCar series drivers came from this Indy Lights series? So it's pretty cool.
Oh, I remember seeing stats for the 500 this past year. I mean, it was up around 75% of the drivers had at least a little Indy Lights experience, if not champions in the series. It is the best of the best have honed their skills in this Indy Lights series. Just 2 to go for Kyle Kaiser. Dave, first, that Juncos Racing machine roars out of turn number 2, down the back straightaway, heading for that Acura bridge. He's just got a lap and a half to hold on for another victory.
It's almost like it's single car qualifying for Kyle Kaiser here the last couple of days, actually. Yesterday's win and now today. Garth Rickards does a nice thing, gets out of the way, and what could have been a battle for second. Thielen still has it. Zachary Clement DeMello's third.
Rob Howden and Davey Hamilton both talking about the benefits of patience and the pace of the career of this young man. Talking about Kyle Kaiser, he's taken plenty of time in terms of his trek to the very top of this ladder, and it's starting to pay off this year for sure. Not many guys would say, hey, no thanks, I don't think I'm ready for a ride for the Indianapolis 500. We may be seeing a star of the future for sure in Kyle Kaiser.
He calls Santa Clara, California home. He's gone to victory lane already twice this season, and he's going to see the white flag here on the streets of Toronto into turn number 1, looking for the weekend sweep. Yesterday he led flag to flag. Today he tried to chase down Colton Herta, and the misfortunes for Herta may have handed a second straight win over to Kyle Kaiser. Down the back straightaway, Dave, first for the final time.
We know some of the IndyCar stars who have won races here. Michael Andretti, Emo, Bobby Rahal. How about some of the names who have won Atlantics and Lights races here? Paul Tracy, Greg Moore, Elio Castroneves, perhaps Kyle Kaiser. Yep, he's going to add his name to that list, not once, but twice here this weekend at Exhibition Place.
Going to join Mateus Laced with 3 wins. That's season high. He is going to pick up podium number 8. It's been a spectacular season, a consistent one for Kyle Kaiser. A few turns away from sweeping the weekend here in Toronto, Nick Yeoman.
The consistency has been there, racking up race wins, maybe not through the first 10 races of the season with just 1. He's going to show up to Toronto, though, and take home a pair of trophies. Out of turn 11, Kyle Kaiser's going to see the checkered flag, and for the second straight day, he's going to go to victory lane. He wins in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires here in Toronto. Second place will go to Aaron Thielitz as he streaks across the line, picking up a hard-earned second spot. Zachary Clement DeMello comes home in third. Juan Pedrahita finishes fourth. Mateus Laced is going to do a little damage control and grab a top 5 as he roars out of turn number 11. And it looks like Ryan Norman is going to grab the 6th spot. Nico DePero 7th. Those are your 7 cars. They're going to finish on the lead lap. Davey Hamilton, that Juncos group based out of Indianapolis, they built that shop right there in Speedway, Indiana. They get to celebrate for a second straight day here in Toronto, and the fans certainly showing their approval.
Yeah, quite a year for that team. You know, they ran 2 cars in the Indianapolis 500 this year. They're right now leading the points in the Indy Lights Series. And I look at the points. Kaiser has such a huge lead at 279, but second place is Laced at 228. But how about this? Between Laced and 5th place in points, Thielitz, it is 25 points. So yeah, pretty tough battle between 2nd and 5th right now.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Just as you mentioned, 25 points from 2nd back to 5th. That is going to be interesting. And again, none of those drivers are out of it. This championship is still wide open with 4 races to go. But boy, what an exclamation point that Kyle Kaiser has put on his 2017 Indy Lights campaign as he sweeps the weekend here at Toronto. It's his 3rd win of the season. First came as he won from pole on the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on Grand Prix weekend at race number 2. The consistency has been there, though. 6th and 4th at St. Petersburg. A pair of 2nd place finishes at Barber. 3rd and 1st on the road course at Indianapolis. 9th in the Freedom 100. 3rd and 2nd at Road America. America, a top 5 at Iowa, and now a pair of wins. And, Davey, that's not only the type of consistency that we talk about that wins you championships. That's the type of thing that IndyCar owners like. Talk about Ed Jones. Has he shown any weakness on any type of track this
No,
season?
Ed does a great job. And that's exactly what Kaiser's the same.
Yeah, kind of built that same mold.
Yeah, and like Rob was saying, this is his 3rd year in this series, and he just took it easy, figured it out, learned it, and now he's really getting the job done.
Kyle Kaiser's pulled that car to victory lane. Let's hear from the driver who comes home 2nd today. It's Aaron Telitz, and he's with Jim Murphy.
Aaron Telitz had a very, very busy end of the race there. You had a mirrors full of Zachary Clayman DeMello. Holding him off, did a great job. What was it like from your seat?
Oh, yeah, the car was great today. The Bilardi Auto Racing guys gave me an awesome car. Starting 7th to make it up onto the podium in P2, that was awesome. I made some pretty risky passes early on there against a couple of guys, and Zach was one of them. But we raced clean, and he had to go at me later in the race, too. But we just tried to hold our own out there, and I definitely think he had the home crowd behind him because it seemed like his car was really good today, too.
Well, you had some congratulations from him as you got out of the car. Some good sportsmanship from the American. That's Aaron Telitz.
We see Kyle Kaiser hopping out of that car, and Davey saw a big smile on his face. That young man pretty happy to be there in victory lane.
Yeah, definitely the best weekend for him in his racing career to win double races here at Toronto. So great run by him.
3rd place finish and another podium for Zachary Clayman DeMello, Jim Murphy.
Zachary Clayman DeMello will climb on that podium one more time. He's got a big Canadian smile. It was a good weekend for you, but boy, it looked like those cars were a real handful out there, the extended race. It looks like the tires were really beginning to lose grip.
Yeah, at the beginning I was on Aaron. After he passed me, I was trying to force him to make a mistake. He did a really good job at not making a mistake, but I'm happy overall with our pace. We had a good car, and maybe we needed a bit more to win this race, but 3rd's good. We got a lot of points and moved up in the points again.
What's the biggest takeaway you have for this weekend?
Bumpy track, a lot of fun, very happy with the home crowd, couldn't be happier.
All right, Zachary Clayman DeMello with a big smile.
Zachary Clayman DeMello, the Canadian, picks up a pair of podium finishes here in Toronto as he comes home 3rd. Aaron Telitz, a really nice race for him. That's a young man that after scoring a win early in the season at St. Petersburg has hit a rough stretch. So to be back on the podium, that's nice for the driver from Wisconsin. And again, the winner today is Californian's Kyle Kaiser. He's in victory lane, Rob Howden, for a 2nd straight day.
Kyle Kaiser, congratulations. Peter Dempsey coming over here. Here's the team rolling in to give the high fives. What a run here for the American driver, Kyle Kaiser. Kyle, to win these races here, how crucial? Your thought thinking about this championship? You know, we've watched what you've done over the last number of years, learning this field, learning this program. 2 wins in Toronto, looking good in the championship. Talk about that race.
This is exactly what we needed. We came into this weekend saying we got to win both. I mean, I know we don't have to, but we made it that the priority, and we came out of the box really strong. This morning, qualifying didn't go exactly how we wanted, but we stayed positive. We knew we'd have a good race car, so we just kept at it. And, you know, a little luck came our way. That happens in racing. I've been on the bad side of luck before, too. I mean, that's what happens when you spend so many years in the series. You're going to have your bad days. You're going to have your good days. This day I was rewarded, luckily, but I can't be any happier.
What was your mindset when you were following Colton Herta? Was the idea maybe to just sit in 2nd, or was the idea to keep that pressure on him?
In the beginning of the race, the car really didn't feel that good for me. I think before the first restart, we were struggling. The car wasn't right. The tire pressures were low. We might have just missed it a little bit, but they said the car's going to come to you. Stay at it, stay at it. So after we got a really good restart, that helped a lot. We got a big gap from the cars behind. I was able to use the P2P, pull more of a gap, and from there I was just trying to stay as close as I could to him. He had a rocket ship for that first half of the race. I was doing everything I could to keep up. He eventually broke P2P, so he was in a pretty good spot, and then that happens. You know, I don't know what happened to him exactly, but he had an issue, and we capitalized, and we just kept pushing, kept increasing our lead from 2nd.
Congratulations on another big win.
Thanks so much.
Nick Yeoman, back-to-back wins for the young American driver Kyle Kaiser today in Toronto.
A fantastic job by Kyle Kaiser picking up his 3rd win of the season. Great job by Jim Murphy and Rob Howden, hustling, catching up with some of those drivers caught up in early accidents, and then getting interviews with the top 3. Those top 3 again: Kyle Kaiser, Aaron Telitz, Zachary Clayman DeMello, Mark Janes, and Dave First did a fantastic job out on the course as well. Coming up on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network, it is the Honda Indy Toronto, the 85-lap spectacular show the Verizon IndyCar Series is going to put on here on the streets of Toronto. Mark Janes and Davey Hamilton will have coverage from the booth. Jake Query in Turn 3. I'll be out in Turn 5. Dave First, Rob Howden, and Jim Murphy on pit lane. For the entire Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network, my name's Nick Yeoman. We'll talk to you at 3 o'clock Eastern for the Honda Indy Toronto. Congratulations to Kyle Kaiser. Sweeps the weekend in Indy Lights at Toronto.
This is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner.